Expo 2026. It is great to see many of you here in person, and also a warm welcome to everybody who is joining us via live stream from all around the world. We are really glad to have you all here. The MIT Bitcoin Expo and the hackathon, the hackathon is taking place in the nearby rooms here, so please check it out. So it is a student-led event that counts also with the support of some MIT alumni like me, also from the other nearby school students and some friends of the club. Right? And in order for us to host this event and make it free for the students, we need to count with the support of many speakers. And fortunately, this year we have lots of them. So I would like to start thanking our gold sponsor, HRF. Our silver sponsors, Cake Wallet and Cogcoin. Our bronze sponsors, Alpen, Nunchuck, Bitcoin++, HydraX, Anchorage Digital, Fidelity, Char, Lightning Labs, and MIT Digital Currency Initiative. Finally, our community sponsors, System76, MIT IHQ, Allium, Optimum, and Bitcoin Magazine. So to all our sponsors, thank you so much for making this weekend possible. To give a bit of context, the MIT Bitcoin Club was founded in 2013 by Dan Illitzer and Jeremy Rubin to explore Bitcoin and cryptocurrency technologies and their broader implications. Shortly after, they launched the project, the MIT Bitcoin project, where every undergrad student on campus earned $100 worth of Bitcoin. The idea was simple, to put the technology into practice. That approach reflects the MIT's motto, mens et manus, mind and hand, and that same spirit continues to guide us today. By hosting the MIT Bitcoin, we aim to bring education, foster dialogue that helps move ecosystem forward, expanding how these technologies increase individual freedoms. This conference is special because of this audience. You are not here for the hype, you are here for the signal, and that's exactly what we've designed this expo for. Over the next 2 days, we will find a mix of industry discussions and deep technical talks, and everything in between. If you are non-technical, I encourage you to step into a couple of technical discussions. Even a basic understanding of how those systems work will help you to use them more safely and more effectively. And if you are more technical, take the time to engage with real-world applications. That's where you see the real impact. This exchange between technical depth and real-world use is where the most valuable insights emerge. Yeah, with that, I will pass over to my fellow co-director, Nan Wang.
Thanks, Thomas. Now let's talk about this year's theme, Freedom for All. This builds on last year's theme, Freedom Tech, where we explored tools that enabled freedom. This year, we're focusing on what those tools actually do for people. Bitcoin and other decentralized technologies are not just abstract ideas. They're real systems that people are using today to expand their freedom in meaningful ways. This can mean economic freedom, protecting savings from inflation, accessing global financial systems, and having controls over your own money. It can mean political freedom, being able to transact and communicate without censorship. And it can mean personal sovereignty, becoming less dependent on centralized intermediaries and more in control of your own digital life. What we want to explore this weekend is how these technologies expand what individuals are actually able to do. To give you a flavor of our journey today and tomorrow, our sessions are built around 4 main pillars. First, strengthening the foundation. We begin by looking inward at the protocol itself. We'll hear from Bitcoin core team on realities of maintaining the network and explore technical leaps like Utrixo and SwiftSync that aim to make running the node faster and more accessible than ever. We're also diving deep into script introspection and cryptographic plumbing that allows us to build safer, more robust bridges. Second is scaling beyond the base layer. The conversation around layer 2s has never been louder. We've been discussing the rise of L2s, the mechanics of sequences trust, and technical wizardry of BitVM bridges. Whether it's institutional stablecoin adoption or lightning-powered world of agentic commerce, we are exploring how Bitcoin scales to meet the demands of global economy. Third is privacy and security. As we grow, so do threats. We have dedicated focus on defensive arts, from post-quantum cryptography and algorithm agility to privacy-preserving potential of Cashew and Bitchat. We aren't just building for today, we're building to ensure Bitcoin remains unshakable for the next century. And lastly, freedom and regulation. We want to address why Bitcoin is, at heart, freedom for all. We're honored to have voices from Roya discussing the right of financial existence and Commissioner Hester Peirce joining us on regulatory landscape. We're also taking a pulse check on the industry with a look at the state of crypto VC. Whether you're here to talk code, policy, or philosophy, today is about plumbing of privacy and the right to existence in equal measure. Thank you, and welcome to MIT Bitcoin 2026.
Hey everybody, my name's Trey. I used to be on the content committee with the Expo several years ago, and this morning I'm going to be your MC. So first up, our keynote presentation is Bitcoin and the Right to Financial Existence with Roya Mahboob, moderated by Arshmalu. Thanks everybody.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
So as I was walking here this morning, I realized that this was my 5th year being at this expo, and the first year I was actually here as a student on behalf of Generation Bitcoin with my co-founder Ishana, who's now a first year here at MIT and a part of the planning committee. She's probably running around somewhere outside, but I definitely thought of this as a full circle moment. And you know, HRF is proud to support this event. I think it's very important that we bring together students and you know, people from all around the Bitcoin space to kind of come together in an environment like this. And this year, I'm joined by my great friend, Roya Mahboob, who's a part of the HRF community for over a decade now. In 2010, Roya became Afghanistan's first female tech CEO. And for those who are familiar with her story, in 2013, the same year that the MIT Bitcoin Club was founded, Roya was using Bitcoin in a very unique way all the way across the world in Afghanistan. So Roya, thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you for having me here.
So we talked about like how in 2013, right? Like you're using Bitcoin, right? Like, and you're known for the story now across so many different articles and media. Because in 2013, it was like, as Jeremy Rubin and the founding people of the MIT Club know, it was this very like abstract concept, right? Talk to us about how Bitcoin looked in 2013 and how you ended up using it.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me here and inviting me. Thank you for HR for supporting me all these years. Back into that time, I have to say that we didn't coming to using the Bitcoin just because of like an investment or financial tools, as a like investment, but that was most because of the problem that was existed, and we have to find a way to resolve that. I'm backing that in 2010 when I saw my company, we started hiring a lot of the women that they are bloggers and engineers that they can work for my company. But then we built in a platform with my business partner, Francesco, who was in the US, that this platform allowed the women across Afghanistan, also Pakistan and other places, that they can write the blogs and they can sharing the videos, and we pay them based on the content that they created. The same things that the same concept that right now you have with TikTok and Instagram influencer. At the time, we had it for everybody that they can use it. And there was an issue because when the number of our contributors get increased, and then our engineers across Afghanistan, we had also in Islamabad and Kuwait, the number, there was one problem. It wasn't a technical problem, it wasn't an educational problem, it was the finance, that many of these women didn't have a bank account. And to sending the money for thousands of the people or hundreds of people, even a small amount of the money, it was created challenging for us because we have to sometimes deposit the money in the bank of the relatives, and usually men take the money, and you cannot do anything about that. And then second, that there was another system called Hawala, which is for generation works and for centuries works in Afghanistan at the time. 85% most trusted the Hawala rather than the bank. And you give the money to one brokers, and then they give you a code, and another broker in different cities will give the money to that person. But then again, with the Hawala, also there was very male-dominated. Women wouldn't walk in the Hawala, or we call it Sarafi at the time. In Afghani, we call it Sarafi. And so they have to, again, send their brothers, fathers, and husbands to take that money. And whole point of our programs was this to empowering women to get their financial independence. But through this way, we could. And then we look at the mobile money, which was M-Pesa at the time, and it wasn't much popular. Again, you have to give, you get the credit, you needed to make it a cash, and again, you have to go through the man. And then we heard PayPal. PayPal didn't work in Afghanistan, Pakistan, it was banned. And then my business partner for, I think, a year almost, reading news about the Bitcoin, and he says, oh, send an article and says, like, look at this, what do you think about that? And obviously I was skeptical because I came from a community and society that cash was very important. We didn't even use much debit card and credit card. And cash is something that people trusted, and I told him, I'm not sure about that, but let's try it and see what we can do. We built a digital wallet within our platform, simple digital wallet, and you know, with the push of a button, the Bitcoin will appear in the wallet of the women, without any middleman. In a second, the women take it, and that was amazing for us because for first time, the Bitcoin could bypass our social and physical barriers, and that's how we got involved with Bitcoin, and we got excited about using it.
So in 2013, when you started using Bitcoin, what was the price of Bitcoin?
I think earlier it was 100, then it goes to around $800, and then again it's crashed at the end of 2013. And obviously we lost 2/3 of our business because we got so excited about Bitcoin, and we put most of our monies in Bitcoins. And when it was crashed, it was difficult because when you are living in a community that you paid many of these women for the first time, they feel that they got the money, and for the first time they feel that they control of their own things that they earned from them, the money that they have it. And they told me that this is the first time that they're feeling it. And I just realized that psychology is that the money wasn't just a transaction, but it was, for them, it was identity, with dignity for these women, and they feel that for some the system not caught them and recognizing them. But with the Bitcoin, obviously we give them, and they got very excited. And my sister helping them with making cash and giving them money and teaching them how they can give if they needed to change it. But then when the prices rise down, everything is changed, because then everybody look at you that you are a fraud, that you make a scam of them, and obviously we have to buying and giving the difference of the Bitcoin, because that time money wasn't important, the reputation was important. But we got excited because many of the other, I remember many of the girls didn't want to change the Bitcoin because they want to keep it. And some of them keep it, my sister keep it, and then she'd be able to pay her master's degree when she got at the Cornell University. Some of the girls, I remember that they left it Afghanistan to Germany through the refugees that they're smuggling, and they couldn't take their monies from the bank or jewelries, but they had keep it the Bitcoins that
yeah, so in 2013, right, when you started at around $100, Bitcoin then shot up to nearly $1,000, right? So it was very euphoric. And then, as we're used to in the Bitcoin space, right, there was a 80% crash, right? So at this point, you were focused on making people whole, right? Your sister was kind of like the de facto peer-to-peer converter of these, and like she ended up saving her Bitcoin. And when you all came to the U.S., she used it to finance her education at Cornell. I think it's important to touch on the fact that you mentioned, okay, women cannot have money in Afghanistan due to their male relatives. There's a lack of infrastructure, right? You can't necessarily just turn on PayPal, right? Like we've talked about this before. Like we've made the joke before. It was like, over here in the U.S., you can kind of just pick a color of a fintech app. There's so many apps that we can use today, and the dollar is kind of just the water we swim in. Like we're very used to it, and this problem is not just unique to Afghanistan, right? So there's over 2 billion people all around the world who don't have access to a bank account, and over 75% of the world today lives under some sort of authoritarian regime where money is being surveilled, it's being censored, it's being confiscated, it's being inflated. So Bitcoin is increasingly important here, right? Like we've seen this over the years, time and time and time again. And Roya was actually very important for HRF to understand this, right? So the Human Rights Foundation, we also started using Bitcoin in 2014. And really over the last decade, we've been constantly trying to educate and fund and train nonprofit groups and activists, because this has turned into a really important topic. And in our community, we saw Roya doing this, right? So in the MIT community, Rubin was kind of like the crazy person who was giving people Bitcoin. Roya was the crazy person in the humanitarian organizations and the group and the community that was kind of teaching us and showing us about Bitcoin, right? So as we mentioned, this is unfortunately not a problem that's unique to Afghanistan, right? Like, what does the lack of financial access and the lack of human rights, like how do those kind of coincide? Because a lot of people don't view finance and human rights and the ability to transact as something that's really tied together, right? So what does that look like on a global scale?
Sure, I think it's very important connections, and we always often talk about human rights as a freedom of speech, rights, women's rights, and the rights to education and a political and social movement. But all of them, all of these rights needed one thing is basic access, is the foundation is access, and the financial access is playing the important part of that. As you mentioned, it's almost close to the 2 billion people. They don't have a bank account and they are unbanked. Basically, they don't have access to, it's just not about that they don't have a bank. They basically cannot save the money. They cannot send the money. They cannot have access to credit and saving, and even created a long-term planning for themselves. And in terms of the human rights, the rights is not only is a theory writing in the books and the way of the financial access, you cannot really practice many of these rights. And backing saying that these numbers, there is a pattern behind of these numbers. If you look at who are these people, then we can see that the majority are the women. There are immigrant, refugees and displacement people, and the people who don't have a formal bank account. And it's not just random. It's, I think that it's a structure exclusion that people cannot have an access to opportunity. But on the other hand, you already mentioned that I'm coming from communities that they are always a conflict. And when you're living in a conflict area or in a political and fragile environment, if you say some things that it is wrong, and even in one tweet, one post, it's equal to closing your account. They're freezing your account. They're blocking the transaction of the money. And in countries like Iran, if you go to, for example, just simply to protest not to overturn the government, just say that you needed food, you needed better access or equality, it's equal to being a traitor, and they will put you in a jail. They try to publicity, they announce that they're gonna frozen the accounts, and they're taking whatever it's belong to you, over the houses and the cars. So when you're living in such a situation, there is uncertainty. It's not like you're living in a country with stability and be living in totally different society. So I think back into the questions like yours, giving an example, in 2021 when Afghanistan collapsed, what is happening that people overnight wake up and they find out that if they are associated to the government or any military, they cannot have access to your bank account because your bank account is basically get frozen. And that is a show that the financial access is important, and sometimes the regime use it is become more than the economic tools, is becoming as a tools of the control. So whoever control your money, they control your lives, because if you don't have access to your money, you cannot find a ways to escape from the danger. You cannot, like for example, paying for your families, paying for your education, and even making plan for your futures. So that's why this type of the regime, they're trying to mostly focusing on having access to your account or using as a tools to silence the people. And in terms of the perspective of the human rights, again, these are all the rights that if they taken from you just because of the political opinion and because of like living an identity or like a gender or like a geography that you live, then I think that that's becoming an issue, because this is they cannot practice.
So, I mean, as you saw very early on, right, from 2013 and even before that, right, and until you discover Bitcoin as a solution, you're kind of faced with the reality that like being able to transact is not a luxury, right? Like you need these things. You're one of the first female tech CEOs in Afghanistan. You're at this point responsible for hundreds and later thousands of girls, right? So you have to find a way, and you did find that way, right? But it wasn't, I take it as easy, right? Doing that early on, and in 2014, just a year later, you were then forced into exile, and you're kind of going back and forth, into Afghanistan, and then in 2021, you mentioned that the regime fell to Taliban. I remember we were talking about this when it happened, and it's been 5 years since then, right? So what does Afghanistan look like today? And how you were using Bitcoin in 2013, you later realized that you're going to have to use it in a similar way again, but from abroad, right? So in 2021, you end up financing education from abroad, right? You were living in the US, thousands and thousands of miles away. Tell us like how you had to revisit Bitcoin as a tool in 2021.
Sure. As mentioned before that in 2021, overnight, the government has changed, so does the access. And millions of the people woke up their bank account, especially if you're part of the government, military, and organization, or work for as a contractor, you are in the risk because your account is either is freezing or the transaction is blocked. And then the bank system also is kind of collapsed. The ATM machine was run out of the cash, MoneyGram and the Western Union was also run out of the cash. So it was very difficult for the association organization to send money to Afghanistan because 70% of people are having unstable housing. They couldn't pay for their rents, they couldn't pay for their foods. And in the same time, there was evacuation going on, and we needed to pay for the saving houses and then trying to saving the people that we thought that they are in danger. So my organization, many other organizations, they found ways and alternative ways, which was a Bitcoin and a stablecoin during the time, that they became as a lifeline at that moment, that you can send the money directly to the individuals, that they can pay for their foods, or they can pay for the saving houses in some cases and for the evacuation. Years later, months or years later, we obviously trying to have underground education centers, which again is easier to sending money to Bitcoins to the teachers there, that they can continue of providing education for the girls, because you know that when the Taliban took over, they banned education for the girls, and it's almost 4 years has passed, and millions of the girls right now don't have access to education. The Taliban every day right now created new rules, from banning the girls to go to the schools, to university, to work, to justice, to healthcare, and they're creating I shouldn't use the words of the ban or like restriction. I think that this is just simply a gender apartheid that's happening in Afghanistan. So we're using crypto like Bitcoin to help on saving, at least giving a lifeline to the education, which I think that is very important. And another thing that's also important to remember, that about the bank, I wanted to mention about this story. A friend of mine, she was ambassador, just simply, she was ambassador, she was an MP, and she was used for years to defend the rights of the women. And days before the Afghanistan collapse, she felt it, and she inherited a lot of money, and she sent part of her money from the bank to a UK to account of her daughters. And then when Afghanistan collapsed, she evacuated, and when she arrived to UK, she followed all the rules, but when she arrived, she saw that the money didn't arrive. So she contacted the bank and asked that what's happening with the money, and they told her simply like, oh, well, we know that you are in the list of the bond, so that's why we didn't send the money. But the question is that she sent days before that even Afghanistan collapsed. She sent days before that even her name is being the list of the bond. It shows that how the system can sometimes anticipate the power. They know that what's going to happen, so they basically taking your money because they know that you have some sort of like association and you might be part of that list. So that's why trusting to the bank and that type of the region, sometimes it's not reliable. You cannot rely on the bank because they sometimes going to act in advance before even the new regime or new governments will give your names. So that's created that trust issue from stability to go to suddenly to uncertainty.
Yeah. And you mentioned in 2021, right? Like as people woke up, right? Like imagine you wake up and your bank account is effectively arrested, right? So regimes nowadays, really in the past decade, have started to learn that what's more powerful sometimes than actually expending resources and trying to capture individuals is to just freeze your bank account, right? Like you're completely like, imagine you don't have access to your credit cards, your banking and ATM, etc. And even the access to send money, right? So like us at the Human Rights Foundation, before we started using Bitcoin for grants, right? We would try to send in wires, given that the organization or the individual had a bank account. And imagine you receive a wire in a dictatorship that's labeled the Human Rights Foundation. It's completely absurd. At best, you get brought in for questioning, and the money gets intercepted, And nowadays, you know, in the humanitarian space and in the grant giving space, like we understand that Bitcoin is a very viable tool, right? Like much larger organizations nowadays have turned to this, right? But even actually, like for us, it seems obvious, but even in 2026, we're still seeing mainstream media, and we're still seeing professors and politicians kind of question the worth of Bitcoin, right? Like, apparently Satoshi was founded by the New York Times last week, right? Like, you can expend energy into doing that, but there's less of this nuanced subject that goes into the reporting of Bitcoin, right? And it seems like such a niche topic, but in reality, it's so obvious, right? Like, what do you think about, you know, over time, you've been using this as a tool for nearly 15 years now, right? Like, seeing this time and time again in the media, that's, you know, they're trying to downplay it, they're trying to criticize it, because frankly they just don't understand, right? Like, what's your take on that? Because you had to put yourself at risk and your reputation at risk for Bitcoin, and even seeing that today, it's not taken as seriously. Like, what's your take on that?
It's a good question. I think that we're talking about a stable environment, which is they are talking about choices. So obviously, here the bank system is work. There is a structure. There is a law that's going to protect the individual asset, and in many cases, at least. So that's why. When it's come to the Bitcoin, it becomes a choice as an option, and they don't understand it, so they may like it to characterize it as. But in our community, in a fragile and a political environment, this is about access and survival. We don't have that, the luxuries that the people have in a stable economy. And we're talking about more than 56% of the population. We don't have that. And for us, Bitcoin is different because Bitcoin is not controlled by any institution or government. And we're thinking that is as open and this is borderless. And that's why I think that Bitcoin get more popularity than any other coins that exist. And again, we used it for, even when we used it in 2013, it was mostly to solve a problem, a practical problem that we had, because the system usually excluded you. And the media usually likes the news that they can make more clicks. And I think that Bitcoin is one of those technology that bring a lot of the attentions, and that's why I think that they are care too much to invest on that. New York Times can do also write it about what's happening in the banking system in Afghanistan, can write it about that, how the regime in Iran are trying to confiscate it and freezing the accounts of the protester just because they go to the street and asking and demanding some things, and how cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and sometimes maybe also the stablecoin can help and save the people, at least to protect what they are earned. We don't talk about businesses, again, not talking about the governments, we're talking about the individual level, that when you're living in that situation, you cannot trust to your banking system because it's not reliable, you cannot trust the other financial tools, so then you have an alternative, and the Bitcoin can fill that gap for us. So that's what I can say.
No, I mean, and today, right, like outside of the Bitcoin environment, I know you're working on, you founded countless companies and organizations. Today you're working on robotics and comics and AI and education, right? Like education's always been at the forefront of what you've been doing. What are you working on today, and why does that make you excited?
Well, because of the experience of the working and many other projects field, I learned that access alone is not enough, and understanding is another areas that we have to invest on to make it to scalable. So education is part of our work, and that's why we are working on that. And technology is always making us excited, and we are living in an era that AI will take many of the jobs today, but for us, the AI is also giving us another. I look always in terms of the opportunity how we use technology to solving an issue and access. In Afghanistan in 2013, we used Bitcoin as a way to pay the bank for the unbanked people. But today, I look at how AI can be as a tools for education. And specifically in countries like Afghanistan and many other countries that they don't have a high quality of education. So we're using, but seeing that AI can help girls in Kabul, in Nairobi, in Chicago to get the same feedback, same explanation step by step, and even get personalization learning. So that's why we get excited about AI. And in terms of education, we're working on 2 projects. One is a comics about the Bitcoin and human rights, because I think that through comics, through storytelling, you can tell more complex issues in a very simple way, and people more related and more understanding that. We call it The Chain is Remember. It will come with the next month as a comics, digital comics. I would encourage you to listen to it and read it and give us a feedback about that. And then the another one is a robot that we are designing, because I think that technology is interesting, and specifically with robot, you can have the education become more interactive. So we call it this Ruby robot. The last 3 years we're working on that, designing it, and hopefully that one also coming this year, coming up to the market.
Up until now, and how can people watch it?
Thank you for mentioning that. Rubric is a movie that they created based on our stories. Specifically, I had a robotic teams that got a lot of popularity during 2017, and this story is a journey of my work, and specifically robotic teams that they go to different places. Is telling that story of the young group of the girls who refuse to give up their dreams because of the situation in the society that they are living around of that. So I think that the film is obviously, as a personal, we are very honored to see that our stories is in the biggest screens. But I think that it shows determination of the young group of the girls, which I encourage people, if they are interested in robotics, to watch it. It's in Apple and Amazon TV. And I'm going to tell you the story of a different story of Afghanistan. Usually you see Afghanistan is bad news, always you see the Bitcoin usually bad news. But Afghanistan also during the 20 years had a golden era, which I call, and we had 10 millions of the kids goes to the schools. We had much better hope and a brighter future we imagined for ourselves. And you can see that those young girls, what they are up and how they are competing in international level in robotics and AI. And that was a story of the thousands of the girls that today they are silenced because of the current regime, trying to not let the girls continue their education. But we are hopeful that we can come back to Afghanistan and and make sure that the girls continue and be prepared for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's an excellent movie. It's very, very well produced. So I highly recommend everyone watch Rule Breakers. It's on, you said Prime and Apple TV, right? Yes. We just have a couple more minutes here, just to close, right? I think to take away from all of this, and maybe to offer some guidance and advice, right? Like, I think people in the room, I see students and builders and future builders, right? So how can builders be motivated to build responsibly, like with a global point of view in mind, right? Like, being as you've founded so many different companies, what is kind of your takeaway for people?
I think one thing that I want to mention that we always assume that technology is neutral because the code doesn't have an opinion or protocol don't have an intent. But yes, that's true in part of the design, but we have to always remember when the technologies come to interact with the people, things will be changed because the society is not neutral. Society has a power structure, society has inequality, society has a culture, stories, and politics. And when technology that can work in a stable environment, it might totally be different when it's work in a unstable or fragile or political, like a political environment. The same technology can behave differently. So I think that in terms of design, yes, this is correct. It's neutral, but when it come to the impact, it can be different. And sometimes the society will make that decision who should be excluded, who should use that technology, or how they can monitor these people more, especially if it comes to the financial tools. And I hope that the builders are here when you are designing any product. Just don't feel that it's neutral and design it for the flexible and good environment. When you design it, if you want it specifically to scale it in outside of the like US, outside of the Canada, and these places, if you wanted to do in our regions, you needed to think about how to design it with variance and design it with resilience to know the culture, to know that if you design a technology, who can, if the power shift, how you want to make sure that user will not be affected by that, and how to make sure that everybody have access and not be excluded, how to make sure that the system will not use that system or that technology as a ways to monitoring the others. So I think that three things is important, and then one is simplicity, especially if you want to design it for our region, it needed to be in your local languages, it will be simple, not a complex, not a lot of features, it's very simple that people can understand and can use it, and design it for resilience, design it for a way that there is a low bandwidth environment that might not have connectivity, and sometimes people using shared devices, so design it for that way. And then the third is always good to be a partner with local communities to design a project, so it would be a collaboration so that we can have the talented from those regions also to be involved to building something for their countries. So that's the
Awesome.
advice.
Roya, thank you so much. Let's get a round of applause.
All right, that was really awesome. I really enjoyed that talk. That was really, really cool to see how Bitcoin's impacting people in all these other different places. So up next, we have talk about accelerating initial block download, IBD, with SwiftSync by Rob Netsky.
Thanks. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I'm doing like a setup wizard. I don't have that button. It's all right if I can't use the clicker. Oh, stop. Thanks. No, I still need the slides. Okay. Oh, perfect. Thanks. Okay, cool. It works. Hi, everyone. I'm Rob. I'm going to be talking about how we can make IBD super fast with SwiftSync. So about me, my name's Rob. I work at 2140, and SwiftSync was developed by my colleague Rubin who also works there. And I'll talk more about us at the end of the presentation. I've been full-time in FOSS since around 2023, and here are some of the things that I do. They're mostly related to Rust, so I maintain a private light client called Kyoto, and I contribute to pretty much everything in the intersection between Rust and Bitcoin. And more recently, I'm a protocol developer and a researcher at 2140. So just to take a step back, how Bitcoin works and why it works is everyone verifies everything. So the reason that Bitcoin works is that, or is trustless, is because we hand compute the UTXO set ourselves as we traverse the block history. So we download all of the blocks and we compute the state of the system ourselves. And so this is why Bitcoin works the way it does today, but it is a bootstrapping bottleneck. So SwiftSync aims to alleviate this, and on machines that I've measured on, it offers up to like a 4 to 10x speedup in IBD, which is parallel to scaling. It allows, it benefits all layer 2s, and it allows us to build a more resilient network when we're able to verify and bootstrap faster. So it's very elegant to implement. It's quite simple. And there's no reduction in security. So I'm going to try and answer how. But first, we should look at how does IBD work today, and what are the bottlenecks. So suppose we have a Bitcoin block here. Just entertain for a second that there's no inputs in this Bitcoin block. It only produces outputs, A, B, and C. So what we do today is we add these to what we call the UTXO set. So we just add A, B, and C to a set, and we keep it in memory, hopefully, but oftentimes this goes to disk. And then suppose we want to, we get a new block and we want to validate it. So we need to validate that A and C are actually unspent coins. So that's where we go to our UTXO set and we look up A. Hey, is A in the UTXO set? It is. Okay, we remove it. Is C in the UTXO set? Yes, it is. We remove it. And finally, we add D, the new output, to the UTXO set. So during this process, we face two limitations. One is we added things that were inevitably just removed later. So we're creating disk I/O for ourselves that is, well, I should say we're creating unnecessary memory operations and sometimes disk I/O that really doesn't need to happen. And we also require that this process occurs in order. To transition between states, we needed to have the UTXO set at the previous state. So I'm going to take a step back and now kind of talk about a sort of pattern that we see in general, that validation is often superior to computation. So what we do in normal IBD is we compute the UTXO set. And to give an example with Sudoku, so we could sit here and try and solve the Sudoku puzzle, but it's going to take us quite a bit of time. Whereas if someone presented a solution to the Sudoku puzzle, we can easily validate if it's correct or not. And it's far easier to do so. So what SwiftSync does is, instead of computing the UTXO set sequentially, what if we instead just validated a UTXO set? So suppose, for a second, that, thinking about Bitcoin a different way, we can think of Bitcoin as a history where a lot of outputs were created, and some of them were spent as inputs, and the delta between that is the UTXO set. So if we want to validate the Bitcoin blockchain, this statement must be true. And then suppose for a second that somebody gave us some sort of indication as to what UTXOs will remain in the final set. What can we do to verify this equation? Well, these hints that I'm referencing, they're simply pointers in the list of outputs as to which ones will remain unspent. So someone gives us a list of Booleans, and they just say, okay, A, that one gets spent later, B does not, C does get spent later, D does not. And using this information, so what we call hints, we're able to easily create the UTXO set because we just walk over the list, and we say, oh, B should be in my UTXO set, okay, perfect. D should be in my UTXO set, okay, perfect. So that's the concept of hints, but we haven't actually done anything to verify that we have the correct outputs and inputs that correspond to this UTXO set. So instead, we'll look at it a slightly different way. And we'll say, okay, removing the coins that will remain unspent, we want to basically assert that the set of A and C is equal to the set of A and C. In other words, we want to say the outputs minus the UTXOs, well, that should be the inputs. And how we do that is with what we call a hash aggregate. So using the hints, we just want to make sure that our sets align. So first, on the left-hand side, omitting the UTXOs, we take all the outputs that will be spent later. So we take the hash of those, and we add them to an aggregate or a state, however you want to think about it. So we just add them to some number. And then on the right-hand side, we subtract them. And as you can see here, this is grade school math. We should get 0 if the left-hand side matches the right-hand side. In other words, if we got the correct block history and we got the correct hints for the UTXO set, then we have successfully completed IBD, because there's no way to lead the user into an invalid state here. So this is near stateless. This is just a 256-bit number, and it's also order independent. It doesn't matter if we see an input before we see an output. So we can take the hash of A on the input side and subtract it from the state, or we could take the hash of A and add it later, and that should also equal 0. So this allows for IBD to be done in parallel, which is a huge improvement to the current state of things. So how IBD works with SwiftSync is now we have our hints, and we're referencing our hints, and we say, oh, A, that gets spent later, so I'm just going to take the hash of it, and I'll add it to my aggregate. C also gets spent later, take the hash, add it to the aggregate. And B, oh, this will be in my UTXO set, so I'm essentially not going to do anything with it. I'm just going to add it to an append-only database. And on the input side, well, now we're not maintaining our UTXO set. So we actually need to download the coin data for A and C, but this is only around 10 to 15% bandwidth overhead, so we're essentially trading off bandwidth for parallel block download. And on the input side, we also take we subtract the hash of A and C from the state to make sure that people aren't spending coins that have just never been created. And so in the end, we just have a write-only UTXO set, and we verify once we've completed IBD that the aggregate state is 0. So what exactly are we downloading? The output script, block height, Coinbase flag, amount. So out point already present in the input of the block, so there's no additional download here. The output script, this is, so in Bitcoin Core, this is concept of a assume valid, where script checks are omitted until a certain block height. So this is already skipped. Like you can kind of like fuzz the arguments here, like also kind of skippable with assume valid. So you don't, if you want to use an assume valid like version of this, you don't actually need to download any extra data. But if we're doing the fully validating version, then these are the fields that we're looking for. And this turns out to be around 10 to 15% extra data. So in summary, what is SwiftSync? It's near stateless, fully parallelizable blockchain synchronization. It basically scales with CPU and bandwidth, and what I've seen is in the assume valid case, it's basically just bandwidth. Just as a short aside, because I thought it was really cool, we have a colleague that ran one of my proof of concept implementations of this on 10 gigabit per second, like symmetric internet, and he was able to complete assume valid IBD in 17 minutes. So you just need hints. We'll have a more meta discussion about how that works, but yeah, you just need hints, and if you want to fully validate, around 10 to 15% extra data. And it can apply to potentially other chains, or we can do something with ZK, I don't know. It's potentially an interesting area of research. So some topics I didn't discuss. Comparisons or interactions with Assume UTXO, Utrixo, and UHS, and I know later on we'll hear about how improvements can be made to Utrixo, and I think how SwiftSync might play a role in that. So stick around and check out that talk. Where do we actually get hints and data from? So although clients can't be led into an invalid state, we have to consider like who is generating and distributing these hints, and that's a huge open question, and something that is worth a meta discussion. So some additional possible data compression and reduction techniques. This is mostly what I've worked on in the last couple months, and this is how to make the hints as small as possible, which are now on the order of around 100 megabytes. So relation between fees and unclaimed Coinbases. So there's this weird property where you can underclaim a Coinbase amount. So at any given state in the system, we only have an upper bound as to how many coins there should be, but historically people in the past have underclaimed Coinbases for whatever reason. So that's something we need to consider. And then verifying the order of inputs and outputs within blocks, because there are consensus rules there that would apply that we need to consider. And then finally, BIP30, which prevents duplicate Coinbases. So just to wrap up, I work at 2140. We're based out of Amsterdam, and we're basically like a global dev, like hacker space. We have people from, like most employees work on Bitcoin Core or related projects, but we also have people from L&D, sometimes LDK, and we've even had visitors from Arc Labs come by. So it's a open door policy. Just reach out, let us know if you're in the Amsterdam area. We'd love to hear from you and hack with you. And this is a thanks to our sponsors listed here. And yep, that's it. Thank you. And I can take any questions if people have any. Sure.
What is UHF?
That is, I forget what the acronym was, but that was Corey Field's proposal on the mailing list, I think, like a long time ago. It's essentially the same sort of, it kind of leverages something like the hints or like a bitmap, but I think you actually that's like appended to a block or something like that. I would have to double check, but it's quite similar, except it would change the structure of a block, I believe. Or no, Tadge can just fix it for me.
It was, instead of storing the whole UTXO, it allows you to just sort of hash it.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
And when you get it, you see that they match. So there's no networking.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So it's O of N, the same, but in concept, like the inactive actuality, you get 50% savings-ish.
Okay. So, okay. Would you say Utrixo is kind of like just a predecessor or like a better?
It goes a lot further.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But there were some similar concepts brought up in that proposal, particularly with how we represent script and stuff that I kind of borrowed from. But yeah, I think I had in my brain some Rubin thing that he was explaining to me. Anything else? Oh, we got two, so I'll go here first. And
What happens if you get bad hints?
so if you get bad hints, you've basically been griefed. So our state just ends with like a non-zero number, and then we have to like restart IBD. So we can do that either with the blocks on disk and just start to like sequentially do it, or we can just redo the whole process without the hints. So that is a concern with the protocol of like how do we, to what degree and how do we distribute the hints, and like to what degree do we commit to them? Like if you commit to a hash of the hints in the binary, then obviously that's foolproof as far as griefability. But now you're kind of like trusting devs that they've created the correct hash and so on. So that is a good point. Good question. Okay, up there.
If you're adding hashes together and then 0 is the good thing, is there anything preventing like a Wagner attack from having a bunch of hashes add up to 0?
So that's a good open question. So the client would generate like a client-side salt to prevent just like generalized birthday targeting, but I'm not sure, because we're adding so many of these hashes, I can't say for certain if it's attackable like via that vector. But yeah, the client would generate a salt such that no particular coin could be like targeted in like hash grinding. If that makes sense.
Maybe only if like a bad hint spot plus 0.
I think with the salt, you should be you shouldn't be able to target one particular coin. So I'm not sure whether or not that's true. But we can have that discussion later. Okay. Anything else? Oh, one more.
So I understand unplanned Coinbase, but how does that interact with fees?
So we aren't downloading in the assumed valid version of SwiftSync. We aren't downloading the amount associated with the input. So we cannot verify that the or how do you we want to make sure that there's no inflation in the system at any given time. And if we were to assume that there was all Coinbases had to claim their full fee amount, then that would be, I think, a relatively easy computation. But there's been places in the past where they just simply underclaimed, but we wouldn't know because we don't have the input amounts. So we can only place an upper bound at any given time, if that makes sense. So yeah, we just don't know the total sum of the inputs. Okay, anything else? Still got 3 minutes? All right, well, go stretch or something. I'm gonna get a coffee. Thank you, guys.
Hey, random thought, everybody. They're plugged underneath the seats, in case you didn't know that. So, yeah. Spider might be running there.
I'm not going to throw it on the screen here.
The map I live in. So did you come in from here? North Carolina. You go to North Carolina? Really? It looked like Raleigh, Charlotte. Yeah. I was just talking about, what was that? I think that was last time. Remember when we talked
Okay, so first we had freedom, then we had scaling, and now we're going to talk about privacy. So up next we have what's listed in the schedule as being about Bithat and Cashew, but is apparently permissionless tech in the age of surveillance with Cal.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. Well, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. My background itself is academic. I'm a physicist by training, and I'm very, very happy to be able to talk today in this beautiful halls of MIT. I'm going to talk about Bithat today. I'm Kelly. And I work in various different Bitcoin projects, Lightning, Cashew, which is a Tommy cash system, and also on Bithat, which is a decentralized messaging system that I'm going to present today and put a bit in context. Let's see if this works, yes. So, Bitcoin was first introduced in 2008 during the financial crisis, and as evident in the first block, Satoshi left us a message there saying transfer and break of second bailout as a response to the crisis. And another response to the crisis back then, which many of you will still remember, is in 2011, the Occupy Wall Street movement that shook the United States. So thousands of people gathered in the streets of New York and protested and voiced their dissent against a system where the taxpayer needs to bail out the big banks. And what followed was the state's crackdown on the protesters' ability to communicate and organize. Specifically, the state of New York, during the protests, banned the use of amplified sound on the streets to prevent the protesters from communicating and organizing with each other. And this is when protesters came up with a genius idea called the human microphone. And it works like this. So you have a speaker on the square in Sakoti Park where the occupation was happening, and a square full of people. And the speaker would, hold the speech sentence by sentence, and the first layer around the speaker would pick the sentence up and then repeat the sentence, and so that the next layer of people would hear it, and the message would propagate from one person to the entire square eventually. This is what they came up with. And it's essentially a human mesh network. It's a network of human communication that allows a message to be spread from one point to everyone. And with the proliferation of the internet, the digital space plays an ever more important role during social movements. And this became apparent also in the same year, 2011, in Egypt. In what seems to be the first digital revolution, the Arab Spring, particularly in Egypt, shows the importance of protecting communication infrastructure for bottom-up movements. During their peaceful fight for democracy, it was critical for the protesters to be able to communicate online. Some called it the first Facebook revolution, and activists organized on Facebook, Twitter, they used hashtags to find each other. All that was very, very new back then. But the dictatorship found a way to silence millions without having to arrest them. And for the first time, we've seen this. Communication on the internet is almost always intermediated. In Egypt, the internet shutdown lasts 5 days. In relation to recent news today, it almost sounds like a joke, but back then 5 days was kind of significant. And a crackdown on the internet infrastructure demonstrates the vulnerability of all centralized communication systems, which our communication systems are still based on. So we still rely on centralized communication today. Arguably, the core infrastructure we have as humanity to organize and to communicate still runs on centralized infrastructure. And this was 15 years ago, And although there has been progress, nothing meaningful changed about that fact. But humans have to communicate. That's a principle, baseline. You cannot get rid of that problem. And when communication flows through a centralized system, that system becomes a choke point for dictators and tyrants. So how did the Egyptian people respond to this? They used old school methods like pamphlets and fax machines. And because governments could not shut down the telephone system, the protesters turned to using dial-up modems for international phone calls, which then could be used to get online. So the internet can be very powerful for movements, but it also comes with the risk of being shut down or being surveilled. In 2014, the umbrella movement in Hong Kong faced the threat of digital surveillance and artificial network interruptions. However, for the first time in history, protesters could reach to a decentralized form of communication known as FireChat. FireChat is a Bluetooth peer-to-peer messaging network app that passes messages directly from one device to another if they are close to each other. And at its peak, FireChat had hundreds of thousands of downloads during the Hong Kong protests and became the first major real-world example of a mesh network being used in a mass protest. And for the first time, the physical infrastructure for the digital communication of a protest movement was owned by the people themselves, because they had phones. So these movements show us centralized communication is a choke point for control and produces single points of failure, and we can only speak freely as long as the gatekeepers allow it. So the struggle for free communication, however, is not limited to authoritarian regimes where people fight for democracy. When communication relies on centralized systems, freedom of speech is conditional and restricted. We've seen how centralization, whether through states or corporations, can be used for surveillance and control, but our democratic principles require freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and the ability to communicate. And the Orwellian system that is built today encourages blanket mass surveillance. And the recent push in Europe with anti-hate speech laws, age verification laws, which is also happening in the US, chat control, hollows out the fundamental rights for speaking freely. And these rules do not only restrict the ability to communicate, they also restrict our ability to think, because we know that we're being watched. And there will be bad people, they will misuse those freedoms, and that cannot be tolerated. We need to find solutions to that, but the answer cannot be to depend on a centralized institution, government, or company that decides what is okay to say and what isn't. On the opposite, we cannot tolerate mass surveillance. As law-abiding citizens, for the sake of total control, we cannot tolerate it, and we will not let it happen. There's way too much on the line. Like I want to get almost a bit pathetic, or add pathos to this, because this is fundamentally our ability to communicate, and we cannot just let it happen and let it flow through centralized institutions. So, and then there's this building, and I decided to not stretch your hospitality here in this country, so I'm just going to put up beautiful architecture, and if you know what's happening inside these walls, then you probably know what the problem is. But it shows you the escalation of, from the streets to your bedroom. Eric Yu says, we cannot expect governments and corporations to grant us privacy out of their own beneficence. We need to take it into our own hands. This is what we've learned from decades and decades of cyberpunk culture, development, and open source projects. So there are a number of very exciting technologies that try to solve this problem by avoiding centralized form of communication altogether. And we've already mentioned FireChat before. And what you see here are metastatic devices that work using long-range radio technology. And these are little devices that you can buy, you can compare to your phone, or you can use them to send low bandwidth messages towards each other, and they go fairly long range, like miles. But as much as these alternatives are amazing, they have a downside, which is they require specialized hardware. And they're relatively hard to use, so they kind of appeal to mostly nerdy people, and therefore I've seen limited adoption. And that's a problem. You should not have a PhD in order to use a mesh network. It should be as accessible as using Signal or WhatsApp. Freedom of communication cannot be reserved for the people who can afford building this stuff or setting up devices and so on. Another big downside of these devices is that they look very suspicious. So imagine crossing that border in Egypt 2011 and importing like hundreds of these Meshtastic devices. You know, what would you think would happen to you? In Egypt back then, you would get arrested, but you might also get tortured and potentially even murdered. And there are some borders in this world that don't allow the flow of any communication technology. You know, I want to mention the occupation of Gaza, for example, where you cannot even import a toaster into Gaza. Like, how would you set up decentralized communications networks over there? However, there's one type of device that can flow through every border without raising suspicion, and it has to be something that's already in your pocket, or probably you're holding it in your hands right now. And it has to be a device that can run any type of software, because software is borderless. There are 7.3 billion smartphones in the world today, and 86% of all adults, no, of the entire world's population owns a smartphone. It's practically impossible to confiscate every smartphone. So remember Egypt. The regime did not turn off the phone system either. They cannot turn off something that they themselves rely on. And that's where Bithat steps in. So Bithat is an app for communication. It's a software and a protocol. It can run on any smartphone. And most importantly, it cannot be turned off. It requires no internet connection like FireChat. It uses Bluetooth to send messages between devices. There are no servers. The messages travel peer-to-peer from one device to another. And like the human microphone, the messages are amplified in the crowd. There's no registration, no identity, no account. You just download it and you use it. That's it. I call it pure permissionless communication. You can actually download it right now if you want. It's pretty good for conferences, as my friend here, Nifty, showed on one of the conferences, where you can use it in the crowd, basically, to comment on the talk that is happening, or also send questions to the people giving the talk or holding the presentation. So I need to read a bit here. So two main important pillars here. First of all, there is zero infrastructure that can be turned off. So there is no central service, there is no phone numbers, there is no accounts, and your identity is purely cryptographic. And you basically just need two smartphones in order to start a mesh. And then Bithat also has a dual transport mode, where there's offline communication happening from phone to phone, but there's also an online part that uses the Nostr protocol to chat with a geohash, what's called a geohash, which is a coarse representation of your location. So you can talk to Massachusetts, you can talk to Cambridge, or you can talk to the entire United States if you choose that coarse granularity. Okay, I need to go here. So this is my data dump for the nerds. I think is important to mention, but I don't see my screen, so let me check it out here. First of all, it uses Bluetooth Low Energy. Bluetooth Low Energy as a server-client architecture. But the nice thing about it is there's no pairing. So you just, like, it's non-interactive. You can have two devices, and people do not have to add each other to those devices. And the discovery for Bluetooth Low Energy happens via a service UID. So basically, you have a server saying, I'm Bithat, and then you have clients looking for that UUID. And the MTU is 512 bytes, so you have to cram everything into a 512-byte window. It's a binary protocol. It has a simple kind of fixed header and a TLD payload part. The header itself contains like the packet type that you have. It could be an announcement, a message, any type of like interaction. There's a sender, a signature on the packet. There's a recipient, which is optional. You can have a broadcast message or a specific person that you want to talk to. And there's also an optional route field where you can do source-based routing. So you can like hop through the network using that field. There's compression and fragmentation also built in for audio, photo, and file transfers, which is all supported in BitChat. It uses the NoiseXX encryption handshake suite. Here you can see the crypto suite. I love Noise. It's great, gives you forward secrecy. It's very simple. Check it out if you're looking for end-to-end encrypted stuff. And then the whole message forwarding part is like so-called a flood filling system where you have, it's called store and forward. You get a message from someone, you just like store it and then send it to everyone you're connected to. That's how a message propagates, similar to the human microphone. And there's a kind of, it's called Plumtree Sync. There is a way to tell your neighbors which messages you already know. In case you have missed something, you can give them like a compact representation of this is everything I've seen so far. Do you have something that I haven't seen? And they can synchronize the messages that you might have missed with you. And finally, there's source-based routing. There's a simple gossip protocol in BitChat where you can announce to your neighbors who you are physically connected to. Like I can say I'm connected to these devices, and you announce that, and everyone can build their own local representation of what the mesh looks like, and then use that information to find the shortest path between me and someone I want to talk to, and then the message can hop much more efficiently to that person. So how do you even test this? This is actually a very interesting problem because this is so hardware-based. It is so device-specific that writing a test suite and having unit tests and so on is not going to cover you, basically, for most of the interesting failure modes. So you don't want to do this. Well, you could do this, but it would be definitely a lot of effort. But what I did in order to avoid having to do this is basically built a kind of a simulator, a physical simulator for BitChat, where I've implemented the entire protocol in JavaScript. It's a mock protocol, but it has basically all the necessary parts. And then I'm simulating these devices. The individual dots here are smartphones, basically. They have a Bluetooth chip, and that has a range, and has power modes, and has there's noise and stuff like that. And then you can put these into this two-dimensional space, and they will look for each other and find each other and then create these connections. And you can see these packets being exchanged between them, which is like the announcement packets, so they know that they exist. And as you put them closer together, they find each other, build this mesh, and you can see there's a whole user interface around it, and you can make them walk around, and you can send messages. You can actually follow the message as it travels through the mesh, which is the whole idea. We want to be able to answer questions like, how does this scale? When does it break? When does it explode? How efficient is it? How long does it take for a message to spread from one person to everyone else? And you can take this to the next level, because this has been an isolated, a black box. There is nothing in physical space in the slide that I showed you before. So we also added a physical simulation layer to it. You can see here is, I think, Times Square, where you can download map data and put it into that simulator, and it simulates also the walls and the physical structures to see how far Bluetooth would reach, or any, could be Wi-Fi, how far it would reach, and then how many people basically you would need, let's say on Times Square, to be able to cover the entire square. We can answer these questions now with these type of simulators. And I don't know of any other really practical way to answer this question, especially about scaling. So we also have this geohash chat that I mentioned, which is, there is a map in the background. You can see it. You can basically select where you are or where you want to go. You can just teleport anywhere and then talk to the people who are there. At any moment in time, there are thousands of people, I don't know, maybe 10,000 of people online all around the world, talking to either their country, to their city, to their continent, or whatnot. So BitChat in reality. In the last year, we've seen spikes in downloads, in BitChat downloads linked to various different civil unrest events or episodes around the world. So it all started with Nepal last year. In September, the Nepalese government decided to ban all major social media platforms. And that was a particularly unwise decision in a country where the median age is 25 years old. So protesters, they went onto the street and, I mean, they put a kind of a Discord mod as a president now, I think. Lots of the organization happened for these protesters on platforms like Discord, but we've also seen crazy jumps on BitChat downloads because people kind of by themselves decided to prepare for the worst case when the internet even would be shut down. And this has repeated over and over again last year. So this is kind of maybe 5 to 6 events where I would see a massive spike in downloads, and then I would go onto Google News and like enter that country's name, and then see that something is burning there. So people by themselves, and we never advertise it as like a, use this in protest or whatever, people by themselves kind of understand that governments can turn off the internet, and it might be useful to have something in your pocket where you can, at least in principle, communicate with people, even if in the worst case. Oh yeah, so there's also, do I want to mention this? But, so sometimes I wake up and then some opposition leader decides to tweet about BitChat and you should download it, and then we see massive interest in that. We've also seen people fork BitChat and then advertise it under a different name, which, if you've been in the space for a while, then you notice like some patterns of, you want to be also cautious of who you listen to when you hear this kind of advice. But you can see on the left, this is Bobi Wine, is an opposition leader in Uganda. After this, 2% of the Ugandan population has downloaded BitChat after these kind of series of tweets that he made. And then on the right side is something that I don't want to comment on in this country. Oh yeah, and recently BitChat also was removed from the China App Store. We don't make advertisement for BitChat. It makes like governments advertise for us. And we've also seen like it's not only about internet censorship or kind of government overreach. It's also about natural disasters. We've seen also, let me check, a powerful spike in downloads in preparation for the hurricane in Jamaica last year, where we've seen like crazy spikes in downloads before the hurricane hit, because people were preparing for the worst case when the internet would go down. So this is a case, this picture that you're seeing here is a line of people standing in line for a bank in Portugal. And this is something that happened last year in Spain and in Portugal, where nationwide power outages have turned off the internet. And with that, the entire banking system also was turned off. And like it's tens of millions of people were affected in those countries. And people started flocking into bank ATM machines so they could take out cash in order to be able to pay, because everyone's switching to digital payments. And once the internet is gone, then suddenly nothing works anymore. But cash always works. So in times of crisis, a bearer asset that can be handed from one person to another is king. And cash does not only work offline, it's also untraceable. So it's a killer feature that cash has for freedom and democracy, basically. And this is also what, coming back to Hong Kong, the protesters in 2011 in Hong Kong noticed is China was already tracking digital payments back then. And especially if you pair it up with your movement data, buying a train ticket, for example, to reach the protests in Hong Kong, people made a virtue of using cash. And it became like a meme in Hong Kong that you should use cash instead of digital payments to get your train tickets. So we wonder, what if we could also send Bitcoin from one person to another without being tracked? And what if we could also do it without internet connection? So that's where Cashew comes in. It's a protocol that me and many other people are working on. It's a Chongmin eCash system that simulates physical cash, but digital. It's a very old scheme. For the OGs in the room, they will know exactly what Chongmin eCash is. It's a precursor to Bitcoin by a couple, 25 years or so. And we've basically built a system on top of Bitcoin that re-implements the old ideas on top of a decentralized system like Bitcoin. So what you can do with Cashew is you can make semi-offline transactions. Here you can see two people exchanging Satoshis in a plane without internet. And the nice thing about it is that if one person has internet, you can make a transaction that is irreversible. That can be the sender or the receiver. But in a case where no one has internet and you trust the person, you need to trust the person because it could be double spend, but you can still exchange value in the worst case. So even if there is no internet, you can exchange money with your friends, only with your friends. And there's this project is big and there's lots of people looking at it, working with it, and there's been like an ongoing meme of trying to make the most absurd type of transactions with Cashew. So I've compiled my 3 favorite ones. There's one, the first one that you see here is a satellite transaction using, I think, the Blockstream satellites, where eCash is being sent to space and then down to Earth to receive. In the middle, you see a person simulating like a post-apocalyptic scenario where there is no internet anymore and they use mesh devices to talk to each other, something I'll be mentioning in a bit. And my favorite one is here on the right, where this mascot called Yellow has used the description field in a bank transaction to send a Cashew token. I think it took him 3 bank transactions to send 1 single Satoshi. And then, obviously, I'm showing you this to show you the offline nature of eCash and that you can use it this way. But the next step is marrying these 2 protocols, basically also being able to send eCash over the mesh network itself. So you see here in this video over here, we have implemented Bithat Cashew wallets into Bithat clients. And you can see on the left, someone is sending eCash Satoshis from one device to another, and both are connected over the Bluetooth mesh network. Obviously, this is interesting to explore. It could be useful in scenarios you don't want to end up in, but it can also be a UX upgrade for everyday people, basically, being able to pay without having to scan something, being able to pay to someone who's just standing next to you without QR codes and so on. So we work on all of this because we are big fans of magic internet money, and we believe that also Bitcoin can move forward here and show us how to build a more robust system, and one that also works when nothing else works, basically. Thank you very much for your attention. I don't know if there is time for questions or not, but maybe someone can give me. Sorry? There's a break. There's a break? So, yeah, enjoy your break. Thank you. I can do questions. Okay, if anyone has questions. Are there questions? There is one? Yeah.
Yeah, on your protocol, is there any support for acknowledgement of receipt?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Is there any support for acknowledgement of receipt? So if I send a chunk of data, it's like he got every packet but one. How do I know I need to retransmit the missing packet?
Yes, there is. Only for direct messages. Basically, if the message has a recipient, if it's not a broadcast message, then the recipient can send an ACK back, a receive ACK. Yes.
So there is an ACK built in there? Okay.
Yes.
And another question is this on F-Droid, or can you get this on F-Droid?
I tried to submit it to F-Droid, but F-Droid was harder to submit than Google Play for some reason. You can get it on GitHub if you want. You just go to the repository and download the APKs, or you can compile it.
Just from GitHub? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but F-Droid requires verifiable builds, I think.
I had to learn this in the painful way.
So one problem some Lightning wallets have is like running in the background or running anything like compute intensive for a while. Is there a way that you work around this, like with Bithat, if you're going to be a routing node in like some local mesh, or how do you deal with that?
I'm not sure if I understand the connection to Lightning itself. Do you mean like the internet connection that you might require?
Many mobile Lightning wallets have a problem where they can't run a long-running task in the background on like a mobile OS. So is there a different way you work around this, or does Bithat have sort of the same problem?
Oh, you mean, okay, yeah, I see. So the question is simple to answer, unfortunately. On iOS, you're out of luck. There is no way. And here in this case, I mean, I know Lightning wallets use notifications to wake up shortly and then do something hopefully fast enough before they be killed again. We don't have notifications because we don't have any servers. For Android, though, there's strong persistence in the background that you can turn on. And then you have it in your pocket, and you don't even need to think about it. You are kind of a node for Bithat as you walk around. I like to remind everyone of a quote. One of the best quotes of Satoshi that I know is in Marty Malmi email dump. You can find this quote where he says they're debating whether they should port Bitcoin to Linux or not. And then Satoshi says, before we port it to Linux and increase the number of users by 5%, maybe just let's implement minimize to tray in Windows, which will increase the number of users by 300%. So we've also done that.
You mentioned Meshtastic. I'm curious if your thoughts on like Reticulum and the other projects that are sort of much more aggressively multimodal.
Yeah, they're amazing. I think Meshtastic is a proof of concept in my mind because I know it doesn't scale. And Reticulum is great. So for those who don't know, Reticulum is kind of like a transport agnostic mesh system where you can plug in anything. You can do Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, long-range radio, and so on, and just works all on the same platform protocol. I love those projects. And what we've built already is like these bridges where you have maybe your mesh core or a Reticulum device that is here in the room. And then anyone with a phone on Bithat can connect to that device and use it to hop to some distant place. So kind of using these existing mesh technologies with a longer range as a way to hop inside the Bithat network. Yeah.
Hi, my question, I come from the medical side, so I don't really have a technical background, but my question is in regarding that. I know rescue teams already use certain Meshprot and Meshtastic things to communicate in very like austere or environments that don't have regular networks. My question was, for Bithat, can you does it rely on people who have the actual app downloaded to amplify it, or is it amplified across the system of just having this other device in your pocket?
Good question. You need to download the app, and in the case for iOS, you need to have it open in the background, basically, in order to work. On Android, it can just remain in your pocket, but you need to download it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Any more questions? Looks like no. So thank you very much. Enjoy your break.
So yeah, we have a 10-minute break, which is 8 minutes now, but that's all right. So come back here at 11:20 for a talk with Ethan Heumann, which is going to be really cool.
And initially, I was planning on saying something like global Bitcoin saying that which is also contributing to. Are you talking? Nice. When is your piano? Yeah, like 3 and 12. Yeah. And so what's kind of been what's the focus?
Good question. So I did not talk in here. Every year they come in and talk about what does this mean? So Frank Roja
No, I've met him a little bit. Very also position. Oh yeah, I did listen to that.
Oh yeah. So ambiguity. Talk a little bit about that. Maybe talk about live scale and stuff. Yeah, some that's Frank really interested.
All of which operate.
That a little bit.
Just because of the trust assumptions. The question is, do we care about this problem? Yanu Shirley about like shielded CSV.
I have not talked about it.
Other ones are
what?
Well, I just think, in my opinion, that's like a superior version of eCash. Because like you don't have to have the trust assumptions, right?
Oh, yeah, but eCash scales.
I would talk to Liam, like, like Sean's person works on like tachyon. So that's kind of the direction that CSV is heading. And you don't have to be bound by the right, because like, the scaling constraints in theory are like, you create the nullifiers, which are like, how many, like 32 bytes. And then that's like the data availability problem. Talk to Liam about it, like they have some ideas to basically like eliminate and get rid of that.
Okay.
I'm sure there is like a little bit of a gotcha there, but the point I'm making is like it might alleviate some of the issues you're talking about.
And Liam's doing his own startup thing. What do we do?
Him talking to Ross.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and really the core idea is a lot of the research around like garbled circuits or basically, in some way trying to like sell that back to less outbound. Things like no, so that's a point of contention for them is like they don't want to be as a company, but like I'm saying, they haven't raised money. They're trying to like self-fund through grants, and I think the motive here is like really like doing the garbled circuit research is a means to get grants in order to fund shielded CSV and tachyon style research. So for them, private payments is the North Star, and everything else is just a method to get there. Well, I think what Liam's perspective is that he thinks that you basically have to like piggyback off of the network Bitcoin has established brand effect. And he's like, the government is not going to ban Bitcoin because then it would hurt people's pensions. That's kind of how he thinks about privacy. Who knows? I'm curious. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen him, but like he's talking today. And then, anyways, I got so much random stuff I can throw at you.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Which is what this is like. I'm trying to be famous, but like you're actually bouncing shit. All of a sudden,
And let's hop around a bit because,
Please.
yeah, I know back then, when and most of that but it would be more like yield generation.
Wait, he's more interested in yield generation?
No, he's more interested
Oh,
no.
Oh, okay.
I gotta talk
All
to
right,
you.
sorry for the technical difficulties. Who knew computers were so complicated? So up next, we're going to talk about the Q word. So defending Bitcoin from quantum attacks with algorithm agility by longtime friend of the Expo, Ethan Hillman.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ethan Heilman, and today I'm going to be talking about how we can defend Bitcoin against quantum computers with algorithm agility. But before I begin, I want to talk about why signatures in Bitcoin are so important and why breaks in signature algorithms are so dangerous to Bitcoin. So the essential, the functionality of Bitcoin is the ability to securely authenticate and transfer Bitcoin. And the reason that the securely authenticate part is so important is that if anybody could send anyone else's Bitcoins, could spend anyone else's outputs, you don't really have a cryptocurrency, right? Like everyone just owns everything. We say not your keys, not your coins, but if it's everyone's keys, it's not your coins either. So if authentication is insecure, ownership in Bitcoin is essentially impossible. And the second property, which I won't be talking about much today, is just the ability to transfer. If no one can send Bitcoin, the protocol is useless. It's actually really easy to build a cryptocurrency that's secure, where no one can send Bitcoin, no one can send money to anyone. You just have an Excel spreadsheet. So digital signatures are how Bitcoin authenticates ownership. And if they're broken, it's really, really bad. It's as if no one owns Bitcoin. And I want to just think about this for a second. If say, the Schnorr signatures that Bitcoin uses were just broken and everyone's signing key was leaked, you can't really fix this once this happens because we could move to a new signature scheme after it happens, but then how do you know who actually owns those coins originally? I could just be stealing someone's coins and moving it to a new signature scheme. So it's really the sort of problem that you want to fix before the event occurs because it's very, very difficult to fix after the event occurs. And there are some patches in some places where you can fix it after the event occurs, but they're not really total to the cryptocurrency. It's like you can save some Bitcoins over here and some Bitcoins over there. So to avert this problem, we really, really, really want fixes before the break because they don't work after the break. So will Bitcoin's signature algorithm be broken? Well, the most pressing threat currently appears to be a future quantum computer. We don't currently have one that could break Bitcoin's cryptography, but we might at some point in the future. No one knows for sure when and if such a computer will be built, but a lot of results in cryptography have accelerated these timelines, and people are talking about everything from one of these existing in 2030 to 2045. Some people are even saying never. But it's really worth preparing for because if you don't prepare for it and it happens, there's not much you can do about it. You're in big trouble. And I want to pitch you on this idea that even if you don't care about quantum computers, even if you think that they're impossible somehow, we should still prepare for classical attacks, which are attacks that just use regular computers. And the reason for this is that the history of cryptography shows that cryptographic algorithms age. The longer they exist, the more attacks we get on them. Attacks only get better. And so at some point, even if quantum computers never showed up, we would still care about this because there's eventually going to be a classical attack that breaks Bitcoin's signatures. So what this talk is about is I'm going to briefly talk about quantum attacks on Bitcoin's signature algorithm, and then I'm going to look at a plan for deploying post-quantum signatures in Bitcoin via algorithm agility. I'm not going to talk about freezing quantum vulnerable outputs. This is very much an important topic, but it's actually a separate problem. And the reason it's a separate problem is if the community decides to freeze quantum vulnerable outputs so no one can spend them, we still need post-quantum signatures in Bitcoin. And if they don't do it, we still need post-quantum signatures in Bitcoin. So in either path, we want post-quantum signatures in Bitcoin. And so it's worthwhile figuring out how to get post-quantum signatures in Bitcoin. So what would a break in a signature algorithm with a quantum computer look like? Well, you would have Alice's public key. An attacker learns this public key, and the attacker can then, from the public key, compute the signing key and be able to sign as Alice. Essentially, the public key would leak the signing key. And this requires a cryptographically relevant quantum computer to do with Bitcoin's signatures. So when we talk about a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, and I'm going to be using this acronym a bunch, we just mean a quantum computer that's powerful enough to break cryptography. And it's really important to understand that it doesn't break all cryptography. It's not like the world is over and cryptography no longer exists. A cryptographically relevant quantum computer is just really good at a very small set of problems. And unfortunately, one of those small set of problems is Bitcoin's current signature algorithms, ECDSA and EC Schnorr. And I will just be talking about Schnorr here. They both have the same hardness assumption. So for the purposes of this talk, we can think of them as the same algorithm. But just because you have a quantum computer doesn't mean that you can't do signature algorithms anymore. There are signature algorithms called post-quantum signature algorithms that Bitcoin could use that are, in fact, safe in the presence of a cryptographically relevant quantum computer. And hash functions are still secure. There are some theoretical weaknesses in hash functions, but because of how these attacks work, they are generally thought not to be practical. So the real threat to Bitcoin is not most of the cryptography that Bitcoin uses being broken, but just signature algorithms. And it's important to note that cryptographically relevant quantum computers do not currently exist, at least not publicly, and I believe it is extremely unlikely that someone has one in secret. That may change in the future, but right now, my belief is that they do not exist at all. We do have quantum computers today. Quantum computers are things that you can run and use, but they're just not powerful enough to be a cryptographic quantum computer. And so the question is, like, when will the quantum computers that we have be powerful enough to threaten cryptography? And this is a hotly discussed and debated issue. Recent results have accelerated these timelines, so many people think it's earlier. One of the person that works on Google's quantum computer project that just wrote a new cryptography attacks with quantum computers estimates that by 2030, they think that there'll be a 10% chance of a cryptographic relevant quantum computer, but no one really knows. It's not the sort of thing that we can guess until we have one. We can make educated guesses, but it is a bit worrying that 2030 is no longer just like a completely unreasonable prediction. But anyone that says that it can't happen with certainty, or anyone that says it will happen with certainty, put like maybe in front of that. We really, really don't know. All right, so what's our plan to defend Bitcoin from quantum? Well, the first thing we need is some consensus changes. One of those consensus changes is an opcode for a PQ signature. So this would be like adding like op check sig PQ, or and the second one is P2MR for quantum safe tap script. And you can ask me questions about this. I won't go into that much detail here, but this is not necessarily a requirement. But from a deployment and operational standpoint, you really want something like this. And then there's actually a lot of non-consensus standards that need to happen. How do you do HD seeds for post-quantum algorithms? How do you do wallet standards to ensure that wallets are like treating these keys in a safe manner? And then finally, you need adoption by the ecosystem. Wallets, major custodians need to adopt it. They need to start using P2MR outputs with Schnorr and post-quantum signatures. And they really need to not reuse public keys. Probably one of the biggest things with the transition to quantum is ensuring that you don't reuse public keys. All right, so which post-quantum signature algorithms should we use? Well, at the top, this is what we have today. If you look at SLH DSA, which is also known as Sphinx, it's really, really secure. It's an awesome algorithm, but the signatures are huge. Below that, we have Shrinks, which is some recent work. It is probably also secure, but it's much smaller and it's stateful, which means that wallets have to track how many signatures have been signed. And if they fail to do this, security can be compromised, so it produces new potential bugs in wallets that could lead to loss of security. And then we have MLDSA and SkewSign. SkewSign is amazing, it's small, but the problem is it's really slow to verify, and it's built on isogenies. Isogenies, really, really powerful technique, but it's not mature yet, so a lot of cryptographers will tell you that they don't trust isogenies. If it was fully mature and we could verify these quickly, we should probably use SkewSign, but we're not there. So for the sake of this talk, I'm going to do Shrinks. And Shrinks has this really cool property where if you lose the state and you're like, oh no, I lost the state, I don't want to make a mistake and leak my key, you can just fall back to SLH DSA. And now there's Shrimps. This is a very abridged slide. This slide would be enormous. I'm not going to get into Shrimps, but Shrimps is also a really interesting thing. Thanks for bringing that up, Tadge. All right, so let's say we add the opcode checksig shrinks as a leaf script. Well, we're going to want to use pay to Merkle root to do this. And pay to Merkle root works sort of like this. You have leaf scripts. For people that know pay to taproot, looks very similar. You have leaf scripts, which have different ways of spending the coin. They get hashed together in a Merkle tree to an output. And then the output can be spent with any of the leaf scripts. The great thing about this is that when Schnorr is secure, you just spend with Schnorr. No one even sees this in here. So you don't have to pay the increased cost of these larger signatures until Q day. And then once someone no longer trusts Schnorr, they can just spend with Shrinks instead, or whatever post-quantum signature algorithm you want to use. So let's say we've done this. We've gotten op Shrinks. We've gotten deployment where that arrow is now. Q day has happened. No one's using Schnorr anymore because you get your funds stolen instantly if you use it. Well, we really want a second post-quantum algorithm. You always want to have at least two algorithms so that if one of them is broken, it doesn't result in the break of another one. So there's a really easy way to do this using this approach that we've introduced. You can add a new algorithm opcode. Let's say SkewSign. Everyone now trusts it. It's mature. 5, 10 years have passed. And then you can just put it as a leaf and then spend your old output. And now you have SkewSign in your back pocket if you need it. Maybe you trust SkewSign so much that you are just totally happy and you stop spending Shrinks. But if there is an attack on SkewSign, you can spend with Shrinks. You're covered. You get the benefit of both of them without the cost of having to post both of them. So the advantages of this algorithm agility approach is it allows us to add signature algorithms as we need them. This means we can delay adding a particular signature algorithm to the point at which we gain more information and research about it. But it also allows us to be protected today. It respects holders' choice. Maybe there's someone that's like, quantum computer will never exist. I want to do Schnorr, or I only want to do Shrinks. I've decided that a quantum computer already exists. They can just which one they spend from the output. I want to argue too that you really want two signature algorithms. One that's like ultra secure that we think will like not be broken over a 75-year time span, and one that's sort of your like everyday signature that has nice features like aggregation. And if we always have two secure algorithms, if this one gets broken, cool. We just you can always recover. You can always use this one as the recovery path. And if this one is fine, well, you never have to pay the expensive recovery path. And if the ultra secure algorithm, someone invents some new type of computer, hey, you still have this other algorithm as a backup path. So let's say we've done all this. It's past Q day. We now have two post-quantum algorithms. What should we do next? And this is more of a like long-term thing. It's not something we can do anytime soon. But even without quantum computers, signatures are big. They make up a large chunk of the transaction. And post-quantum signatures are even bigger. Skew sign is wonderful, but it's still over 200 bytes. So what we can do is, rather than store the signatures in the block, we can just replace the signatures with one big post-quantum zero-knowledge proof, and then we don't have to store the signatures anymore or transmit them. If you want to read more about it, you can go on my blog. I also posted this on the dev list. People that are really concerned about spam and people putting things on the blockchain, not a concern of mine, but appears to be a concern of some people. This is actually a really great solution because you can just like pull out all that information and be like, this block is valid. We all know it's valid, but the actual details of that block do not need to be transmitted or stored. And I think this is actually worth doing, even if quantum wasn't a threat. But if we're going to be using bigger signatures, it probably makes this more important. But this is a much longer term thing. It will probably not happen before Q day. So previously in the talk, I managed that there's some way to sort of show some ownership of some Bitcoin, even if the signature algorithm is broken. And one of the ways to do this is called like HD seed recovery, where everyone has their like HD seed phrase they use to generate their public keys. Not everyone, but many people with wallets do that. And you can produce a post-quantum zero-knowledge proof that shows that you actually generated this pub key from this HD seed that was like hashed all the way down here. And this is really, really cool work, and there's actually been a bunch of interesting stuff that's come out about this. But the proof sizes are really, really large. So if you did want to do something like this, you're probably not going to be able to post it on the block. And if you did post it on the block, you would probably be doing something very like this. Almost becomes equivalent to BitZip, where you have like one giant aggregate zero-knowledge proof. Other really cool paper, probably my favorite paper of 2026, just came out. So I'm still reading about it. But it actually gets post-quantum signatures into Bitcoin with no soft fork. You can use it today, which is wonderful. The downsides of it is that the signatures are huge. They're like 900 bytes. And they basically get you what shrinks would get you in 300 bytes. They cost about $100 in computation to spend, and they don't let you use this trick where you can spend with Schnorr today and not have to pay the increased fees of a post-quantum signature, and then only pay those fees when you're spending in a post-Q day world. I think it's amazing. I think if people use this a whole bunch, there would be a really strong push to get something like pay2MR and shrinks in just to save on block space. And it's it's incredible that they pulled this off. I'm like still in amazement. Some other related work that I didn't get a chance to talk about, but I'm happy to answer some questions, although I'll defer the commit reveal questions to Tadge. So in conclusion, I think quantum attacks are a solvable problem for Bitcoin. But the earlier we start, the less we have to rush. Like, you really don't want to rush this. You want to get this right, and you want to be extremely careful about it. And the earlier we start, the more careful we can be. So I want to encourage starting this as early as possible and for more people to work on this. Adopting PQ signatures now is actually like pretty painless. The increase in fees to do pay-to-MR with a post-quantum leaf is, I think, an 11% increase in fees. I think right now it would cost you 3 extra pennies per transaction. And if Q-Day happens, it's so much better just to have this than to be like, well, you know, the cat's out of the bag, everyone's signing key is leaked. You know, it's so much better to be prepared. But also, like, we should prepare for classical attacks on Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin got incredibly lucky that the attack that threatens it is a quantum attack, because you can see a quantum attack coming. Like, we've known about this for like decades, and it has like somewhat clear milestones. They're probably going to get a lot less clear because companies are starting to play their cards close to their vest because they don't want to tip off competitors. But up till now, we've gotten some really good warnings from this. And classical attacks, like, that could just happen tomorrow. Who knows? Someone has a bright idea about how to solve some math and elliptic curves, and you're really in trouble. So I think that, like, we're actually lucky that quantum computers are what's threatening us, and we should also prepare for classical attacks on Bitcoin by having at least 2 secure algorithms. And I'm optimistic we can get it done. So, questions?
All right, getting us slightly ahead of things, but I'm thinking about wallets, and you know, with wallets we have the seed phrase that you have to keep a secret. Everybody knows that. But then you also have the descriptors, which describe where your keys, you know, which spending paths you have, and if in your suggestion where you have Schnorr as one path and the quantum safe thing as another path, now the Schnorr side is actually kind of dangerous, because if you leak your descriptor, somebody can still steal your money because they know there's a Schnorr path.
So that's an excellent point, and the big shift from like the big shift here is not just adopting post-quantum signatures, but is also really hiding your Schnorr public key. That becomes like much more important than it has in the past until you spend it. And I think that's actually going to be a large part of the work in terms of, like, it's not a consensus change, but getting wallets to change and think differently about this and make sure they don't mess this up is actually one of the more daunting tasks. So excellent point. I agree. We really have to be careful about leaking out public keys via wallet descriptors, or just reusing public keys, because now sending someone your public key rather than a fresh address would be much more dangerous with a quantum computer.
So maybe we need a quantum safe. Oh, it's already quantum safe with 32 derivations, right? But the privs, the XPrivs and the XPubs are still ECDSA based. So maybe those should be quantum based so that you can encrypt the descriptor itself with some derivation of your private keys without revealing any of this.
I mean, I totally agree, and I know there are people working on it. I don't work on it, but I really encourage, like, this is actually a pretty difficult problem, and it's something that we should be thinking about. And I don't have a great answer there, but I think that that's probably like one of the things that'll make or break this.
You alluded to, you know, maybe we don't trust the new signatures. How do you feel about sort of hybrid approaches where you pair, you know, a classical signature and then a post-quantum signature?
So I think the idea of a hybrid approach, where when you're like spending with the post-quantum opcode, you also use like a Schnorr or like pre-quantum signature that you at the same time, so it's like an and of them, is a pretty reasonable thing to do. It depends a lot on the signature that is being used. Probably with the hash-based ones, like these have been around for like, they're the most mature, most trusted crypto that we have. So I think that probably with that one, there would be a little bit less of an impetus. But if people want to do that and it makes them feel safer, I wouldn't stand in their way. But I think like if we were doing isogenies, you would almost definitely have to do that unless everyone was convinced that isogenies were safe.
All right, thank you very much. Really helpful framework. One question on taproot addresses, just if you can address sort of quantum vulnerabilities there, and then any suggestions for all the L2s and other types of things being built on top of taproots. Any kind of suggestions on how those move ahead. Thank you.
Sure. So I believe the question was about the quantum vulnerability in taproot. And I would love, like, if you look at what I presented with P2MR, and this is taproot, they look very, very similar. The big difference is that taproot has this key path spend, and the key path spend has a Schnorr public key, and you can't not do the key path spend. I know a bunch of people have spent like so much time trying to figure out how to put like a Schnorr public key in there that is somehow not a valid Schnorr public key. And so far, all efforts have failed. So you, even though all of this might be secure, a quantum attacker can just grab the Schnorr public key that's exposed on chain, recover the signing key, and spend it. And so P2MR, Pay-to-Merkle root, BIP360, is basically just taproot, but we just hacked the part off that has the key path spend. And there was a question about Lightning. Yeah, I think with Lightning, you may be exposing public keys, and it's something really to think about. I think there's probably solutions here, but I haven't looked that much into it. And I invite other people to think about what a post-quantum Lightning network looks like. I've got a pretty full plate, so I probably won't be looking at it, but I would love to see additional work on that subject.
Hey, Ethan, thanks a lot for your talk. I wanted to ask if you think that silent payment addresses would kind of suffer the same fate as other public addresses. Like, would we need to keep those private as well? And I can maybe explain that to the audience a little bit if people don't know what that is. Like, it's basically like a static address that you can share with everybody, and then the sender kind of calculates the public address to use to send to you, and the receiver has to scan the chain for all that. But it's really good for privacy, and would this affect that?
So, excellent question. The issue is that there are these ways of generating someone's public key where you can, like, if you just say, pay me at this public key, and then everyone will see that all those payments are going to that person. So if you're like, the Human Rights Foundation and you want to hide that people don't want to send money and then get caught that they were sending money to the Human Rights Foundation if they're in a tyranny, you want the ability to say, hey, you can generate these public keys that look different, but actually all go to the same place. And that essentially exposes your public key to a quantum computer. The hash-based signatures, I am not aware of any way to do it where you can just publish something and have it. It's probably one of those things that you could get with like isogenies, so skew sign, and maybe lattices. I know there are people looking at it. I think it's really worth looking through, but the traditional, like if Q-Day was approaching and we were using the strategy that I outlined, and we didn't have a post-quantum version of that, it would be very dangerous to continue to use those sorts of private addresses. And so I think it's worthwhile thinking through how to do that, especially with isogenies and lattices. Although if someone has done that work, let me know. I know people are looking at it, but I don't know if anyone's actually written anything up. Great question. And this will be the last question.
Is this on? So with BitZip, if you have a ZKP that covers all the signatures in the block, don't you have a data availability problem? Can you throw those signatures away, or don't you need to store them somewhere? How does that work?
So BitZip essentially functions the way a ZK rollup works. So you don't actually need to store the signatures. Essentially, the ZKP is acting as a giant cross-block aggregate signature. So you don't have data availability. You would have data availability if you started throwing away unspent outputs. that's when you get into trouble. And even spent outputs you'd want to keep for several blocks, because if there was a reorg and they became unspent, you'd want to keep them around. So in a very conservative version of this, which is sort of the version that I'm most excited about, you would just keep like outputs around, but you would pull all the signatures out. And this would make, this would have a bunch of advantages in scalability and also initial block download.
Does it have any impact on mining? Like does the mining pool producing the block have to generate the ZKP?
So that's an excellent question. You could do it where you have something like a ZK rollup that is done outside of mining or in mining. There's questions about miner centralization there. I think this general approach is good, but I think a lot more thought has to be put into it. So I invite more people to sort of look at this, because doing this in a way that does not produce miner centralization incentives is probably like essential to getting it actually adopted.
I think there'd be another impact on peer-to-peer network, because you're broadcasting massive transactions over the peer-to-peer network, right?
So the simplest version is that you broadcast all of these transactions, but you could do something like Dandelion or some of the stuff that's been proposed with Mimblewimble, in which the peer-to-peer nodes start like collapsing things into zero-knowledge proofs. So most of the relayed transactions are essentially like giant coin joins with like aggregate signatures, with an aggregate zero-knowledge proof. But I think that's less.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. So we are a little bit behind, but that's fine. We had some technical difficulties earlier if you weren't here. But so up next, we have our annual Core Dev panel with Antoine, Furzy, Ava, Corey, and moderated by Stacy.
Yeah, that's good, right? Yeah.
That sounds good, thank you.
Oh, I don't want to sit to the left. Responsibility. It's great. Actually, I'll sit. Right. Put me in the. I'm in the middle.
Okay, so free mics. Everyone share with their buddy. You have to share with Furzy. Okay.
No.
Hey everyone, thanks. Is this on? Yeah, it is. Thanks for joining us. I am Satsi. I work on the Bitcoin Dev project, and today we are very fortunate to be joined by not just four, but actually a fifth guest speaker who also works on Bitcoin Core. These are the people that work on the protocol. It is the most technically rigorous project that I have ever encountered, and I think a lot of people can say the same. We have a lot of material we want to get to, though, so let's jump right in. I would like each of you to please introduce yourselves, and I want three things. I want what your background is, what you do in Bitcoin Core, and why. And I think we can start with you, Furzy, down at the end.
Hello, how are you? I'm Furzy. I work at Chainco Labs. My background is computer science plus a few extra years in math. And I have been in the space for the past 10 years and only in Bitcoin Core for the past 4 years. The second question was, I was back from.
What do you work on Bitcoin Core?
Okay, I do stability and performance improvements, which usually leads to restructuring the code, which leads to finding bugs and fixing them, which most of my work is about that. And why do I do this? It's a space that has a lot of issues, like open issues, open problems, and I really enjoy that. I really enjoy the overlap between, I don't know, peer-to-peer networking, thinking about consensus, working on an RPC server, I don't know, fixing stuff there, and also being able to contribute to, I don't know, libsecp, which is the library that has all the cryptographic primitives of the Bitcoin network. So I find that very good, very challenging, and that's it.
Hey, I'm Antoine. I work on Bitcoin Core at Chain Code Labs and also on the Bitcoin protocol to try to separate the two things. My background is I founded several companies in the Bitcoin space before starting working on Bitcoin Core, and I was working on other Bitcoin open source projects. So the first company was a physical retailer of Bitcoin against cash and other payments, and the second one was one exploiting advanced Bitcoin script for advanced self-custody. I also contributed to Lightning, and nowadays I contribute to Bitcoin Core. So I worked before on many scripts. Now I'm working on various things involving responses to security vulnerabilities. I'm pursuing BIP54, which is about fixing vulnerabilities in the Bitcoin protocol. And also I'm working on the side on improving the expressivity in Bitcoin scripts.
I'm Corey. My background is in open source software development. This is pretty much what I've done for my entire career. I like to write code and give it away. And Bitcoin is a nice home for that because everything kind of has to be open by default or it's not trusted. I consider myself a plumber in Bitcoin Core. I do the things that are mostly necessary and uninteresting. I've worked on build systems and release process, and I haven't, code-wise, I actually have messed with peer-to-peer network a good bit, rewriting a good bit of how the peer-to-peer code inside of Bitcoin Core works. Primarily, I'm interested in making sure that the code lives on for decades, hopefully. Things need to be updated and modularized, and there's a lot of spaghetti code in Bitcoin Core. Satoshi handed us a mess, and we actually still use the code that Satoshi gave us, more than 15 years ago now. And when it was first written, Bitcoin, it was just called Bitcoin back then. It was just a tangled mess of everything. The wallet and peer-to-peer network and validation engine were all just the same lump of code. And so we're kind of still dealing with the fallout of that. And so in order for Bitcoin Core, or the main interesting parts of Bitcoin, to be useful as time goes on, we need to make sure that the important parts, the modules, are separate from each other. There's the Bitcoin kernel project, which has really ramped up in the last few years, which I think is kind of the future of Bitcoin and Bitcoin Core, where it rips the validation engine out into something that you can kind of rewrite a new implementation of Bitcoin, but with the validation engine that is known to be consensus safe. So yeah, I primarily think of what it looks like to run Bitcoin in 20, 30 years.
Hi, I'm Ava. I've been working on Bitcoin Core for about 10 years now. I started working on it in high school, so my background was nothing. I went to college for computer science while still also working on Bitcoin Core. These days, my main focus is the wallet. I'm the wallet maintainer, which means I get to merge code. So these days, most of what I do is just code review. I write wallet things and I review everything else, which is weird. But yeah, my focus in code review is literally anything and everything in the code base. So what all these guys write, usually I end up reviewing it at some point and maybe even merging it.
So I'm the surprise guest, Sjors Provoost, based in the Netherlands, Utrecht. Our country is famous for windmills, arresting Tornado Cash developers, and introducing unrealized capital gains tax. So that's there. How did I get involved? Well, I'm a physicist originally, then became a software developer, as we all do, and then kind of accidentally rolled into Bitcoin Core, really. You do one pull request and then you do another one, and there you are. What do I do in Bitcoin Core? I'm currently focused on something called the mining interface, inter-process communication, to make Stratum v2 mining possible without shoving all of Stratum v2's complexity into Bitcoin Core. I guess. I don't know if we'll get around to that debate. And then the last thing, why? Because there's this notification in GitHub that says I need to do the next thing. It's quite addictive. And also it's super interesting. It's technically interesting. It's very useful work, I think. So there's that.
Awesome. Alrighty, so Bitcoin, the code's been around for, 17 years now, since 2009. Some would argue that it's done. Do you believe that as a system, Bitcoin is finished, or is it just being treated like one?
Okay, so if I say yes, we shouldn't be here. So that's a problem. Now, I think that Bitcoin is not done, and based on my work or what I have been doing is like, hey, every single day or every single week, we find something to do, some bug fix, some discovery, some optimization, or all the quantum talk that you just had. So it's definitely pretty much not done for me.
I think that Bitcoin is already pretty valuable. It's already a valuable tool that is available to anybody in the world. So I think we should first make sure that we do not break what works today. But I do think that we could make improvements to it in the future. That's why I work on soft fork proposals, for instance, to improve Bitcoin script expressivity. On the other hand, our job will never be done, even if Bitcoin, the system, is done. We will always need maintenance of the software and scaling this maintenance with the stakes, because it's all about risk mitigation. How much do we care about some low severity vulnerabilities or some practice, some code practice that might be unsafe but isn't safe yet? Well, when Bitcoin was multi-million-dollar systems, maybe it was fine. But nowadays, maybe it's not anymore. And so you need development to mitigate this risk before they translate into actual threats.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what Antoine said. I think there are two questions there. Is Bitcoin the protocol done, and is Bitcoin the implementation done? And I think the answer is no to both. But even if the answer to both were yes, they both require maintenance still. So thinking through, even if we accept that Bitcoin won't get any new features, something like thinking through the quantum threat as a even just thinking of it in maintenance mode, the protocol in maintenance mode, how does it survive? That keeps that going. And then from the software side, it will never be done just because features want or users want new features, new ways to interact with the software. There always be better ways to harden against attacks or to harden against dumb users. That's a threat too. So I think as long as it's used at a bare minimum, it needs to be maintained and modernized. So I think the answer is a hard no on both.
What they said.
Yeah, I wasn't able to add much to that either. I could point out the obvious, that if we decide Bitcoin is done, then it stops in 2106. Your node will just no longer do new blocks. So if that's what you want, that's fine. But yeah, I think there's definitely things we can still improve. I don't think we should rush it. I don't think we should have like an annual new feature to present at a conference or something like that. But I think improvements can still be made.
Ava, I want to dig a little bit deeper into what you do. Can you tell us more about the scope and the role of a maintainer?
Yeah, the maintainers, so there are 5 maintainers, I think. And the maintainers, like all the maintainers, their main job is to be a reviewer. Of course, we have many reviewers. The maintainers are just reviewers who get to merge code when the code looks ready to be merged. And that's really the scope of what maintainers do. We just evaluate, we look at PRs, see if it has had enough review, and if it has had enough review, then we go ahead and merge it. Otherwise, there isn't really anything that special about being a maintainer. It's just, there is still, the judgment call of, is this ready? And we need to trust who the maintainers are in order to, like we need to trust that they're going to make the right judgment call. But that's mostly it.
That almost sounds like something an LLM could do, though. Trust issues aside.
Other than
I said that last year, and Michael yelled at me.
Other than, you know, not all of us trust LLMs. Yes.
No, because the big thing about a maintainer is responsibility and accountability. You cannot keep an LLM accountable, so they cannot be a
you
maintainer.
don't trust them.
Corey, you've been working on Bitcoin for quite some time now. Can you talk about kind of where the line of maintainership ends and, you know, veteran leadership kind of comes in, and even where that divide is?
Yeah, there are a lot of tasks that maintainers don't necessarily have to do. They kind of end up doing by default. Ava does a ton of things outside of hitting the merge button. Same with several of the other maintainers. And I think this is kind of a frustration that maintainers have expressed for years, is that they end up doing things like the release process, for example, where it doesn't require a maintainer to be doing that work, and people kind of come and go, stepping in, doing some of that process over the years. I kind of value my time being around so long more in terms of helping to kind of keep norms and principles alive. There's a lot of you know, fresh new developers that didn't grow up with the same tooling, with the same you know, it's like a kids these days have it easy. Whereas, you know, I think it's important to remember why we work on Bitcoin, what the principles of Bitcoin are. Trusting no one. It's the rise of AI and LLMs has kind of, a lot of people have almost just thrown away security. It's like, you know, I'll allow like all these services onto my machine to make decisions for me. And from somebody who's been doing this stuff for a long time, I think it's worth kind of drilling it into developers, like absolutely not. Like, give yourself a nice sandbox to, like, it's not that you don't need to be using these things, it's that you need to be like defensive and scared of what they can do and assume the worst. You know, that Bitcoin is at this point a multi-trillion-dollar project, and it's just not outside the realm of possibility to assume that we will be, that developers will be kind of targeted for attacks. So I think one of the things that I try to keep alive with new people coming into the project is like paranoia, because that's a core principle of being a Bitcoin core developer.
It's also like this. It's also why reviewers are so important. A PR can't be merged with only the maintainer, only one person reviewing it, only a maintainer reviewing it. Like there still needs to be several other people who have reviewed a PR, and often these are, we want to see long-time contributors to review PRs because they have all of the context, a lot of the historical context as well, in order to determine whether something is safe to be merged.
Well, maybe one positive thing to point out is that Bitcoin Core is, I think, one of the few projects that does not have a lead maintainer anymore. Like there's 5 maintainers that are more or less equal. They can all merge things. They can all do the release process. They don't even need to do the release process, but at least somebody needs to sign binaries. But somebody puts it on a website, and then we have these deterministic build system geeks that make sure that everybody can build the binaries as they appear on the website. So I think that's quite nice. It was almost grown out of necessity, like the lead maintainer not wanted to be the maintainer, and then nobody else wanted to take over that role. Anyway, but I do think we still need maintainers, right? Yeah.
Cool. Switching gears, Furzy, can you talk about your experience with Argentina's financial system, and like how does that affect what you prioritize to work on?
Okay, this could be long. So first of all, the experience that I have based on my country, I am from Argentina, it does not dictate what I work on, but it is more like why I'm still here after, like, I started because of all the problems that these, basically these space has, and then it was like, okay, these problems and this tool is actually really useful for my country, and we really need this. And I can give you like 3 examples in my lifetime where something like this would be really useful. Like, for example, in the early 2000s, in my country, there was like, the government had a big issue and they had to pay a high debt, and what they did was taking the funds from people's savings, so they freeze banks. People were not able to use their money anymore, and they used them for paying debt, and they repaid them over the years. Of course, that they did not give them the same money that they had because we have inflation. So this is the first time when you said, okay, if you don't control your own money and someone else is controlling it, that's bad. That's something that shouldn't happen, at least for me. So accessibility to your funds and be your own bank, it's one of the main properties of Bitcoin, which was like, okay. And then after that, like connected to the inflation point, the high emission that my country has over the years, like increasing the monetary supply based on government needs, it's not good, because the money that you get every month like has less value. And I think that like 3 years ago, we got up to 300% inflation per year. So even 400, so that's insane. So you cannot keep your money there, because every Argentinian peso worth less every single day. So that's another property that Bitcoin has, like supply is limited, right? We know how many Bitcoins, and there is like no one that can say, hey, I will print more money because I want to. So that's the second property. And the third one is like, okay, because of this high inflation rate and them money basically getting less and less value over time, people say, okay, I will exchange my money for another more stable currency, right? And they started exchanging for US dollars. Problem is that the government say, okay, I don't want to run out of dollars, so they restricted that. So we were not able to be safe against inflation anymore because they restrict that as well. So it's like, okay, so I cannot use the money in the way that I want to, so they are restricting the freedomness that we have. So these 3 properties is like, okay, once I understood Bitcoin, it's like, okay, this tool is actually what we need. We need something like that. We at least need an option, and that's all what we want. That's it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it makes a difference when you experience it yourself firsthand. So this question is for Antoine, and then I want to open it up to everyone. What are you most worried about?
Well, I think it's important to first start by saying what works well. And because there is a tendency, I think, in society today, but also in our space, to just be doomsayers and being always seeing the bad. But it's amazing that today, anybody in the world can just generate a random number and receive and store value and send this value without asking the permission to anybody. Sure, not everybody can do it in the world at the same time today. We do not have the technology, but it's still quite an achievement. All right. Now, there's many things that I'm worried about. Do people actually want to be using Bitcoin in the future? Like the block space has so low demand that people are storing random stuff on it. I'm concerned about how we are going to replace the cores in the project that have so much knowledge of all the dragons in the code base and how decisions were made. Sure, we work in public, but it's still hard to scavenge all the information that these old-timers have in their heads that could help us develop and maintain the software long-term. I'm worried about a lot of things, but I think the one I'm most worried about is the social dynamics in the Bitcoin community currently, because sure, on the long term, and even today, Bitcoin security relies on some amount of economic rationality from all actors. However, it's still the case that ideology through the Bitcoin community influences every single of these actors. And we've seen it in the past, for instance, in 2017, where Bitcoin could have taken the wrong path, and it was not, largely through influence from the community. And today, what I see is a lot of division in the community, division from people that think we should be moving faster forward, that if only we had this new feature in Bitcoin script, we would have solved self-custody for everybody. This is not true. Some people that just failed for misinformation and petty conspiracy theories from people maintaining the Bitcoin network. And we have so much division that I'm not sure we could face the same threat that we had, for instance, in 2017 as a community. And it seems that we are going to face an even bigger threat in the coming years with the threat of quantum computers. Not in that I'm saying they are going to become a reality, but because it's the perfect mixture of uncertainty. It's like an existential risk for the network, but nobody knows the exact risk that is going to happen. So I'm pretty concerned about the consensus moving forward on the Bitcoin network in these conditions.
So every time I come to a conference or I'm on a panel, somebody calls me old. So I guess I'm most worried about my back or my neck. I've had pretty much the same answer to this question for about a decade now, which is I'm scared of software bugs because for anybody who's been in the code long enough and been Antoine and Verzi have both been pretty familiar with vulnerabilities and exploits, and I think they happen more than the average person realizes, and very few get to the point where they might undermine the currency itself, but being able to a bug that might take down the peer-to-peer network, or a bug that might leak the private keys of 1 million wallets, or those are things that are actually very real possibilities, and those are things that we have dealt with and continue to deal with. And so it's not like I go to bed like fearing tomorrow morning I'm going to wake up and this is going to be the big one, but we do have days where there are panics and scrambles, and it's much more rare these days, but it's always Bitcoin and Bitcoin Core in particular. It's just a software project like any other, and software is buggy, and defending against just the most boring dozens software bugs is it's enough of a job to employ dozens or hundreds of people. So several of us work on that, but it is my fear that something comes up that is just tough to mitigate, that is project-wide or currency-wide.
Yeah, so I share many of Antoine's worry, or similar worry, that the social dynamics are a risk factor in any human system. The optimistic note, because you did an optimistic note, the optimistic note is that in Bitcoin it's acceptable to do nothing, up to a certain extent, obviously not if quantum computers take all the money, but under many circumstances doing nothing is a perfectly fine option. So in 2017, some people said we must increase the block size, others people said no, and then they didn't. I mean, there was SegWit, but we didn't do the hard fork. So there is, and now there's lots of proposals that some people really want them and other people don't want them, and so nothing happens. And that's probably fine for now, but I don't expect that to be permanent. I do think that eventually there'll be enough consensus on specific useful changes. That's the optimistic side. But the downside is we cannot make it completely neutral of humans, the system. Like, it has some built-in ideology, like it has to be trustless, for example, and you want everybody to be super paranoid and careful, but super paranoid people can also tend to fall for conspiracies. So now you have a problem where you might have a good proposal, but somebody proposes a conspiracy that says this good proposal is like, the government. but you can't get rid of all that paranoia either, because you don't want this to turn into like a corporate project where it's like, oh, we've got new shiny features, great, let's ship it. Don't be so paranoid. That would completely undermine the system too. So that's a hard balance to find. But I do think that, like, again, to come back to the inaction property of Bitcoin does help a little bit here. So we can just take our time. Yeah, but I also think that in, like, let's say SHA-256 is totally broken and we know SHA-3 is fine, an upgrade like that might still be possible on relatively short notice if it's an emergency and the fix is clear. I think but not for these things like quantum, where it's like we don't have a good fix, and if that becomes urgent, yeah, we have a problem.
Exactly, that's the big difference. With a hash break, you would have to do a hard fork, but if it's very clear that it's broken and there is a clear deadline by which it's going to be broken, it's going to be messy, but it's going to be clear. With quantum computers, we don't have a perfect solution, and we don't know if there is going to be a threat. We know there is a risk, but we don't know when, and that's the real threat to consensus. That's the perception.
Just undermine quantum research then.
All right. Someone mentioned LLMs earlier. How has AI impacted the developer experience?
So, as a reviewer, I find that prompting someone else's LLM through that person remotely is a real downer. It's made the quality of pull requests from new contributors noticeably worse, I guess, in the sense that the person who wrote the code doesn't really seem to have any idea of what they just wrote. And so when you ask a question, they can't really answer it, and that makes code review a lot harder. Now, there are certainly a number of developers who are using LLMs in a great way, but these are also people who have been in the project for a long time and have a lot of context and are like, they're able to filter the LLM generated code for the good stuff before opening the PR. So there's like, it's a double-edged sword. The people who already knew what they were doing are better at it, and the people who didn't know what they were doing are worse at it.
Yeah, I would say it lowers the barrier to entry a lot, to the point where it becomes a problem, right? So somebody who would have never contributed because they have never written C++ code or used a compiler, normally they would have just reported a bug and said that this thing is broken. Now they think they can fix it, but they can't. And that might still be fine, because they could, if they're on the right learning curve, that could be useful. But like you said, if the dynamics are as follows, like somebody opens a pull request, you as the reviewer ask, what is this doing? And they just copy paste your question into the LLM, and then the LLM answers the question, then you might as well have done it yourself.
Yeah. They should use the LLM to learn their path on how to contribute to core, not just to use the LLM to get a fast path to push something there. Because LLMs are somewhat addictive, right? You start using them, it's like, I want more and more and more, and until, until you run out of tokens and say, okay, I cannot do more, and then you stop. So it's like, so what I'm saying is like, the tools are cool, but use them as something that takes you to where you want to go and learn from it, not just like a fast path. That would be my point.
I think it's
the biggest limitation in getting things done in Bitcoin Core is review. There's a limited number of reviewers and a limited amount of time that they can spend doing code review. So lower quality PRs that are LLM generated eat up reviewers' time, and it makes things generally worse for all of us. There's some hope that maybe we could use LLMs to do some code review, but certainly I don't.
It's very tricky for code review, because if you don't know what you're looking for, the LLM has a habit of saying, this is great, this completely describes what it's doing, and you need to challenge it a bit. I would encourage people to do code review in general, because A, that's a bottleneck in the project, but B, if you have done enough reviewing, you know how to test things, and you know what kind of mistakes people make, then you tell the LLM to write some code, you turn on, as soon as it does that, you put on your reviewer hat, and you look at that code, and you're like, you just pretend to be the most grumpy reviewer you've ever run into. And you're like, what is this line doing? What is this line doing? Why are you copy-pasting this thing? Then it might be good. I wonder if you could train one of these agents at like looking at all the review comments in the repo ever and like find the grumpiest ones and like say like just pretend to be this person and then look at the code fresh. And then it might actually be quite good. It might just like completely insult you. But
pretend to be Greg Maxwell.
Yeah.
Maybe just to jump on the comment from Ava, one thing that I'm kind of worried about is that we start receiving more and more hallucinated reports from of security vulnerabilities from AIs, which are becoming more and more convincing, which is you really need to be doing work to understand whether it's concerning or if it's just bullshit. And that creates fatigue in analyzing the reports, which could lead to a decrease in taking the reports seriously and quality of addressing the vulnerabilities.
And could be quite dangerous because if you, as the reader of the security message, says, you know what, maybe it's LLM generated, maybe not, I don't have time for this, I'm just going to copy paste the security report into the LLM and have it look at it. And I am assuming that some 3-letter or 4-letter agency is looking at everything that goes into the LLMs and will keep track of bugs 0 days that exist and that are real, basically, in just in case they need it.
So at least so far, the LLMs have not figured out how to use PGP. So that's actually been a really good filter. If it comes PGP encrypted, there might be something there.
It can definitely use PGP.
Okay. I want to talk about something that I think a lot of people outside of the Bitcoin open source space don't think too much about or don't have much insight into, and that is funding. How does how you are funded impact what you work on, if it does at all?
I'll start. So right now I'm at Localhost Research, which is a nonprofit. So we get donations from anyone, I guess. And the way I'm impacted is completely not at all. I'm like, other than, cool, I get paid and I get to work on this full time, I get to do whatever the hell I want, basically. As long as it's Bitcoin related even. So, and my understanding is that for all of the other funding sources, all the grant organizations, Chaincode, and Brink, and OpenSats, whatever, whoever else that is providing funding, like there's the funding is always no strings attached. You can do whatever you want as long as it's Bitcoin related.
Yeah, the only difference is maybe in the time. Like, for example, if you get money just to work for 6 months in a space, you will like do something more like, how can I say, scope than someone that is like in one of our offices that has like 2 years in a row to think about something long term. I think that's the only difference.
Yes, it does create some incentives that are not the best, but we're in a much better position than we were before there was enough funding.
I'm very fortunate. I work like Ava. I work actually here at MIT at the Digital Currency Initiative, and my job is pretty much just to work on Bitcoin. That's what I've been extremely lucky enough to for that to be my job for the last 10 years, and so it's pretty much whatever I feel is necessary for Bitcoin. Which is, with my background, it's pretty much just working on Bitcoin Core. I consider that to be an endless project. So I think it is worth pointing out, though, that I think there's always kind of paranoia about the people who pay developers and why they pay them and where the funding comes from and what these organizations do. And so, does Blockstream control the protocol, or does Chaincode control the protocol, or does Brink control the protocol? And the answer to that is no. But you have to understand why that's a reasonable question. This is a paranoid it's by definition it's a paranoid world because nobody trusts each other because that's the threat model for the currency itself. So I think it's very reasonable to kind of have the assumption that there are some evildoers, and the evildoers have made their way into the system and are trying to destroy the thing from the inside out. To my knowledge, that's not true. I don't know of any core developers who are evil. They don't wear big hats or black trench coats and do evil people things. But I think it's healthy to at least assume that someone could try to have ill intentions and work their way in. So, like I said, I think a majority of the people have kind of employment agreements where they can just kind of do whatever they feel like is best. But I understand the paranoia.
Yeah, so I'm also one of those lucky people. I get sponsored by OpenSats, and they have a program for that they call the long-term support grant. So that's even better because you get sponsored for 2 years at a time. So that really removes the time pressure. Like I can work on something that takes a while to show off results. Before that, by BitMEX, and they also had like a clause saying like do whatever you want as long as it's good for Bitcoin. They even published the standard contract, the text. Before that, by blockchain.com, which is kind of the similar conditions. And I would also say that so far the bureaucratic overhead is quite low. Like I have to write a quarterly report, which takes me maybe half a day, which is a bit annoying, but it's like completely reasonable. What I'm worried about in the long run is that it's going to devolve towards something that might be familiar to academics, like where you spend a third of your time applying for grants, writing reports for grants, keeping the funders happy. We are nowhere near that. I just want to be clear. I'm just a pessimist. Like in 20 years, we might be, because you're going to get more and more people applying for grants. That creates competition. Then you're going to have some scandals where somebody abuses the money. Then they have to take some countermeasures to prevent that abuse. Yada yada yada. It seems like a natural endpoint. I'm just hoping it won't be a problem for me. I'll be retired by the time it's that bad. But it's something to think about.
Yes, I agree with that. And I also agree with Corey's concern. First, maybe worth saying, at Chaincode Labs, it's the first time I've been paid by someone else to do work on Bitcoin Core. Before I was paid by myself and my company. And I have never been told what to work on, ever. I just work on stuff and discuss with people. Nobody has ever taken me saying, you would secure your funding if you were to investigate this or this. I've never been told anything like this, but it's plausible that somebody may be told this by some organization in the future. And I think when faced with this challenge, there's two types of responses. One of them is we need to act and we need to force them to stop funding. We need to stop this organization, and somehow, most of the times, it implies some amount of force. And the other option is we need more availability of funding, such as the person that is getting funded, the threat does not work very well because they can just walk the door and knock at some other organization door to get funding if someone is trying to attach some strings to their funding. And I think we're in a much better position than we were 5 years ago with regard to this, that if someday Chaincode starts telling me, oh, you shouldn't look into this soft fork, that's not something we should be doing, then I can go to Brink and have very little source in common as well. Or I could go to OpenSats, or I could go to Spiral. Maybe Blockstream if they still hire people to work on Bitcoin, I don't know. And the path to secure that it does not happen in the future is to have even more options, I think.
Awesome. We are just about at time. I wish we could keep chatting forever, but thank you all so much for coming on, sharing your knowledge, and yeah, enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
Hi guys, there's another lecture before the lunch. Just a heads up. So just to introduce our next speaker, he's a researcher in cryptography and essentially redefined what we thought possible was on the base layer. Here's Rubin Linus to introduce and talk about his lecture. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you a signal when the last 5 minutes for the speech are left.
The keyboard cannot be identified, okay. Oh, that works. All right. Okay, cool. I'm going to talk about Bino hash today, which is a crazy hack to enable transaction introspection without soft forks. What is transaction introspection? Well, first of all, in Bitcoin script, we cannot read any transaction data. So we don't know which inputs we are consuming, we don't know which outputs we are creating, we don't know amounts. We essentially can just sign a transaction, but we cannot introspect the transaction at all. We cannot learn anything about the details of the transaction in Bitcoin script. However, that is a super useful feature for stuff like bridges, for rollups, sidechains, and in all kinds of other contexts. It's a very powerful feature that we would love to have. However, that actually requires consensus changes. There are a few proposals, but as you all know, changing Bitcoin is super hard, and it takes like about a decade nowadays to activate anything. And that's why we cannot really hope that we're going to have introspection anytime soon. And Bino hash is a way to fake introspection, or like to hack introspection into Bitcoin without a soft fork, without changing Bitcoin at all. So it works now. And it's a hack. It would be way better if we had CTV or TX hash or introspection opcodes or something. However, the good thing is it works without a soft fork. It works without any activation drama. First of all, unfortunately, Bino hash is way too complex to explain it in detail. I'm going to gloss over a lot of details. It's just not possible to explain everything in 30 minutes. If you're curious how it actually works under the hood, here's a paper. And there's also a whiteboard session where I explain it in detail in like 2 hours. Here, I'm just going to give a quick overview. The first thing that we need to know about Bitcoin script is like that fundamental problem of like big script elements and small script elements. If that would not be the case, everything would be easy in Bitcoin. But since we have this problem, things are quite complicated in Bitcoin script. What does that mean? Well, on the one hand, we have like the crypto opcodes. This is operating on, they're operating on byte strings, and they do stuff like signatures, public keys, hashes, pre-images to hash functions. And like all these kind of opcodes, they work on long byte strings, like 20 byte strings, 32 byte strings, or something like that. And then on the other hand, we have the arithmetic opcodes. And they work on 32-bit numbers, like addition, subtraction, Boolean operations, comparisons, and stuff like that. And the big problem is the conversion is impossible. Like we cannot convert from small script elements, from like 32-bit elements to bigger elements. We cannot like introspect bigger elements and like dissect them in any way. So there is that fundamental barrier of stuff that we feed into crypto functions, and on the other hand, stuff that we can like actually reason about, that we can like look at. And following from that, it's actually, or like the fact that we cannot convert is actually the same problem why we cannot look at transaction data. Because we can get like some sort of the transaction hash onto the stack, but we cannot reason about anything of that hash. Like we cannot actually look at the data that this hash is committing to because we cannot dissect the data. We can see the data, we can put a byte string there, but we cannot reason about it at all. We cannot introspect it. So this is the big script versus small script problem, and many people have tried to solve it, and basically everyone failed. There seems to be just no way. There are a few opcodes that work on both big script elements and small script elements. They are actually pretty trivial. For example, equal, like I can compare two big script elements and see if they are equal. And there is one that is quite interesting, which is opsize. I can get the size of a big script element, and then I get a small script element that tells me the size of the big script element. And that is already quite interesting, because it's somewhat like at least a little bit of conversion between big script and small script. Just like slightly, not really, it's not what we want, but it's at least something. However, maybe it's not really useful, or at least so far people thought it's not super useful. So not sure if it's helpful. But let's think about like what we would like to hash. What is the goal of Bino hash? Well, ideally, we would have some sort of hash of the transaction, but in small script. If we had some hash of the transaction in small script, then we could Lamport sign that hash. I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with Lamport signing and like with BitVM, but essentially in BitVM we can do all kinds of computation, but the only way to do computation in Bitcoin is, or like the only way to feed inputs into this BitVM thing is by using Lamport signatures. And if we had some sort of small script hash of the transaction, then we could Lamport sign it, and then we could feed it into BitVM, and then in BitVM we could do arbitrary introspection. So this is like the high-level battle plan of what we would like to do. I know there are a few terms in here that are a little bit complicated if you're not familiar with BitVM, but the high-level idea is that we would just like to have some sort of hash of the transaction, but in small script elements. Not like a big byte string, but like many stack items that together act like a hash of the transaction. And the big question is like, how do we hash the transaction though? Like, how do we create such a hash of the transaction? And Bino hash is a solution for this. Now, the big idea of Bitcoin script is essentially, well, it's hard to change. However, it's super quirky. So all these quirks can be useful maybe. There's a long history of all kinds of crazy quirks in Bitcoin script. It's actually unbelievable. First of all, we have the general theme of backwards compatibility. Like if there's a quirk, we just leave it in there. We don't clean up anything because somebody could use it in some way and we don't want to break Bitcoin. We don't want to confiscate anyone's money. So we just leave stuff in there even if we think it's broken. Of course, we sometimes fix bugs, but if it's not like an extreme bug, then we just leave it in there. And that means we have lots and lots of legacy code and lots of complexity in Bitcoin script. And there's like all these types of, these different types of addresses. Hardly anyone understands all of them. Hardly anyone can reason about what they can do and what they cannot do. Actually, maybe you've heard of Miniscript. Miniscript is a way to like simplify Bitcoin script such that you can reason about it. They just leave out most of this craziness. ECDSA is another funny thing. ECDSA is actually lawyer-driven cryptography. Not sure if you know about it, but like Schnorr signatures are great, but they were patented, and because they were patented, cryptographers sat together with lawyers, and then they beat at like the Schnorr signature scheme until the lawyers were like, yeah, this is something different than Schnorr signatures, even though it's actually Schnorr signatures and it's just supposed to be some circumvention of Schnorr signatures. And ECDSA is at the heart of Bitcoin, unfortunately, because when Satoshi started Bitcoin, the Schnorr patent was still active. And then he also used OpenSSL in the very first version, and OpenSSL has all its own quirks, and we still have these quirks of OpenSSL nowadays in Bitcoin, just because we would need to hard fork Bitcoin quite a bit to get rid of all of these legacy things that came from using OpenSSL in the first version of Bitcoin. And then we had all kinds of funny opcodes. For example, op-return used to just be like a fundamental bug. You could put it in the unlocking script, and then it always returned true. So you could spend anyone's coins. Like for the first, I think, 1 or 2 years, Bitcoin was super vulnerable. You could spend just anyone's coins because of that funny op-return. Then there's another funny opcode, obver. Obver put the client's version on the stack, which essentially meant like if you have 2 different clients running 2 different versions, you always hard fork the chain when you're using obver, which is kind of ironic that it's even ver, like Roger, ver. So that's the hard fork opcode. Fortunately, that got fixed. And then there's all kinds of SIG hash modes, and we have the SIG hash single bug, and like then there's that thing between consensus rules and policy rules. So there are things like that make a block valid, and you have to obey these rules for a block to be valid. But then there's also policy rules, which means for the peer-to-peer network to broadcast your transaction, it also needs to follow these policy rules. So these policy rules are even stricter than the consensus rules. And they are for a lot of stuff like DOS protection and so on, but it turns out you can do a lot of interesting things if you just break the policy rules, if you just go to a miner and let them mine your transaction directly. And because of all these quirks and because of the reason that it's so hard to change Bitcoin, the idea of like script wizardry came up. Like how much functionality can we squeeze out of these weird bugs? Like how much can we use these bugs and like chain these bugs to make Bitcoin script do stuff that it's actually not supposed to do? So that's the general idea of script wizardry. And I love script wizardry. So Bob Ross, a famous Bitcoin philosopher, he said, we don't have bugs, we have happy little accidents. And when you do enough script wizardry, you come to a fundamental conclusion, which I call the fundamental law of Bitcoin script, which says even the weirdest quirk eventually becomes a feature. No matter how weird the quirk is, eventually someone will find a way to do something useful with it. It's just a matter of time. It's always true. If you think something is useless, then it just means you haven't spent enough time to figure out the awesomeness of what Satoshi gifted us with. And to give you a few examples and to go a bit in the direction of Bino hash now, first of all, we look at ECDSA signatures. And I have already mentioned they are super, super quirky. Like the formula is super quirky because they just like beat enough the Schnorr signature formula until it was not the Schnorr signature formula anymore. And then Satoshi also used like OpenSSL on top of that, which came with its own weird quirks. Just a rough intuition of like how ECDSA signatures look like. It's basically just a tuple of like a point R and like a witness S. And here you see the equation for like how S is computed. Just like a rough idea, I think the most important thing is that Z, which is the SIG hash. Like this is the message that you are actually signing. I don't want to go too much into detail. I just wanted you to see it once. But it's not that important for the talk. Like for the actual intricacies of Bino hash, it's pretty important how it looks like, but if you want to see that, you should look at the paper. We unfortunately don't have time to dive too deeply into this. But the point that I want to make is we have a tuple, like we have R and S. This is an ECDSA signature. But ECDSA signatures are not just ECDSA signatures in Bitcoin, they are encoded. Yeah? It's a tuple RS, as I already said. Both of them are 32 bytes. And now how do we encode this? Well, the obvious idea is just encode it as 64 bytes, right? That would be the absolute obvious way to encode two 32-byte strings. And this is actually the case in Schnorr in TapScript. So that's actually what we are doing in TapScript. However, in ECDSA, we are not doing that at all. We are using DER encoding, and it's like full of quirks. It's like, it has all kinds of weird things. First of all, it has like this weird format. And what you can see here, like it has the total length, it has the length of R, it has the length of S. And that means they are both variable length. So they don't necessarily have to be 32 bytes. Usually they are 32 bytes, but they don't have to be 32 bytes. And there's also a thing called minimal length encoding, which means if R and S have any leading zeros, you have to truncat them. You have to remove all the leading zeros. Otherwise, it's not consensus conform. The average size is around 71 to 73 bytes. So if you look at the chain, that's usually what you see. However, they can be as small as 9 bytes. So there is a huge spectrum of what counts as a valid ECDSR signature. And now the key idea is, wow, this looks like awesome features. Yeah? Instead of just like one 64-byte blob, we have like all this complexity, which looks great from a perspective of a script wizard. So can we use that to somehow derive some information of the transaction hash? This is like the first approach. And many people have tried similar things, and they made quite some progress, but nobody came to like a full hash or like a secure hash. And one of the key ideas is like using signature puzzles, using proof of work in signatures, essentially. Because we can grind signatures, we can grind this R and S value such that the signature becomes small, such that it's smaller than a regular signature. And since we have that amazing opcode, opsize, we can even check that size. So we can make people grind signatures, and then we can check the size of the signature. And R is a curve point. This is not super interesting because it's not committing to the transaction. So we actually wanted to just be as small as possible to ensure nobody's using it for the grinding, actually. And there is another quirk of SecP, essentially. It's not just ECDSA, that we know a curve point which is only 21 bytes, like a very small curve point. And we know it's discrete logarithm, so we know it's private key. And this is quite weird, because if you would try to find such a curve point, it would take you, I think, on the order of 88 bits of work or something. And that's just another interesting quirk of ECDSA, or like how Bitcoin's signing algorithm work. If you want to learn more about this, here is an awesome talk about how it came that we know this point. But for now, we are just saying we are going to use this point, and this is going to force people, or like just forcing small sizes of signatures is going to force people to use this point. And if we force even smaller signatures than what R allows you to do, or what this R-min allows you to do, then we force the user to also grind S. And S is basically determined by the SIG hash, by the hash of the transaction. And this is already quite close to what we want to do, because now we have at least like something about the hash of the transaction. Like we are saying we can make a script which essentially says by expecting a small signature, the SIG hash needs to be small. And for the SIG hash to be small, S needs to be small. And for that, the user or the spender has to grind small signatures, or they have to grind the transaction. And here's a simple script that would, for example, force the user to do 40 bits of grinding on the transaction. You essentially just say, I expect a signature that is 55 bytes, which is essentially you're subtracting the size that the size improvement that you get by using this smallest known point. And then on top of that, I expect another 40 bits of work. And you essentially can express that with this kind of script. And this is already super amazing from a script wizard point of view, because now we can say, hey, to spend this, you need to grind the transaction. You cannot just grind the point, you need to grind the transaction. And then the next step is that if you do some sort of grinding, which we know from Bitcoin blocks, the solution to the puzzle, the nonce, like the auxiliary data that I feed into the puzzle to solve the puzzle, is kind of like a fingerprint. And a fingerprint is already pretty close to a hash. What does that mean? Well, let's just assume we have some sort of data that is just falling from the sky. This is the data that we would like to fingerprint. And then we add some nonce, and we grind that nonce until the hash of that entire package is smaller than some target. I think we have all seen that 100 times before, because this is exactly how a Bitcoin block header works. And now we are applying the same thing to what we just learned about transactions. So, the key idea here is that the nonce is somewhat of a fingerprint. If I have two pieces of data, it's going to be hard for me to find a solution, or like to find a nonce which solves the puzzle for both of the data, for data A and data B. Does that make sense? So since it's hard to find a nonce that solves the puzzle for two different kinds of data, the nonce in itself is somewhat a fingerprint. It's similar to a hash. That's the key idea here, or that's the key idea behind how Bino hash works. So the nonce that solves the puzzle is basically a hash. And right, now we are applying this to the SIG hash of the transaction. So the data is not just any data, it's our transaction, and the hash is actually the SIG hash. And now the question is, like, how do we get such a nonce? Like, how do we feed into the transaction some sort of nonce, which is also a small script element that we can later read? But if we had that, like on a high level, if we have the transaction and can feed some sort of nonce in there that is readable in small script, then this proof of work puzzle would create some sort of hash. Does that make sense? Okay, I see some people nodding. Some people are just looking angry. It's okay to be angry when you see script wizardry. Like the best Bitcoin wizards who are doing actual work, who are doing like C++ and so on, they get angry at stuff like that, because it's just like not how it's supposed to be. Like we should not do stuff like that. Don't do this at home. So how do we find a nonce? Oh, I only got 5 minutes left. The quirkiest of all quirks is find and delete. Find and delete is like the craziest thing in Bitcoin script, actually. Matt Corallo, he said in a BIP that there are very few known use cases for opcode separator and none for find and delete, which is, of course, impossible because that contradicts the fundamental law of script wizardry. He just didn't look long enough to find a use case. So what does it do? Well, when verifying a signature, all kinds of strange things happen. In the first place, like Bitcoin script computes the SIG hash. And what does it do? Well, it puts the transaction there, but it also adds the so-called script code, and it also adds the SIG hash flag. But the important thing is it adds the script code. What is the script code? Well, it's actually completely useless that it's put there because the transaction is already kind of like committing to the script code. But the script code is just an artifact from like the very first version of how Bitcoin script worked. And it's basically the locking script. It's basically the spending conditions, but like just basically, not really. Because it's the locking script after running find and delete, which deletes all occurrences of the signature that is verifying. And this is incredibly strange, because why should there be a signature in the locking script? Signatures are not supposed to be in the locking script, they're in the unlocking script. In the locking script, there is like the script that says, I expect a signature. It's not that you put a signature into the locking script. So that's why it's completely weird why we have that at all, but it's there, and this is how it works. Why? I don't know, ask Satoshi. And the key insight here is, though, that if we have a signature in the locking script, then we can change the SIG hash slightly by using that signature. And that is already interesting, because this is kind of close to a nonce. And we can actually use that because we can put signatures into the locking script by abusing another quirk of ECDSA, which is called key recovery. So for a given signature, I can just compute a key that makes this signature valid. And if I combine this with check multisig, check multisig runs script runs find and delete for all of the signatures that it's verifying. So if I'm verifying like 10 signatures with check multisig, then it deletes all these 10 signatures from the script code before computing the SIG hash. And that's kind of interesting, because now we can do the key idea. We just put 150 signatures into the logging script. We just put them there. They're just dummies. And then we choose a subset of like any 9 of them. And then we verify them all together in check multisig. And find and delete deletes exactly those 9. It leaves the other 141 just in the logging script. And this subset choice affects the SIG hash and acts as a nonce for grinding. And this is actually a lot of entropy that we have here, because we have 150 choose 9, which is, I think, on the order of like 42-ish bits or something, from like just very few opcodes. And that's roughly the idea of Bino hash. I think I have to rush a lot. Like, how much time do I have? Another 2 minutes. OK, so to put it all together, we're going to pin the transaction. I'm not explaining how that works. Then the grinding loop is roughly, I compute an ECDSA signature. Then if the signature is small, then we have solved the puzzle. Otherwise, we try the next find and delete nonce until we have solved the puzzle. And then we Lamport sign the lucky nonce and feed that into BitVM. I'm going to gloss over the security guarantees. You can trust me, it's kind of like secure. The fundamental limitations are that it's not quite secure. It's non-standard. It requires a GPU cluster, like roughly $15 of grinding. And the scripts are quite large. But this is also an interesting thing that I want to talk about quickly. We can have hashes that are also valid signatures. I hash something, I get a hash digest. And if I just do enough grinding, then eventually the hash digest will also be a valid ECDSA signature. This is like as perverted as it gets. You need to grind 51 bits roughly for that. It takes 1.5 hours on a GPU, costs roughly $8. And it can kind of like optimize the on-chain cost for Bino hash. I just put it in the paper because I thought it's cool script wizardry. I didn't really intend to use it. It's a cool quirk. Here's a solution. And of course, I posted it on Twitter. And I said, hey, man, everyone was waiting for a SHA-2 hash that is also a valid signature. I guess like all of you are super excited about this. Yes, yeah. And then just like Twitter is, someone was, no. This is, it does nothing. It's just bullshit, right? But this is because he's not a script wizard. That is fundamentally contradicting the fundamental law of script wizardry, which he just didn't get, because this is extremely important, this polyglot hash thing, because Satoshi actually designed Bitcoin to be quantum safe back in 2008, which we just discovered last week. This paper came out, which essentially uses a variant of Bino hash to show that Bitcoin is already quantum safe and that you don't need to fear these evil quantum computers from Google. I'm gonna gloss over the details here. We don't have bugs, we just have happy little accidents, and I hope I can inspire people to do more script wizardry. Okay, cool, yeah, we can do a few questions. Someone, like why is of course a good question. Okay, if there are no questions, then...
I have a quick question. Yeah. So is it true, since you mentioned we're relying on the fact that it's hard to find one nonce for 2 pieces of data, it's like square as hard, right? Is that true? So like...
Yeah, to find a collision, it's like square root as hard, right?
Or to find one nonce that when hashed with 2 different datas is below some target. Like if it was 40 bits of work to do it for one piece of data, it'll be 80 bits of work to find one nonce that does it for both?
Is that true? I think it's like 60-ish.
Okay. So, but it is on the order of...
It's more, yeah.
2 or something. So does this mean that it has to always be used in a way that's expensive to avoid attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You always have like that imbalance between the honest work and the attacker work, and the honest work is always like roughly half of what the attacker has to do. So for it to be safe-ish, 80-ish bytes, 88 bytes, then you have to do like on the order of 44 bits of work.
Gotcha.
I said bytes, I meant bits. Okay. Any more questions? Then I hope you can still enjoy your lunch after seeing this disgusting stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin, for such an amazing talk. And as you said, it's always quirks that have not been figured out to be how creative you can be with. So we'll be meeting again here for a fireside chat with Hester at 2. So please enjoy your lunch and be back by 2. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then just lower it.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I am very excited to welcome our next speaker, the infamous crypto mom herself. Hester Peirce has been kind enough to speak at our conference. I think this is her third time, and every time it's just special. So I'd like to welcome our very own co-director, Nam Nguyen Portperon, and Hester Peirce.
Thank you, Commissioner, for joining us for the third time at MIT Bitcoin Expo. Let's just get started because we're quite short on time. So you've been the earliest voice at the SEC, engaging very seriously with crypto. What initially drew you, your attention to Bitcoin and digital assets? Oh, one moment. We don't have any sound. Sorry.
It was working before, so.
Oh, okay, it's working.
It's working now. Okay, great. So thank you for having me again. I'm sorry that I can't be with you all in person. I hope that you're having a great conference so far, and I have to start with, as you know, my disclaimer, which is that my views are my own views as a commissioner, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners. So I, have been at the SEC now since January of 2018. That's a long time, but these issues around Bitcoin particularly have been live since I arrived. And so I early on in my tenure realized this was going to be an area where I and my colleagues didn't necessarily see eye to eye. I was not enthusiastic about the approach we took toward Bitcoin exchange traded products. And that was just the beginning, I think, of a bit of a tortured relationship with crypto. And so in the last year and a half or so, we've been able to turn that ship around a little bit, and we are working on getting to a better place.
And was there a specific moment when you realized that this wasn't just a niche technology, but something that regulators needed to understand deeply?
Yeah, I mean, I think I had heard about Bitcoin before, years before I got to the SEC, and I was intrigued by the possibility of being able to transfer value over the internet the same way you transfer data, and also to do so using a non-sovereign form of payment. So that was something that was intriguing to me already. But I think it was, a gradual understanding of the potential of the technology to do more than that. The ability to program, to program your money as well was also quite a powerful development, I think. And so it was a combination of these things that made me realize the potential. I think there's also a bit in the United States, we do get a little bit complacent in the sense that we have things work pretty well, and we have confidence in the government, and so it is quite different in other places. And I think that was something that I realized early on, was that even if we couldn't understand the value here in the U.S. of the ability to have a non-sovereign store of value and a way to a payment mechanism that was really enabled people to pay even if their government was not doing things particularly well, and was maybe even trying to repress them. I think that value became evident pretty early on.
Understood. And you joined us in 2019 and again in 2021. If you compare those moments today, what do you think has changed most in the regulators' view of crypto?
Well, I think we've seen a very dramatic change on the regulatory front. In 2019, there was, despite the fact that we were not approving Bitcoin exchange traded products, I think there was a little bit more openness at the SEC, but that quickly turned into great skepticism of the whole crypto enterprise. And some of that skepticism was warranted. I mean, there was a lot of bad conduct happening, and there was legitimate concern over that. But I guess, a couple years later, we were in the midst of the enforcement, the regulation by enforcement phase. And now we're really turning a corner from that, and you're seeing a lot more interest, both at administrative agencies and in Congress, in trying to provide a framework that people can understand and then can figure out how to deal with in a commercially viable way. And I think that's really the difference. This is a moment when we're saying to people, we are trying to figure out a way for good actors to do to run their experiments and see whether the market wants what they're building or not. And I think in the past, with our regulation by enforcement approach, it actually had the perverse effect of creating an environment that was more welcoming for bad actors than it was for good. And so we're really trying to flip that narrative.
Back then, I agree, there was still a lot of uncertainty. And today we have more guidance, but it's also complexity. Do you think we're closer to clarity?
Well, I do. I think we're closer to the Clarity Act being passed, but I also think we're closer to, there's been a lot of regulatory activity by us, by the CFTC and by the banking regulators, and I think it's addressed, we're eating away at the questions. There's still a lot of questions out there, and there is complexity, and I think the reach of the technology has also changed and expanded, and changes are happening quickly, and it's hard for regulators to stay ahead of that. We can't stay ahead of it, but it's hard for us to keep up with that. So I think there's always going to be this catch-up feature of regulation. If we do it right, though, I think we can write principles-based rules that will allow the industry to change as it organically would, without having to come check with the regulators every time it changes. So I think we're making a lot of progress. We still have a lot of work to do.
What are the biggest things that you expected to be improved by now but haven't?
Oh, that's a good question. We did get our token taxonomy out a couple weeks ago, and that was a big milestone. This is sort of answering the question of when is a crypto asset a security? And that's something that I would have liked to have been able to get out much earlier. So the companion piece to that is really an ability for people to raise capital using crypto assets, but also providing investors with the information they need as they're buying those, and then explaining how it is. So in the token taxonomy that we put out, we explained that a digital asset that is not itself a security could be packaged and sold with promises that mean that is a securities transaction. And so as long as those promises stick with the token, you have securities transactions. And so we need to provide the answer as to how people can understand how the investment contract separates from the token, and that's something that we're trying to do. I think there's also been a lot of interest in tokenized securities, and that's another area where the chairman of the SEC has spoken about an innovation exemption, which would allow trading of tokenized securities in using tools like AMMs. And so I'd like to see that get out into the real world, and I wish that had happened sooner than it did. All of this has taken, we've been working very hard, we meaning the SEC, the crypto task force at the SEC, but also staff throughout the SEC and other regulators have been working very hard, but all of this just takes longer than you'd hope.
And speaking about tokenization, we're seeing increasing interest in tokenized securities and real-world assets. Do you think the existing security laws are flexible enough for this, or do we need new legislation?
I do think that they're flexible enough. I mean, there are things that the Clarity Act, which is the market structure bill that's under consideration now, can help to answer. And there are other areas where I think it could be helpful for the SEC, for example, to have more authority. So tokenizing a security is really not that different from what has happened in the past with securities. They moved from being in paper certificates to eventually being, we call it dematerialized. So they're basically, it's basically not a paper certificate anymore, but it's electronic. And so now moving to tokenized securities is kind of the next step, putting securities onto the blockchain so that everyone can have a shared ledger is a development that a lot of people are excited about. And it really should not require a wholesale change of the securities laws. That said, there may be areas that need updating. So it may be that an intermediary like a transfer agent might have more functions in this new world. It might be that exchanges are using DeFi in ways that are new and might require some adjustments as well. And then it is really important that people know what they're getting when they're buying a tokenized security, because a lot of people are calling lots of things tokenized securities. but you have to understand, are you getting the rights, the same rights that you had with respect to a non-tokenized security? And if not, you really can't call those two things the same. So there's some definitional work that probably needs to be done.
So coming back to the theme of our conference, which is freedom for all, what does freedom for all mean for you and in crypto today?
Well, I think it's a great theme for the conference, and I think that one of the things that's drawn me to this technology is that it really does empower people to make decisions for themselves and to take actions for themselves that before would have been harder to take and would have required an intermediary. So I think it is the ability for people to choose to self-custody, to choose to trade with their peers without an intermediary, and to choose to ascribe value to what they choose to ascribe value to, and to use that to transact and to store value as well. And so I think that given those themes, we have to now, at the point where we are, we have to really be careful about building into whatever the regulatory solutions are, protections for people to have that sovereignty over their own lives. And that means that we have to be careful not to create permissioning where it shouldn't be. People should be able to develop and write code. We should have the ability for people, again, to hold their own assets and to transact. There are some questions that have to be answered because we're, as someone who works at a regulator that is used to regulating intermediaries, there are some difficult questions, but I think we need to keep in the back of our mind the importance of people to have freedom to transact as they choose. Of course, with, you know, we don't want people to hurt other people, but when it's making a decision for their own lives, people should have the freedom to do that.
Yeah. And how can we maximize freedom for all in a regulated environment?
Well, I think part of it is recognizing that that's the baseline. There are times when a regulatory intervention is necessary to say to people, you can't do X, Y, Z. But the presumption should be that people have the freedom, adults have the freedom to make choices for themselves and their families. And then the regulator coming in with a regulatory solution should have a good justification for doing that. There has to be a reason. We're trying to address a market failure. We're trying to protect innocent parties, those kinds of things. And then I think another piece of it, and this is something that I've been thinking a lot about recently, is just that part of freedom is being free from being surveilled by your government. And I think we don't do that really well in financial markets. We tend to, as a society, cede all of our rights, and there is a lot of surveillance, government surveillance in financial markets. And so I'd like this to be a moment where we reconsider that. And it's not to say, you know, we want to make sure that government entities are able to fulfill their law enforcement objectives, their legitimate law enforcement objectives. So it's not that, but I think it's just saying maybe it's time for us to rethink how we do this. And the presumption, again, should not be that an ordinary person who is not suspected of any wrongdoing is being watched, but rather if the government decides it needs to look into a transaction, that it has a way to do that. But again, we shouldn't build these massive surveillance mechanisms, which are now much easier to build than they ever have been. And in some ways, crypto makes it even easier, and also can make it easier for governments not only to surveil you, but also to prevent you from transacting altogether, which again, that could be that could be the difference between someone being able to pay her rent or buy groceries. And so we again have to carefully protect people's ability to transact.
Thank you. And if we step back and zoom out to a bigger picture, since you're leading the SEC Crypto Task Force today, what does success look like for you in the next 12 to 14 months?
Well, I think we need to continue making progress in what we've tried to do. We spent a lot of the first year listening to people, whether that was through roundtables or meetings or reading written input that people had submitted. We were able early on through staff documents to say, hey, here are some things that are just outside of the scope of the SEC. And then with respect to things that are within our scope, we've been able to provide some staff guidance for frequently asked questions, no action letters. And as I mentioned, we issued the interpretive statement. So that, I think, is a start. We're now needing to move into the phase where we engage in rulemaking. As I mentioned, an innovation exemption is forthcoming that will look toward trading of tokenized securities in sort of a controlled environment, and then continuing to address questions like custody and address the desire of regulated entities to serve their clients who want to use stablecoins, who want to use tokenized money market funds, who want to engage with other tokenized assets, and then working with the CFTC as well, because that's where a lot of the jurisdiction will lie, and our two jurisdictions intersect with one another. So working to give people clarity about who the regulator is and how to get an answer on who the regulator is, and then where there may be joint jurisdiction, figuring out a way to share that jurisdiction well in a way that's efficient, that serves the American people well, but doesn't duplicate efforts. I won't be around for all of that because my term ended last June, so I can only stay till the end of the year, but I'm looking forward to seeing the progress of the task force and the commission and the joint SEC-CFTC work continue after I leave.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Now we want to open up the questions to the floor if anyone wants to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner Peirce, for coming back once again. And my question is, what's next for you? You said that you'll be leaving the SEC soon, so where will we see our crypto mom next?
Well, maybe I'll be teaching somewhere.
MIT.
But I definitely don't have the math chops to teach there. But no, I think that I would love to. I love engaging with people who are intellectually curious and starting their careers. So that could be where I end up.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioner. I'm president of the Bitcoin Association of El Salvador. And my question is, like, in the decision-making that you guys are doing, have you checked also our jurisdiction, our digital assets law, where it's clear we have already tokenized above $20 billion based on the law? And because first we started with the Bitcoin law and then the digital assets law. So right now, capital markets are being built on Bitcoin in El Salvador. So my question is, if are you guys reviewing our legislation to make decisions here in the U.S.?
Yeah, we certainly look at what regulators in other places are doing and what statutes have been adopted in other jurisdictions. So certainly watching that. My brother was in El Salvador recently, and he bought an ice cream with Bitcoin, and he seemed shocked that he could do that. And I was shocked that he didn't know before he went there that he could do that because of all the attention that El Salvador's approach has gotten.
Okay, thank you.
My question's a little offbeat. Can you name any
like books or influences that affected your thinking of the craft of being a regulator? I know you mentioned you look at industry and come up with general principles. That's not something, the kind of mindset we've always seen from the SEC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give maybe a not very exciting answer here, but I think that Hayek has influenced me, and particularly his work on the dispersion of knowledge in society, because that is just a really humbling concept for a regulator. And so when I look at markets, I'm really just enthralled with the ability of a market to pull information from all across the society. It's no respecter of persons in the sense that anyone can express her opinion in the markets by going to buy or sell something. And those are very powerful messages that people convey when they go into the marketplace. And when a regulator comes in and sort of starts messing with the market mechanism, we're also messing with the ability of individuals to contribute their knowledge, their unique knowledge to society, right? Everyone comes into society with unique experiences, unique knowledge, unique needs, and unique abilities. And so we want to make sure that everyone can express her uniqueness as well as possible, and regulation can get in the way of that. So that really has, time and again, influenced the way that I think about things.
Oh, hi, Commissioner. I'm a compliance officer myself for a Web3 company. So in my daily life, I constantly see the conflict between regulations. For example, like the data privacy law, and also on the other side is the enhanced KYC and AML. Sometimes I feel like our design is to force the users or the clients to give out their right regarding their data privacy law, So I want to know whether you have any recommendations for, especially about when we do the product design, what is the best way for us to, either we should move more to the data privacy practice side, or shall we move the other side to, better regulate the financial market or something like that?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for being a compliance officer. It's a very difficult job, and I'm always impressed at people who are willing to take that on. It is a really important job, and in fact, as regulators, we really count on there being people in these organizations who are thinking about compliance, who are inserting that into the conversation within a firm. But I do agree with you that sometimes we, I think, end up pushing the development of products in a way that they wouldn't otherwise develop, and in a way that may not be in the best interest of the people that you're trying to serve with your products or services. And so one thing I would say is compliance officers really do need to speak up. One of the suggestions I've made for my own agency is that we start a compliance officers advisory committee that would bring people like you in routinely to talk to us about, as we think about designing rules in a way that makes sense. But on the privacy point in general, I would say I think we really need to change the conversation. We have managed as a society to turn privacy into something negative when it's actually something really wonderful and positive. And it's something that we should be protecting and preserving. And it should be the presumption that people can decide with whom to share their information and can decide when to keep it private and can share only as much as they need to share in order to achieve whatever they're trying to achieve. There is some new technology. I think I'm sure you all are talking about ZK technology, and that can be helpful in controlling the amount of information that you have to give out while still enabling people to know enough about you so that they can do whatever they need to do. I think that continuing to work on those kinds of technologies is positive. And I also just think we really need to insert into the regulatory dialogue this concept that privacy is not a bad thing. It is not associated with bad actors, but with regular people. And it is true that bad actors will use privacy protecting mechanisms to do bad things, but they use all kinds of tools to do bad things. So we have to figure out a way to go after the bad actors, whether they're individuals or nation states, but also to allow regular people to protect their privacy.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Peirce, for all of your work. I was in Stanford, was it last month, or where Chris Larson from Ripple strongly suggested that for every nascent projects, that we should always bring in regulators as stakeholders from the beginning to make sure that we're on the same page. What is the best way to engage with regulators like yourself in nascent development of technology?
Well, I certainly would welcome anyone to come in and talk to the SEC, the Crypto Task Force. You can go on the web page for the Crypto Task Force, and there's a meeting button. You can request a meeting. I often, when I go to different cities, travel to different cities, I'll tell people I'm happy to meet with people, and feel free to take me up on that. But I do want to just take a little bit of issue with the underlying premise, as I understand it, because I do think in the United States we have a love of freedom that would I would argue would counsel against having regulators have to be involved in every project from the get-go. I mean, we should live in a world of permissionless innovation. Now, the SEC, our financial markets are very heavily regulated, and there are pitfalls that people need to be aware of, and they need to be aware of what the regulatory framework is. But I don't want people to be thinking when they're crafting a new project to be thinking, what would the regulator think? I want them to be thinking, what problem am I actually trying to solve? And how can I best and most efficiently solve it? And so that should be what's driving people when they're building things, is the need and desire to solve a societal problem.
Oh, thank you.
We have time for one final question.
Thank you for being here, Commissioner Hester Peirce. My name is Andrew Gold, an entrepreneur based in Boston, and I'm curious the message that you have to send to builders given the change in approach from the Commission as the administrations have changed. How do we build confidence in the future that will have more predictability, whether something like market structure passes or not? There's such a changing of the guard within the Commission. How do we know or have any confidence that there's discussion about continuity plan and a sensible common first principles approach regardless of the political administration?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's one that I hear a lot because, if you're going to spend your time building something, it's not going to be a one-year thing and done. It's going to go on beyond this administration. And so I hear you, and I appreciate that need. What I've been saying, the best thing people can do is to build things that people want to keep, and so that no matter who is sitting in my seat or in the president's seat or in the senators and congressmen's seats, that people will want to keep things and they will fight to keep those things. And I think that means that we have a lot of work to do now. We can't waste this moment where there is a desire to be productive from a regulatory standpoint. Stuff needs to get built now. And then I would just argue also that on some of these first principles type conversations, we just need to be having them, and they need to be conversations that are not on one side of the aisle or the other, just one side of the aisle, but they need to be on both sides of the aisle. And I think we need to find common cause with people that we might not find common cause with on all issues. Let's look for these truly first principles things, as you said, that bind us together as Americans, and let's embrace those and commit that no matter who is sitting in the government seats, we're going to stand by those first principles.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. These are very insightful answers. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, and I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but I hope you have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you.
So, every year we try to switch it up and have a variety of speakers up here. We are a technical conference, and there's a few people that you'll see here pretty regularly, and our next speaker is one of those people. Liam Egan has been doing amazing work in the Bitcoin and crypto space for several years, and the reason we have him back is because he is constantly innovating, and there's so much to learn year after year from him. So please welcome Liam Egan and his talk on more efficient garbled circuits for better BitVM bridges. Thank you.
Is this? Okay, where's the, oh, here. Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Liam Egan, and this is a paper I published with my co-founder, Yingtong Lai, about improved garbled circuits for BitVM bridges. We're working on Ideal Group with Robin Linus, doing kind of research into this type of thing. So yeah, just get started. So I don't know how familiar everybody is with this problem and what we're working on. So it sort of starts with BitVM and the observation that if you want to make a ZK rollup, for example, on Bitcoin, that this isn't possible in the same way that it would be for Ethereum, for example, because you can't verify proofs on chain due to fundamental limitations of Bitcoin script. So the insight of BitVM, which is Robin's original work, is that even though we can't verify proofs, which on Ethereum you'd have a proof that proves you carried out the roll-up state transitions correctly, we can verify fraud proofs. Specifically, in our case, I can verify a proof that a snark is invalid. So the Sorry. Okay, yeah. So we can't verify snarks, but we can verify fraud proofs that the snark you posted is invalid. So you can build a kind of roll-up with this that we call an optimistic snark verifier, where you have a sequencer who posts proofs, and if the sequencer is lying, then someone can challenge them, for example. The way the BitVM bridges work is a little bit different, but in principle, that's sort of what you do. So BitVM 0, which is what I call like the original BitVM paper, BitVM 1, BitVM 2, they all use like different fraud-proof mechanisms. This is what distinguishes these protocols. They have a lot in common, and the main difference is the fraud-proof mechanism, and then like higher level properties kind of follow from that. So the like summary of these earlier protocols is that all the fraud proofs rely on encoding some program into Bitcoin script. And the way the fraud proof works is, if anybody's heard of like Arbitrum or some of these optimistic rollups, when I run a program, if I did it incorrectly, then at some point during the program, I must have made an error. And then the fraud proof is you point to where the error is, and then I'm forced to run that part on chain. And so this has like a very high overhead because Bitcoin script is, as I said, very limited. So encoding a snark into Bitcoin script is extremely expensive, and the fraud proofs are many megabytes in size and maybe involve multiple rounds. So the kind of big breakthrough that led to the garbled circuits-based BitVM bridges is Delbrag, where they propose using a garbled circuit to move this fraud-proof verification essentially entirely off-chain. So now, rather than putting a fragment of a program on-chain, we run like the whole program off-chain in a garbled circuit, and if the program fails, it leaks a secret. We call this like a conditional disclosure of secrets protocol. And if we use a maliciously secure garbled circuit, then we can completely eliminate all of the Bitcoin script like verification logic on chain. So this is great because it reduces the size of the fraud proof from 4 megabytes to potentially a single signature. So many thousands X reduction in size. But the trade-off is now we have this garbled circuit off-chain. And the garbled circuits, in the initial garbled circuits bridges, were very large. Like, I think hundreds of gigabytes, potentially more, and you need many of these garbled circuits. So in the initial work, which I also did some of this, it just didn't seem like it was feasible to use this because of how extremely high the off-chain costs were. Think like storing petabytes of data. So this is kind of the simplified garbled circuit mechanism. Groth16 is the snark that we use. So this is a proof of the roll-up state transition. And we have this program which, if the proof verifies, nothing happens. But if the proof is not valid, it outputs a secret. So the operator or the sequencer, or however you want to design the rollup, will have some like Bitcoin, say, that's locked. And this is a little bit of a misleading diagram to simplify it, but in order to move this Bitcoin, they have to put a proof on chain. They have to put an encoding of the proof on chain, which allows anybody off chain to run this garbled circuit evaluation. And if the proof is invalid, it outputs the secret S, and then we can do something on chain to slash the operator. So crucially, like this top sort of part is all that goes on chain. All we do is put an encoding of the proof and then the slashing transaction. So the on-chain costs are very good. So just to like describe in a little bit more detail how BitVM bridges work, there's a bunch of different parties and there's a bunch of different designs of bridges. So if you read about them, it can be a little confusing, but there's always signers who pre-sign transactions. This is because we don't have covenants, so. But think like this slashing transaction, for example, would be pre-signed by the signers. This is unavoidable, at least as far as I know. Then there are operators, and these are a permission set of users that can like withdraw from the bridge. This is also because we don't have covenants, and the operators are sort of hard-coded into the transaction graph that the signers sign. And then we have challengers. These are the parties who can challenge the operator. So the operator puts a proof on chain, and one of these challengers can post a fraud proof. In different BitVM bridges, the challenger sets can look very different. In some bridge designs, it's a permission set of users. And then in other bridge designs like BitVM2 or Argo-based bridges, it can be an open set. Anybody can be a challenger, and it's not hard-coded into the graph. This is the main benefit of using Argo. Then there's this other group of people, which I won't talk about so much, which is watchtowers. And these parties are necessary when you want to do chain introspection. There's a lot of complexity here, and it's still very much an active area of research. But basically, if you want to have a roll-up on Bitcoin and you want to put data on Bitcoin, you need to be able to read the data off of Bitcoin. And in most designs, with I guess the notable exception of Bino hash-based bridges, this requires permissioned users because they have to be able to sort of post refutations of the operator. So basically, the safety of the bridge grows with the size of the signer set and the number of challengers in different ways. The signers together can all collude to steal all the money, which is bad, but unavoidable. The size of the challenger set determines who can post fraud proofs. So if you have a small challenger set, that means very few people can post fraud proofs, and potentially they could collude or be otherwise blocked from posting fraud proofs. Whereas if you have an open challenger set, anybody can do it. So, and the liveness of the bridge grows with the number of operators. So the more people you can have that can use the bridge, the more live withdrawals can be. Because you only need one operator who can perform a withdrawal without interacting with any of the signers or other operators at withdrawal time. So for our bridges, we're trying to make the challenger set as large as possible and the operator set as large as possible. The signer set also, but those two, at least we can make progress on. And like, personally, I'm most interested in bridges for privacy protocols. And so the size of the operator set and the size of the challengers matters a lot. Yeah, and so also the operators are limited based on how expensive it is to be an operator. So by reducing the fraud proof size, we can potentially open up the set of operators. So yeah, different fraud proof mechanisms, different trade-offs, like I said, right? The earlier BitVM designs had permissioned challengers, and that makes the bridge more centralized. BitVM2 allows permissionless challenging, but it requires one kind of setup. I put in quotes because it's not super important exactly what this involves, but it requires a setup per operator per deposit. And so while the Garbled circuits-based bridges reduced the size of the on-chain cost by many orders of magnitude, it increased the off-chain cost of the setup by many more orders of magnitude. So think if we needed hundreds of gigabytes per operator per deposit, this very quickly becomes extremely large, right? You have 10,000 deposits and you have 100 operators and hundreds of gigabytes per operator. It's too big. And so this meant that initially, I think the Garbled circuits were not super practical. And this data needs to be stored by anybody who wants to challenge. So it limits the challenger set as well. So one direction that I took when initially trying to make Garbled circuits practical was to exploit the fact that watchtowers are already a permissioned party. So if you're going to do a Bitcoin rollup and you need watchtowers for chain introspection, then we can use, like we can assume the challengers are permissioned without really degrading security, because you already have this permission set of watchtowers. And so in Glock, we use a so-called designated verifier snark, which is like a proof that only certain people can verify. And this allowed us to get the size of the garbling table down to like 100, 200 megabytes. So it was a big improvement over earlier designs, but it required permission challengers. And then Ekram pointed out that in the permissioned challenger setting, you actually can use even fewer Garbled circuits. you only need one garbled circuit per pair of operator and watchtower. So in the original kind of thinking, we needed one garbled circuit per operator per deposit. Here, we need one garbled circuit per operator per watchtower. And the set of operators and watchtowers you can think is constant in the number of deposits. So this would allow supporting large numbers of deposits. And for small sizes of operators and watchtowers, the cost is dramatically lower. And this made garbled circuits practical. So garbled circuit bridges, like I think at Alpine Labs that are going to be deployed, are using this sort of design. Because, it is practical. So my work on Argo starts with the question of, like, can we recover permissionless challenging with garbled circuits? So this style of permission garbled circuits, we have one garbled circuit per operator per watchtower. Think per operator per challenger. That fundamentally requires the challenger set be fixed in size. So can we have a garbled circuit like in the old style where you have one garbled circuit per operator per deposit and anybody can be a challenger? Should say off-chain costs, but so the idea basically is, like, can we come up with a garbled circuit scheme that is small enough that this is feasible? So go from hundreds of gigabytes to tens of megabytes, say. And that's what we did. We have a garbled circuit scheme for snark verification called Argo that reduces the size of the garbled circuit by over 2000x. There are subsequent improvements to this, I think I have one here, that reduce it even further. So basically, we can get like 1 megabyte garbleding tables for a snark verifier, which is down from like 50 gigabytes for a single garbling table. And we're still actively working on efficient ways to make this maliciously secure. So the hope is we could get sub 10 megabyte garbling tables for a snark verifier. And now this is small enough that we can support hundreds of operators and we can support tens of thousands of deposits, and the total off-chain storage is only hundreds of gigabytes or something like that. There's a lot of other nice things about Argo. I have slides about Argo, depending on how much time I have. I can briefly go over it, but it's a bit deep. So the high level, though, is we can make permissionless bridges that support permissionless challenging and have a large enough operator set that I think it's feasible to support privacy protocols. And this is cool. So I will briefly cover garbled circuits and see how we go, and then I'll cover the kind of concrete numbers for Argo at the end. So what is a garbled circuit? I said in the beginning that we use this to make conditional disclosure of secrets. So that means you, the operator, put a proof on chain. If the proof is invalid, I can use the garbled circuit to derive a secret. If the proof is valid, I can't do this. So they're actually a pretty old protocol that was originally designed for multi-party computation. So for example, you and I want to figure out who has more money, but we don't want to reveal how much money we have. We can use a technique called MPC, multi-party computation, to compute a single bit without leaking any other information. There's two parties, a garbler and an evaluator. And think the garbler is like the operator and the evaluator is the challenger. There's some circuit. The garbler garbles the circuit. The garbler encodes the input. This is very important step, number 3, because it's the crucial difference between garbled circuits and witness encryption. Here, the garbler has to encode the input. In witness encryption, this step is not present. Anybody can encode the input. So it's like a fundamentally more powerful primitive. And in this way, we could think of our garbled circuits as being kind of like interactive witness encryption. Then using this data, the garbled circuit and the encoding of the input, the evaluator can evaluate the circuit and learn an encoding of the output. So if C is checking a proof and X is a proof, then Y will be a bit, whether the proof is valid. Then Then we don't actually do this step, we just use the encoding, but the evaluator can learn the output of the circuit. So we can use this to hide information, but we don't do that. All we care about is authenticity. We care that like the evaluator only learns the encoding of the actual output. We call it privacy free. So the way YAO circuits work is you basically decompose your circuit into a binary circuit, and you encode every wire using what's called a MAC. So you assign 2 random secrets to your wire, and then to evaluate, you have this truth table, and you use these secrets to decrypt a row in the truth table and learn a secret for the output wire. And you do this recursively. Eventually, you learn a secret for the final output wire. There's a technique called free XOR that lets us do XOR gates for free. And basically, you can construct your secrets in this structured way so that you can just XOR the secrets. So this is kind of like a homomorphic property. If you're familiar with like fully homomorphic encryption or something, you can perform the operation on the wire encodings instead of decrypting a row in a truth table. So XOR gates are free. They don't contribute to the size of the garbled circuit. This is what we do in Argo. We kind of take this and generalize it to first fields and then elliptic curve groups. So we can perform elliptic curve operations for free, more or less. So the structure of the like homomorphic MACs for fields basically look the same. You just replace delta with this A. So you can see like your MAC of a wire is this like affine function of B. And then in a field, it's just an affine function of X. So we can do addition for free. So we get like field addition for free. Instead of XOR, we get field addition. And this works for groups too. Basically, everything, like it looks different, but the algebra is all very simple. You just have some kind of like homomorphic MAC, and you can add them, and that adds the values that you have encoded. We can generalize that to elliptic curve groups. We can do pairings on the MACs, etc. And then, so Groth 16 is the snark we use. The structure isn't really that important. The important point here, though, is that the verification equation is entirely linear over the group. It just involves algebraic operations on elliptic curve points. So this is like a hint that maybe we can use some structured garbling to like garble this efficiently. If we have elliptic curve MACs, then we can maybe do these operations cheaply. So the problem that Argo MAC, which is our paper, is designed to solve is to go from an encoding of bits to an encoding of elliptic curve points, to go from a MAC of the bits of a curve point to a MAC of the curve point. And I think I'm going to skip this, but that's what we do. So this is the function. It just takes like the bits of A and it returns out A if A is a valid curve point and bottom otherwise. So I'm going to skip this. Yeah, it's an interesting kind of, essentially we have to figure out a way to construct like a low degree mapping from the bits to this MAC of curve points. That's the essential trick of Argo. Yeah, so some more details. But, okay, this is what it looks like. We have these little boxes. They take the bits and they output MACs of curve points. Then the only really like tricky part about garbling Groth is the nonlinear step here, where we pair A and B. These are 2 proof elements. So that's will be published in forthcoming work, but Argo MAC covers the blue boxes. So we have this implemented, and this is the times. So to garble, 1 group element takes about 22 milliseconds. Or no, 45 milliseconds, yeah. I think there's more details, like we have some tricks to make this even faster, but we can get 20 milliseconds per table garbling time for 16 megabytes. And that's it, yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, questions, comments? Yeah, if you Google Argomac, it's on ePrint, and we have another paper that will come out soon. And yeah.
What percentage of the room do you think understood any of that?
I hope the first part wasn't too bad. No, the last part was fast. I'll post the slides if people are interested, but yeah.
Are there known theoretical limits for what the minimal size that you can go beneath are?
The minimal size of the Garbled table?
Yeah.
So,
is there entropy of a circuit or something?
I think that duty-free bits approaches this, which is so I think at the highest level, no. At least it's not as far as I know, because you could use some black box I/O or something. But at least to specify the encodings. So that is pretty close to 1 megabyte. So I think that if we do that, then we can't get much smaller than the duty-free bits plus Argo. Maybe there's a way to do structured encodings, but I'm not sure. Thank you.
So every once in a while, we see a new kind of class of company. And over the last couple of years, we've seen the emergence of Bitcoin L2s. There's 100 projects in the Bitcoin L2 space. And so we challenge our committee to try to find the best of breed so we can get the best information out to our audience. And today, we are happy to welcome from Char Network, Jeremy Rubin, from Citria, Ekam Ball, from Arc Labs, Andrew Camilleri, and from Alpin, David Seroy. This panel is called Bitcoin Beyond the Base Layer, the Rise of L2s.
Cool. We actually don't know who's who up here. Oh, you all have pictures. Okay. Maybe to start, just.
We went in order.
Oh, huh. You took the first question away. How did you get here? How did you decide to end up working on the system you're working on? And can you try and give us a 1-minute explain I'm an undergrad? What are you actually building? We'll start with Jeremy.
Yeah, so I remember must have been 15 years ago sitting in this classroom and learning about the Aloha protocol. And then that's when I decided to, no, just kidding. But I did sit in this room and take my dues. So I am Jeremy, I work on Char Network. We're working on the sequencing problem for layer 2s. And essentially, I have been really excited about layer 2s and rollups and more functionality on Bitcoin for a long time. I've worked on covenants. And in the recent surge of layer 2 interest, one thing I realized is that at the edges, there are still some trust assumptions that are really hard to defeat. And I thought that I might have a unique perspective to share on the sequencing side of things. That's how I decided to work on it.
Hi, I'm Ekrem. I'm one of the co-founders of Citria. Citria is a ZK rollup on Bitcoin. It's a scaling solution. And we started working on this when we realized we can compress batch transactions, compress them and write to Bitcoin where it stays there immutable. And then Rubin came up with BitVM and we built a trust minimized bridge using this compressed state and cool BitVM stuff tricks.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I am CTO of Arc Labs. I wasn't part of the Arc movement since the beginning, but I joined maybe a year ago. I was exploring on how to build, scalable solutions on Bitcoin, and Arc Labs was exploring the Arc protocol. And over the last 2 years, we've been kind of pushing forward and kind of moving the goalposts a bit higher. So we've ended up in a position where we're now doing an execution environment off-chain for Bitcoin that can actually execute on the UTXO model. So basically, instead of having it on-chain, it's virtual UTXOs.
Yeah, my name is David Seroy with Alpine Labs. A handful of years ago, I accidentally got invited into a private group chat. That is where the kind of pioneering work of ZK rollups on Bitcoin was first discussed, and somehow they've kept me around. So that's my story.
Great. So I'm not really on Twitter, but I know there's a lot of beef around opcodes and what to enable and what not to enable for L1. And I'm curious, like there's changes like, I don't know, package relay or cluster mempool or other things that have changed and are going into like core 31 or have deployed in the last 2 years. Like, how do those decisions affect kind of the design trade-offs that you guys make in your systems? Like, I know there's different covenant opcodes that maybe if you turn them on, things get way simpler, but are there other kind of aspects of changes on L1 that, have downstream impacts for what you're making?
You want to start?
Sure. I think that the functionality community, which I would call us, maybe if we had to name us for the functionality community, is not really ultimately so separate from the financial, transactions community. Is the goal of what we're doing is to enable financial transactions on Bitcoin. I think where things have diverged is that basically we've figured out that it really doesn't matter what the base layer does. We are going to cram the functionality in there. And I think that the upgrades are really essentially, I would call them not upgrades, but I would call them risk mitigations. When you make these protocols simpler, they can break in fewer ways. And maybe sometimes support more scale or, remove a trust assumption. And that's, I think, the way that the Bitcoin community, maybe at large, should think about them, is really we're asking for mitigations, not upgrades at this point, because the functionality is coming regardless of whether or not these upgrades happen.
I like to think about this in a way that for us, for Citrea, we don't need any base layer changes. Like it works. We've been on mainnet for 2 months, but there are some changes that, as Jeremy Rubin said, like improves and reduces the complexity. Which, for example, like op return, large op returns just removes some of the complexity and also makes some of the transactions smaller. But there are also changes where it improves the trust assumptions, right? What we can do right now is, what we can do best is a trust minimized bridge, but with some kind of covenants, we can reduce this one-of-n trust assumption and make it much better. And yeah, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, Arc started in a way that was basically like covenant only, and eventually kind of evolved into a protocol, or actually a solution was found so that it would work without covenants on main chain today. Obviously, any opcode proposal might improve it. That's the case with most protocols today. But we're running on mainnet today, and it seems to be sufficient, at least for the initial, for the work that we need to do. For us, I think mempool policy is a bit more immediate. Like any changes there affects our unilateral exit approach. It's not a deal breaker, but for example, stuff like package relay and cluster mempool kind of give us more flexibility in how we can structure our transactions for unilateral exit to provide like a like a smoother experience. But in the end, we're not really banking on any changes to Bitcoin, so we just assume they won't ever happen, and we just execute that accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just quickly echo what everybody else said up here. Like, all of us have come up, on our teams have come up with ways to, build these solutions on Bitcoin, but as Jeremy alluded to, it's like we do it in a way that maybe has some sort of trade-offs or clunkiness to it. So it's either like, we have these, soft forks or changes to Bitcoin that can build things in a very elegant and clean way, or we have, gigabrains like Liam in the last presentation where everybody's like, what the heck did this guy just say about this math? But it works, so it's like, we either do complex math or we add something like concatenation and multiplication and be like, this is way easier.
That makes sense. I want to consider a bit like interoperability between, these 4 systems that you guys are building. Like what, maybe let's step back. Let's say I'm, participating in the hackathon that's outside. What should I know about what I could possibly make with your system in like a week or something? Like what's the core thing you're offering me I can't do with like base layer Bitcoin or just Lightning? Like why should I be using it at all?
I guess I'll start. We'll go this way so Jeremy doesn't take all the first questions.
Yes.
I mean, for us at Alpin, kind of like phase 1 is we're going to mainnet with, an EVM compatible layer 2. So what could be built and seen in Ethereum land, you can now do more natively on Bitcoin. But underlying that, the way that a ZK rollup works is it takes some sort of programmability or language that you built and it feeds it through something called a prover, and it spits out like a zero-knowledge proof. And you could think of this as like an unforgeable digital receipt, or really a kind of translation tool. So in the future, even if you don't like something like the EVM, maybe you prefer UTXO style chains, or maybe you prefer something like Cairo or Rust or whatever language, you have the ability to push all of that through a zero-knowledge prover, and it spits out this unforgeable digital receipt that, again, is like a translation tool. And if we can make Bitcoin just understand one single thing, which is this ability to verify a zero-knowledge proof, then it could verify anything. And so when we have these hackathons, or when we have people that want to build on Bitcoin, they're not bound by some constraints of, say, you have to do it the EVM way, or you have to do it the UTXO way. They can build in any sort of programming language that they want, and all of that can be understood and done on top of Bitcoin. So that's kind of the short-term vision for what we're building versus the long-term.
I would say, yeah, thanks. I would say that today you can, at least for Arcade, we have SDKs, so you can build like simple wallets, Lightning integration straight out of the box, reducing the complexity of that you're used to with, integrating a Lightning on a user-based wallet. But for us, that's really just the tip, the base of what we're building. We want to enable like smart execution, advanced workflows for people to build financial markets, financial tools for advanced use cases. So if you wanted to build workflows for prediction markets, escrow, all these kind of things, Lightning never gave you these possibilities, so people kind of moved away from it to EVM chains, to all sorts of different networks, and we want to kind of bring it back. I think that pretty much all of us want to do something similar to that. So, but we're basically doing it in a slightly different approach, or actually radically different approach than rollups, where everything we do is UTXO model, yes, but actually real UTXOs of Bitcoin. So from a VTXO, if you just broadcast a series of transactions, it becomes a real Bitcoin UTXO. And our approach is basically saying that we're trying to be as close as possible to Bitcoin, straight native Bitcoin.
Yeah, for me, I find projects, or hackathon projects, where if they showcase where things are possible with rollups, with Dryja, which weren't possible before rollups, and there are things which become more efficient after rollups, because rollups like batches and compresses. For instance, like you can build a Lightning kind of payment channel which uses less on-chain data compared to Lightning. Or this is like an more efficient way of doing things. But there are also things that you can do on a rollup, but you can't do on the base layer. Like you can have Zcash style privacy protocol where you share the anonymity set with everyone, not the transaction you're doing at that moment, like coin joins. And yeah, you can do all those other stuff where like lending, borrowing, DeFi things. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, and I think for us, really, we're trying to be an infrastructure layer for some of these other projects. So maybe there's not anything that's too directly, like you could build something on top of it, unless you're also working on one of these layers. But I think that some of the primitives that we're working on are actually really useful even outside of the sort of like sequencing side of things. One thing that I was talking to somebody in the hallway they were really excited about is we have an EVRF, exponent verifiable random function implementation, and that's really useful for like a lot of hardware wallets, for example. So that's something that I think is exciting, and it's a library, so anyone could take that. And generally, the things for sequencing is you want to think about anytime you're building a protocol where it's bad if not everybody is doing the same thing. This is something that's really useful if you're trying to build something and you want everyone coordinated on what they're trying to do.
Okay, so now that we know what you're actually building, the question I was trying to get to is like, what does the interoperability story look like? Like, there's some market over here on Alpin that I'm interested in. I eventually want to pay someone that's on Arcade, and like something else is happening on Citria that looks interesting. Like, how do these things connect potentially, or are they going to be totally separate kind of systems, and connecting these will be like a, I don't know, 3 swaps or something? Like, how does this, all of these systems succeed and get a bunch of adoption? Like, how do these things play out in terms of interoperability?
Yeah, I think we all have the same solution here, which is basically Lightning interoperability. Well, more or less, it's kind of, if we're all running separate silos, right, of systems, completely isolated from each other. So you do some kind of swapping mechanism, atomic swaps, whether it's Lightning or if you do it directly, it doesn't really matter. But I would say that the mechanism is just a swap. It shouldn't be hard. We're off-chain for the most part, so we don't have to wait for block times to execute these things. So things should happen quite seamlessly between them.
I think I'll just say, I mean, the way I think about it is like there could be maybe the intra versus the internet type approach. And something like a ZK rollup, I'd kind of mentioned how a zero knowledge proof is a translation tool. And so if you have different solutions and they all become zero knowledge proofs, those can all speak to each other. They all can now speak the same language. They're compressed and succinct, and they're easily, interoperable. However, if somebody says, I'm not a ZK rollup person, I don't want to use, zero knowledge proofs, and then it does become like a separate silo issue, and you would have different kinds of solutions for all of us. In that case, then I could see Lightning, we've talked about kind of being the web here, but there is a separate interoperability solution for people that, do see the value of zero knowledge proofs.
Just as a reminder, we do have something called Layer 1.
Yeah, I want to add something here. Where, like, one advantage of a ZK rollup is you can have a proof where it proves the latest state of the rollup with respect to the block hash. So yeah, Lightning is good for interoperability, and atomic swap providers with L1 is also really good. But also having this ability to prove something about the state of a rollup also helps with some other type of bridges where you want to build on Citria but not on Citria. You can use these proofs to build your own BTC-backed things.
Okay, I guess something I'm a bit confused about. Citria and Alpin you've both said ZK rollup. What is the difference between these two projects? Like, I'm sure there's a difference. It's different people. Can we like dig into more like what is the practical difference between your designs or like your approaches, or what's?
Do you want me to go first, or you, Akram? Yeah.
We are on mainnet.
Well, we're using BitVM 3. They're using BitVM 2. So I don't know. No, I mean, I would actually say that I think Akram would agree. Like, we actually are building quite similar architectures. I think they're at their, I don't know, I don't want to pick on other teams, a lot of like fake ZK rollups and side systems out there. And I think both of our teams have kind of built this the right way with like actual zero knowledge proofs that actually prove like integrity of their systems. In this kind of broad category of like BitVM and ZK rollups. Like a lot of this was, enabled by Rubin, who kind of spoke earlier. But when that came out, however many 2 years ago now, it was like there was BitVM 1, and then the speed of the development was so rapid that then we went to BitVM 2, and then we went to like BitVM 3, and then 3S, and in each one of these, they were kind of these like 1000x breakthroughs, like genuine, sincere breakthroughs. But that is probably the architectural difference of like going to mainnet and just getting a product out there versus like, when do you cut off and say, well, there's another research breakthrough that we're chasing after. But the fundamental idea of being able to prove the validity or the integrity of a layer 2 and settle that to the Bitcoin layer 1, I think is very similar between ourselves at Alpin and Citrea.
I think also in the long run, I don't know that these things are going to be convergent. I think that there are probably, I don't think it's like an infinite appetite for like more layer 2s, but I think that there's probably going to be, let's say, 3 key properties and some different amount of quantity of each of those properties that you're able to achieve, maybe more properties, whatever, and then you're going to have a couple different points on those spectrums where there'll be product offerings that are strong, and it would be difficult for one of those products to offer another. Just as an example, one of those properties would be like latency. So if you want a rollup that's offering latency that's like, let's say, a block every second or faster, that is, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but like that's sort of counter to it being ZK. If you want ZK proofs, like usually they're taking a little bit longer to like have a full proof ready. Maybe there's some mitigations.
You can have real-time proving, right?
And, maybe. And then you have other things in terms of privacy is sort of another property. You could have one that has really native privacy, but then those privacy properties might be difficult, for example, for compression or for proving over. So there's just a couple different properties that you might see, and there'll be some different offerings, would be my guess, over those different trade-offs.
I also want to add that, as far as I know, with Alpin and Citrea, there are some differences on the bridge architecture. Yeah, the BitVM, underlying BitVM system is different, but also every bridge has a limitation on number of total deposits it can handle. So yeah, we worked a lot on making it possible to have a lot of TVL without compromising on the security. I don't know about the Alpin's bridge, but yeah, there are some small nuances there on the bridge side of things, how transactions are constructed and how they play with each other, kind of thing.
Feel free to reply if you...
Soon, TM.
Nice.
Okay. So for Arcade, I know there was Arc the idea, then there's Arc Labs and Second, which is the other Arc implement. I get the names mixed up all the time. What is the sort of interoperability story there? I know there's addresses, sometimes addresses parse differently and it's detectable, sometimes it isn't. Like, what's the situation?
Completely different systems. We are not interoperable at all. At least not natively, only through Lightning. The design is actually deliberate so that we can actually not have to spend days or months trying to collaborate and create a protocol that works between us and bike shitting each other. For me, I find this like the right approach. We can have our own velocity with our own roadmap, with our own priority features. And I think they appreciated themselves as well. So Arc Labs is the company. Arcade is our implementation and product. Arc is basically a core primitive that we use to basically the on-chain footprint so that we can create VTXOs out of UTXOs, and is our batching solution. Essentially, it allows us to create VTXOs to spin up an environment, a virtual environment, so that we can create off-chain transactions. And then eventually, we can batch these off-chain transactions back into a single batch output back on chain. So kind of similar to a rollup in terms of the semantics of it, but still very different.
Sure. I guess, Jeremy, we've left you out for a bit. And your system seems a bit different from like the other three we have here. I know people talk about like posting data to the chain or committing to it, and you know the Open Timestamps project has been around for a while. Like, what is the? Kind of want to dig into more about what it means to be like sequencer, sequencing it all. I feel like this is a concept that doesn't show up often in like Bitcoin projects in general. So I just want to like dig into what that means.
So at the core, and it might be different across the projects, but like at the core of a lot of rollups, they have taken what's called a pre-commit architecture, which is where you post data to Bitcoin on some frequency. But between when you post data to Bitcoin, which gives you an authoritative snapshot, which you have to validate, you know, you read the data, you check that it's correct. But between those times, you may also want to have, let's call it finality, like soft finality, some guarantee that this is what's going to execute. And so you need a pre-commitment, something that happens before the commitment to denote that a transaction is definitely going to go through. One of the ways of doing that, the simplest way is to, well, actually, the really simplest way is not to do it. But the second simplest way is to have a single authority that says, this is argument number 1, this is argument number 2, apply 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4, etc. The problem with that architecture is that because it's maybe a single party or a small federation, it is a point of centralization. And there are real, problems that can come up when you have a centralized choke point, even if it's time limited. One is that because it's centralized, you may want to reduce your reliance on it by posting more frequently. That means a more expensive network. The other is that if, let's say, you're settling really sensitive transactions, such as like swaps, where there's a price movement, then that control being in the hands of one party or a small set of parties, it might be really kind of like the ring of power or something. It's a little bit hard to resist using it to get some value. And so a decentralized sequencer promises to take that avenue of control or coercion away from a central party and use something that's more like an open network for that. That's at a high level. And then more specifically in terms of what we're building is we're building a proof of stake network that is fully backed by Bitcoin deposits. We've been very careful with the engineering to not take on any additional trust assumptions. There have been some other networks that have said that they're doing something similar, but then they take on like federation assumptions, which is sort of a non-starter because then your network is basically also owned by that set of parties. So we have no trust assumptions baked in other than you can receive a stream of committed arguments to apply before you checkpoint them. And then in between, after you're trusting this network not to equivocate, but if they equivocate, they have a slashing punishment in how our system works. Where we don't really necessarily solve for is like what exactly data should go in there, but we've taken at least the problem of ordering the data out of the loop in a way that hopefully will be interoperable for all of these protocols. And I think that the point on interoperability is it's not just for convenience. It's because if there's desire to use a sort of stake-weighted mechanism across multiple projects, if they don't have one interoperable layer, they split their security budgets. So it's much in everyone's interest to be able to share that as a resource.
Cool. Makes a bit more sense than just sequencer. So one thing you made me think about actually is reorgs. I feel like the two most annoying parts of like writing any code is like reorg safety and then like fees. And for Lightning, reorgs don't matter as much. You just wait for something to confirm, and then you have one other transaction, and the whole thing's, it's done, it's over. But it sounds like for basically all of these systems, there's some like repeated commitment or like transaction that you need to make to keep the system like live and healthy. So like how are you guys thinking about reorg safety and like the risks there? Just how you balance that like core issue with building on Bitcoin, basically.
I mean, the definition of a rollup is essentially like it's a side chain or a side system that inherits the double spend protection and reorg resistance of Bitcoin itself. Like the state of the layer 2 lives within the Bitcoin layer 1 node. Where this gets a little fuzzy is kind of what Jeremy was alluding to, where if you have transactions on the layer 2, like I send Jeremy some amount of money, that is kind of in a floating state until you can settle it, or as Jeremy was saying, was checkpoint it into the actual Bitcoin L1, and then it achieves enough depth where it gets finality. So the risk from a roll-up perspective is that kind of temporary period of time, which we hope Jeremy's solution may, in fact solve here. So it's kind of the reorg risk. If one of you guys correct me if you think I'm wrong here, it is really just that temporary period before you achieve enough depth and finality on the layer 1. But once it's there, you have inherited the security of the Bitcoin layer 1.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And something that I would point out is that if you do take a pre-commit architecture, regardless of whether or not it's decentralized, hopefully it's decentralized, but this also improves your reorg hardiness, because with pre-commits, it's not just whoever posts the valid data. The data also has to be somehow attested to, whether by a central committee or by a decentralized network. And then that means a reorg can only temporarily upset the data, but it still plays back the same way, given that the pre-commits themselves guarantees or requirements for their guarantees to be met are not invalidated, if that makes sense. In the same way, a transaction on Bitcoin doesn't get upset just because of a reorg. Just because a reorg happens, most of the same transactions are going to apply, and that's because transactions are signed. If the transactions weren't signed, then you would have this problem.
Sure, yeah. One other thing that I feel like gets kind of confusing thinking about all these systems is privacy trade-offs or exit kind of risk, systemic risk. I guess for Bitcoin, we normally think about I don't know, network level privacy, and even for Lightning, we think about maybe sender and receiver privacy. And on these systems, I guess you're maybe never posting data to the chain directly, or you're interacting with now, instead of, I don't know, your peers on this network, a single service provider. What is my privacy from the arcade operator itself? What is the story there? Or sender receiver privacy, things like that. How does this change with the system you're building?
In Arcade specifically, you inherit the same privacy as you would from layer 1. So transparent transaction graph. We could, in theory, do VPN style privacy, but it's not real privacy. We currently do it as a public graph, mostly because of two reasons. One of them is you want the data to be available for everyone to see, so that they can verify that the transaction graph in the virtual mempool is, as we say it is, valid, verified, no backdoors. And the other one is so that people can, if you're building advanced contracts, you'll probably want to do some discovery mechanism from the previous transactions to be able to see previous states and execute new states on it. We do have plans, of course, to enhance some privacy features, but again, everything is based on obfuscation, not true privacy, native privacy.
Maybe I can jump in. For Citria, yeah, it's similar. It's just like L1, there's no privacy in the sense of there's an anonymity set. But since it's a programmable environment and it's permissionless, anyone can build private systems on top of Citria. For instance, there's this new app called Crest is coming, where it's a privacy pool. It's an anonymity set as large as for all deposits to the pool. And then, yeah, it uses ZK proofs. You prove your transactions, and you don't reveal anything about what you're spending or where. And then it gets sent to Citria, and Citria proves that batch of transactions and posts it on Bitcoin. And then now everything is on Bitcoin. You can have private Bitcoin, and then the data is verifiable by just reading Bitcoin L1 data.
I think something that maybe helps is just by analogy, and someone here is probably going to get really mad at me, but Bitcoin is a computer, and a layer 2 rollup is like an operating system, and then privacy oftentimes can kind of be like an application on top of that. And these layerized separations kind of make sense because it would be really hard to use a GUI that's like somehow like natively inside of the microchip. Like you kind of can't do it. You need to build out layers of abstraction for there to be like some sort of easy to use thing. And ultimately privacy is something that is kind of a user interface question of like, am I going to do actions that expose who I am? And I think that those are things that as they get lifted up become a little bit easier to do.
I'll try to speak quick here. As some of the people mentioned, like in our case, you know, the phase one that we're going to mainnet with is an EVM compatible layer 2. EVM is frankly like actively hostile to privacy, so it's not private. But the idea is you have the EVM layer 2, it feeds into the zero knowledge proof, which translates it into a language that Bitcoin can understand. You could also build other silos. You could build something that's not EVM. It could be radically cypherpunk, pure privacy, and that can then feed into the same bridge. It translates it. These two can kind of talk in a very private sense, and that can settle to Bitcoin. So on the surface, it looks like we're building a kind of like surveillance machine in an EVM, but in reality, the underlying infrastructure can enable any sort of functionality of EVM, of radical privacy, of any other sort of language, all again, that can all be translated into a very succinct, unforgeable proof that Bitcoin can actually understand. So there is very much a long-term vision for some super legit privacy stuff that can happen with zero-knowledge proofs.
Good to hear that you've thought about both sides of this. I guess we'll open up for questions in a bit, but the last thing I was thinking about, I've heard some kind of like, you know, rumblings or silly whiteboard ideas of like, oh man, we need to scale even harder. Like, what if we put Lightning in the Arc? What if we put the Arc in like the rollup? Like, what if just stack all the L2s together because we need to scale even harder? Like, what is any of that a good idea? Like, what's the? Say more.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all have pretty good scaling tactics. Just because somebody says to mix everything up and try to create some giant Frankenstein doesn't mean it's a good idea. I don't think it would be anywhere near to being, you know, efficient or optimal to even build out. Like, people have come up to me and told me, like, yeah, add BitVM to Arc and do this and that. And I'm like, you know, I think the engineering team is already like busy. Like, I don't think we should be doing that. Like, we're quite happy with the amount of scale we have today. Like, we can you know 5x it if we just build, you know, have more engineering power going into it without, you know, novel new ideas already. And I think it applies to all of our tactics here.
I'll take the other side of that one and say that, like, you know, one of the core things for BitVM is like deposits. And per deposit, you have like a UTXO, which is inefficient. And Arc is a way of like sharing a UTXO among a group of people. So having a like deposit administrator with like sub deposits seems like maybe a good idea. So sometimes things can, you know, compose in ways that are surprising, that can be beneficial. And I'm always in favor of like, you know, like throwing things together and seeing if something works.
BitVM in Arc with Bino hash.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably sell me that like BitVM in Arc is bad, but like Arc and BitVM may actually be pretty good. I mean, because BitVM already has the connector outputs. It just deposits are generally like separate, but maybe like a deposit pooling would end up looking a lot like Arc.
I think on our end, you know, we're most concerned with just building what I call radically unopinionated stack. Like, we will build the infrastructure, and people have the option, but not the obligation, to plug into it. And some people will do that, and some people will not, and no hard feelings. Like, I think, you know, Andrew kind of illustrated the perfect example. They're like, no, like, we have our own solution, and that's cool. So, you know, I don't take offense to that, and I think what I'd want to avoid is when we start needing an interop solution for like the interop solutions, you know?
Maybe we can start with one less Lightning implementation.
That's actually not an option. We have another Lightning implementation coming in C# that I'm excited for. I think we have time for some questions if people have them. If not,
wait, no, not that guy.
We can't censor.
So what all these different systems are doing, although in different ways to differing degrees, is essentially locking people's coins in a, compared to the main chain consensus layer, degraded trust model as a trade-off for achieving new functionality. What are your guys' thoughts in the long term after these things have been live for a while and we see what people are actually using them for and what functionality your systems create are necessary for that? How do we approach the question of bringing those functionalities into Bitcoin itself? And like, how should that process or conversation kind of start after we see with systems like yours what people actually want without trying to guess ahead of time?
I just have a quick question. Why are you implying that our systems are not within Bitcoin? You kind of implied there that like,
well, I mean the pegs. Like if you look at a BitVM peg, like those coins are now in the control of the whole delegation managing that peg. In Arcade, if you lift something off chain and then pull it into the actual Arcade system and apply new functionality, like you have the escrow agents that are now in partial control of those funds. So in order to get that functionality, you're kind of compromising a little bit the base security of the funds.
I think this just goes back to the earlier question around, like upgrades, is not to think of them as upgrades, to think of them as mitigations. And I think that there is a path where these things become essentially operatorless. It just does require mitigations to eliminate those operators one by one. And if Bitcoin Core or whoever runs Bitcoin as an organization is like unwilling to do that, then I think that you have to live with a future where people are going to say, oh, I'm using Bitcoin. You'll go, oh, cool, let me see it. And then they show you their Cash App. They show you their BitVM wallet.
Anyone else have any other answer?
I want to add, without an upgrade, for example, for a BitVM-based bridge, the best thing you can do is one of n trust assumption where the funds are locked in an n of n multisig. But this research is going forward, and we can enlarge the n. There's a limitation there, but we can enlarge the number of operators. And with that research, we can now clearly see which kind of Bitcoin upgrades make these kind of systems operatorless, or less trust assumption added, basically.
In terms of arcades, I would say that we do have, the virtual mempool is with a pre-confirmation status. You always have that until you join, you settle your funds, you renew your funds, and you join the batch. Then you're as close as possible to your unilateral exit there. Yes, the main drawback from the VTXO model is that there is an expiry built into it. Obviously, the main mitigation there is to extend the expiry, and that's something we're working on. We have some very promising research that's being worked on right now that will basically allow us to extend it very far along, which would make this almost a non-issue for us. But yeah, the mitigation is join a batch and your funds get closer to your unilateral exit.
I'll just say that I think some of your criticism has some validity to it currently. But as much as it's a joke that like, oh, we're on, BitVM 6 right now. Like every time we've gone from like a new generation, there has been genuine significant breakthroughs here. And like we are constantly, coming up with novel research to like eliminate these barriers that you're kind of referring to. And, Jeremy's coming up with like a decentralized sequencing solution, which was a major criticism early of rollups. As Ekram kind of alluded to, like, you're going to have these paths where you can eliminate the operators in a BitVM setup. Some of the work that like Liam and Rubin have done with, Bino hash, like to eliminate that covenant emulation, or, Argo Mac to like have the 1000x reduction in the ZK verification component. Like, in my opinion, you can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel of pretty much all of these barriers are starting to be knocked down. So I think, again, some of your criticism has validity, but for those of us working closely in it, it's like, whoa, like, I really think that we're eliminating these frictions pretty significantly.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
One more question here. And then I think
so thank you guys all for the amazing work you're doing to build on Bitcoin and make sure number keeps going up. Two elephants in the room that I think we haven't talked about that I'm hoping are huge for Bitcoin and for L2s. Stablecoins, AI agents. the possibility of a future where the AI agents are actually driving the majority of GDP. So just curious, in all of your solutions, are you considering building to take in massive AI agent adoption, anything with stable coins on Bitcoin? And if not, are there things you could do for that?
I'll quickly go because I actually had vibe coded last week. There's a demo live on it where you can use ChatGPT and just be like, send, Jeremy $5, and instantaneously it will send them stable coins. And on the back end, it's actually posting Bitcoin as collateral, borrowing against that Bitcoin, and then using those funds that they've borrowed to be able to transact. And so all of that can happen in theory on a rollup instantaneously, which in my opinion is really badass. It's like agentic payments using Bitcoin and giving your little agent like access to daddy's Bitcoin credit card in like a very scoped and gated permission where they don't actually have access to your keys. It's very limited. So yes, I think that is happening, and check out my vibe coded demo.
Yeah, I mean, we also have examples of and skills and all these things that allow agents to just autonomously handle payments on, themselves. Generate a wallet, receive funds, send funds. It's built into. I think that's the nice thing about new systems, off-chain systems. We can develop SDKs that are very easy to program with for AI agents.
For Citria, I vibe coded two things. One of them is like spending limit things where your agent can spend your funds, but only let's say spend $10 per day. And this is possible on a rollup where you can have programmability, but this is not possible on Lightning or L1 without adding another layer. And also, there's new technologies that are coming up. I tried machine payment protocol from Stripe on Citria. It's a payment channel, but you can easily deploy it on Citria and have agents pay your endpoints, basically, maybe.
I think just kind of trying to take your question at full, face value. I think that we are going into an era where the, coherent tokens per year of this year is probably higher than all previous years of humanity, produced tokens. We probably produced more coherent tokens this year than in all of our previous history. And what this is leading to and lending to is a crisis of legitimacy, in a sense, of, those tokens may be coherent, but who said them, why were they said? And it's not something I've paid too much heed to. So I'm really just trying to riff on what you're saying. But I do see a future where consensus protocols like Char or Layer 1 Bitcoin inscriptions or something are incredibly important for agentic work because they need a way to coordinate and they need a way to cooperate. And without a rails upon which to do that, I guess there's Moltbook is the classic example right now of all the agents going, buck wild. But I think Moltbook is who bought Moltbook? That they got purchased. Facebook bought Moltbook. Okay, so then now, not just in terms of who has the latest bag or something, but now Mark Zuckerberg is in control of consensus for all of the agentic communications between agents. And so I do think that as a crypto, not cryptocurrency, but cryptography free, in authenticated communications group, something we can think about is who are these agents? How do they establish legitimacy and credulity, and how are they communicating and coordinating with one another for things other than just sending money, but more generically, how are they able to know what real things have happened in the world? And consensus is a critical part of letting them agree on a record of events in an authoritative, verifiable way. And I think that there's an important future, at least for Char and also for these other projects in exporting artifacts they can use.
Cool. Thank you guys for coming. You can argue with them later in the hallway. And yeah, I hope all these systems work out.
Thank you.
So we were supposed to have a 10-minute break, but we ran over a little bit. So this will be a much shorter break. So if everyone can be back in around 5 minutes, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think they want us to hold it. I think they want us to hold it. Like, stop whatever you want. Is he introducing us? Right. Right. Sure. He's ready.
this way. I'm so lowly advisor to the BCI.
Okay, so for our next guest, we are very lucky to have our keynote from Circle in Mr. Cash Razagi, and our moderator is Bob Bench.
Welcome, everybody. This is really fun coming back to the MIT Bitcoin conference. This is by far the highest signal-to-noise ratio conference in the crypto space. I'm very fortunate to be here with Cash, the Chief Commercial Officer of Circle. I previously was the Chief Compliance Officer of Circle and ran policy there. And Circle had an incredible history of the last 13 years. And to say that Kash's arriving changed the trajectory of Circle, when you showed up there, crypto was in a very different place. Stablecoins were in a very different place. And you're arriving and the energy you give changed the trajectory of that company. I think as a former Circler, I can say that honestly.
Thank you. I'm not going to take all the credit, but I appreciate that.
But importantly, also in the history of Circle, about 13 years ago, the founder of Circle, one of the founders, Jeremy Allaire, came to MIT and spoke at MIT when it wasn't even blockchain. It was just called Bitcoin back then because ETH hadn't even come out yet. And Jeremy, one, told the students how critical Bitcoin was to the future of the internet and future internet infrastructure and the technology around Bitcoin, but two, spoke deeply to the students of how important it was to use their special talents on that technology. And 13 years later, the world has fundamentally changed, in large part of people here at MIT studying the space and people like Jeremy and Kash building and solving problems in that use case. So I guess I'll start here, Kash. When Jeremy has talked for almost 2 decades about building a better internet and building a better money native of the internet, now that Circle is the world's predominant stablecoin company, how does that still fulfill that mission?
Yeah, Jeremy quite frequently says that we're still in the very early stages of the mission of bringing economic prosperity around the world. I mean, if you think about what the mission statement of Circle has been for the last 13, 14 years, it's around increasing economic prosperity through the frictionless exchange of value. So what does that mean? It means that the same way we now use the open internet to communicate with one another, whether that's through email and text, video, voice, etc., we believe that there should be a world where money is able to be exchanged with that same frictionless experience. And while there has been tremendous work and advancement in the infrastructure, we're still not there yet. And so we believe that this is probably a multi-decade problem. We're still in the very early stages. There's been an incredible amount of momentum, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Yes. So when you showed up at Circle, Circle had just really started dominating the DeFi space, right? Over the other competitor in the space. Really understood where the world was going. And the growth has been parabolic effectively since then. What are you finding the most exciting use cases right now for USDC? And tell me about that journey of the last 6 years when you've been there, how those use cases have grown and how the adoption has grown.
Sure. I'll first start with saying that when I joined Circle 6 years ago, I had no idea what I was walking into. I was not what you would call a crypto native person. I was not what you would call a Bitcoin maxi. I'd worked with Jeremy in a previous company and I trusted him. And Circle was at a point in its trajectory where it needed somewhat of a reboot. It had just launched USDC, which is a dollar-backed stablecoin. It is the largest regulated dollar-backed stablecoin in the world today. And it had just launched it, not really knowing what the use cases could be. And in fact, the first use case for USDC was payments. And so at the time, DeFi was just about to take off, and there were a lot of crypto companies or crypto native companies that needed a way to accept payments. But normal payment processors or the largest payment processors wouldn't provide service to them because they were deemed to be very high risk. And so Circle went into that space and started to offer them payment services. The ability to accept traditional payment rails like credit card or wire or ACH, but have it land for you as USDC. That was the first product for USDC, and they brought me in to help bootstrap that and grow it. I think it was a confluence of a couple of things that happened. One was, it was the NFT boom. The summer of 2020, NFT started to really take off, and a lot of DeFi companies became very attracted to what we were doing. That allowed us to drive growth for USDC. And so when I joined in 2020, there was less than 100 million of circulation of USDC. Today, there's about 79 billion. And the use cases that have gotten us here, certainly crypto trading and capital markets have gotten us here. But what we're really excited about is the broader use cases of payments and store of value. And perhaps we'll talk about really what we're seeing in those two areas.
Yeah, when we launched USDC back in 2018, to your point, there's some really critical use cases specific in the crypto space, right? At that time, Circle had the largest trade desk in the world, and as the former GC of that trade desk, wires just fell over all the time. And if BTC is settling in 4 minutes and wires are settling in 2 days, you got a big mismatch there. And Jeremy was really, really on point seeing that. But even today, when I'm building Radius and you're building, and you've built Circle, people still say cards work fine. Agentic commerce is going to work fine on cards. Wires work fine. ACH works fine. What do you think? What are the gaps there that you think you're like? USDC is faster and cheaper and more internet native than cards and wires and ACH.
Yeah.
What's the hurdle that we're still missing?
Well, let's define fine and who is it fine for? I would make the argument if you are living in the United States and you're dealing every day with payments, then you may not have too much of a problem. You can go and digitally use money, whether it's your bank app or your Venmo app, et cetera. You can digitally use money to move money around. But what you're not seeing is what's happening behind the scenes. The digital money that we all use today is just the UX. Underneath it, the infrastructure, it's payment rails that were built in the 1970s. And so we as consumers in the United States may not have that challenge of moving money unless you want to move money internationally. Let's say you're a part of a diaspora and you want to move money back home. That is fraught with friction. That is fraught with intermediaries. That is fraught with things like excessive fees. And so if you want to move money from, say, the United States to Nigeria or Mexico or Laos, good luck doing it with any level of consistency. You have things that could be T plus 3 days, T plus 2 days, or longer, and plus the fees that are happening that are associated with it. So cross-border payments are a massive use case. But I think we should go back to what is the promise of this. Again, I talked about communication. Everyone here has an expectation that when you're using your cell phone or when you're using any sort of internet device, the communication is instant. That is your expectation. You're sending a text, and if it doesn't land in seconds, you're like, what's going on with the signal? I live in an area of Boston where cell service is awful, and every time I call my wife on FaceTime and I can't get her, I get frustrated by that. So there's an expectation we have that communication should be instant and it should be near free. We believe that that same expectation is happening with money. There will be an expectation that you're able to move money around the world at fractions of a section, a fraction of a second, and you'll be able to do it near zero cost. And so that is the expectation I think we will have over time. And domestically, that might not be a problem I think we face today when we're going peer-to-peer, but try moving money overseas. That's the problem that I think we can solve. And then once you build that infrastructure, it'll be much faster, frictionless, cheaper, et cetera.
So, part of your role as Chief Commercial Officer is you need to understand a lot of not only the consumer use cases, but the big enterprises that are asking, why is Walmart still paying X amount a year to Visa, for example, right? When you sit across that table for the head of payments for Walmart or Amazon or McDonald's or whomever that is eating all those fees, what's your conversation point like? How do you get them over the line?
I think one of the biggest challenges that digital assets have had for the last several years is more of a branding challenge. The marketing behind crypto hasn't necessarily been up and to the right and positive. Most people associate crypto with speculation and exchanges blowing up, et cetera. Really, there's an education that needs to happen, and that's what Circle has been focused on doing, the education of what it is we're actually building here. We're building the ability to move a digital form of money on a public blockchain that enables 1.3 billion people that are either underbanked or unbanked or non-banked to get access to tools like ever before. The ability to move money seamlessly around the world in seconds versus days. So when we're having that discussion with the head of payments at a Walmart, it's let's talk about what this actually even is. This is a dollar that does not move up or down in value. This is a dollar that is redeemable at any point, 24/7, 365. You're using this digital form of a dollar to move money seamlessly like never before. And so now imagine all the use cases. You have treasury management. You have different branches around the world. You have vendors you need to pay. You have contractors you need to pay. Today, you do that on a scheduled basis. Good luck trying to do it over the weekend. Good luck trying to send a wire Friday at 6 p.m. You can do that instantly the same way that you communicate. Once you educate them on that, the light bulb starts going up. And so that's what we've been able to see over the course of the last several years as more and more education has happened.
I think that's right. And as someone who recently founded a company, the level of someone running payroll for the first time as a founder and realizing you need to take your money from your interest-bearing institution to your non-interest-bearing institution, because banks really don't pay you any interest on, right? And then to your payroll provider, you lose like 6 days of interest. Times every single payroll in America. We did the math because we were trying to figure out, do we think about what a payroll product would look like? Yeah. And it's something along the lines of $60 billion a year the United States employee loses to float. Just because if it's USDC, you could click send at 4:59 p.m. On Friday.
It's money that's stuck in the system.
100%.
It's just trillions of dollars of money that is just stuck in transit, that is not earning yield, that is not being sent to the people that need it, right? That is not being put to work. And so stablecoins and blockchain technology solve that problem. Now, again, consumers, you and I, may not feel that day to day, but once this opens up, the velocity of money movement will dramatically, talk about parabolic growth. The velocity of payment transaction could 1,000,000x what it is today. That creates economic opportunity, that creates more businesses, more payments, et cetera. That's really what we're solving together.
Yeah, and so I feel like USDC has done a great trajectory of really winning over the crypto markets first, to the trading desks. They did a great job earlier, then the DeFi world. And now the consumer world is really using it, peer-to-peer, global, cross-border. I think Rachel's done an incredible job on the cross-border conversation. But now, in the last year, institutions are starting to talk about it a lot more because a lot through the work at Circle, Genius got passed. Yeah. Can you talk about when we launched USDC, I was the chief regulatory officer at the time, and I was crossing fingers that we did the right way. And it's been shown, I think your team proved through their behavior that it was done it the right way. What did that process look like trying to get that across the line as a company? How has that changed your conversations with the critical big institutional, the BNYs, the JP Morgans, the BlackRocks, right? And then what does that look like 5 years forward on the institutional side now that Genius at least is law and there's other work to do, but how does that look like for you guys?
Sure. Luckily, Circle, the founders of Circle set a vision where they were going to play the long game. And the long game meant that they were going to walk through the front door of regulators around the world and work with them and educate them on what this product is, what this technology is, and what safeguards need to be in place in order for those countries, those governments to be secure and confident enough that their citizens should be able to use it. That was a long, hard process.
A lot of gray hair.
A lot of gray hair, a lot of lost hair. And so it's a long process of working with regulators around the world to try to convince them and educate them on what this technology actually is. And so Circle was built on this basis that we're already regulated, even though we may not have been back in the day. And so the kinds of partners we would work with, the types of banking institutions, the types of reserve management we would have, the compliance we would have with you and others, we built the company as though we were regulated. So that gave us a pattern to work off of while we were working with regulators around the world to get them really to understand what the promise of this is. And I wouldn't say that work is done. While it is, as you mentioned, we have made a lot of momentum, and there's been a lot of progress there. So now there's laws passing around the world, whether it's MiCA in Europe or Genius, as you mentioned, in the United States or Japan. USDC is the only regulated stablecoin in many jurisdictions around the world. In MiCA, in Europe, there is no other legal stablecoin. In Japan, there is no other legal stablecoin. So that gives us such an advantage. We have played the long game. And so really what it does for institutions, to get back to your question, I remember 4 years ago, we would go to these conferences like Money 2020, where the top banks, the top financial institutions of the world are there, and we're trying to get meetings with banking executives. No one would talk to me.
I remember those.
No one would talk to me. And if they did talk to me, what would it be? It would be a small innovation lab where they're just checking it out. They just want to be there to learn what you're doing, and they'll come back to you in a couple years. The minute Genius passed, which effectively unleashed this kind of innovation for institutions in the country, the next day it was like a light switch where every major bank, every major financial institution, every major tech company is now calling us saying, what is this all about? Am I too late? That was the aha moment for a lot of these banks and a lot of these institutions. And so we're now in a very good place because we've been operating as though we have been regulated since day one. And the trust that I think Circle has and USDC has been a major beneficiary for us.
Yeah, and I think one interesting parallel with this conference in the history of Bitcoin is Bitcoin was always seen as a non-dollar settlement asset, a sovereignless settlement asset. One interesting thing about USDC particularly is kind of as we go through this progression, yourself and Jeremy are really starting to talk about USDC being a new institutional collateral asset for dollars, right? It's just a better form of dollar management for these large institutions. Can you talk a little bit about like how do you think about USDC with RRP? How do you think about USDC with treasury management? Like on these big institutions, because I think it's a fundamental new rail for money for the institutions themselves.
Sure. It goes back to the question that we get asked every day, back to the founding of what are the use cases for USDC? Like people ask, what's the use case of USDC? And Jeremy somewhat flippantly, but seriously says, what's the use case for money? What are the use cases for the US dollar? And with USDC, because you're able to move it frictionlessly, cheaply, securely, it effectively unlocks so much velocity in money movement. So today, if you're using dollars for collateral, again, you can't move collateral over the weekend. You can't. And so it's locked. USDC unlocks that. If you have treasury management and maybe you have branches around the world trying to move money from London to New York City, you've got to go through 3 correspondence banks in many cases. USDC removes that barrier for you. And so once treasurers really begin to understand that this is more about infrastructure plumbing with a safe asset, it begins to actually unlock a lot of different ways they can leverage USDC just to move money around better and be able to use it in their operating rhythm every day. And so treasury management and float and things like collateral are certainly things that are going to be upended and innovated.
So we've gone from the early days, which was being better form for OTC Bitcoin trading and for DeFi. Now institutions are getting involved. And in the last, I would say 6 months really, your team has gotten very vocal about not just this being new treasury infrastructure, but stable coins starting to look something like internet infrastructure, particularly along the lines of if we have increasing use of financial actors using models. And those models have, I'll just call them machines, because you can say agent, you can say bot, they're just machines. How is Circle seeing this new wave of agentic commerce? What are they building to prepare for it? And does that stay within the original vision for Jer and for you?
Yeah. I mean, going back to if mainstream adoption of stablecoins continues to progress like it has been, we do believe that the transaction velocity of money will parabolically grow. But then you layer in what kind of impact agentic commerce and agents that are transacting on behalf of humans could have. We recently announced a new product called Nano Payments, where now agents are able to make payments in fractions of a penny to one another at high velocity. We actually recently also had a hackathon for agents that were judged by agents on new use cases for USDC and dollar value. And so we think that as agentic commerce becomes more built out, the velocity of money, again, it'll contribute to that parabolic growth, 1,000,000x. And they need a safe asset that they can trust and have payments in fractions of a penny happening continuously 24/7. There are some people that believe that humans won't actually make payments anymore. It will all be agentic. I'm not sure I'm on that side of the coin, but that's where the future is, and I think Circle's been doing a good job of getting ready for that.
Before I do want to get into ARC, because I think ARC is a really critical pivot for the company. But one question I've had numerous conversations with Circlers on, and I want your thoughts is you guys are building institutional money, but you are also now an institution. How has running Circle changed since you became a public company?
Yeah, it's really great. What I would say is we've tried to conduct ourselves like a public company for a long time, but we're really mission driven. And I've found that when you work for a mission driven founder, it matriculates all the way through the rest of the company. And the use cases that excite us the most are the customers that really are able to help us drive growth and adoption for people that need it. So for instance, one of the partners that we have is a company called Nubank. They're the largest fintech in Latin America. For the first time ever, they're able to provide dollar savings accounts to 1 million Brazilians that in the past had difficulty getting access to the dollar. There's currency devaluation, right? There's inflation. And so now 1 million Brazilians can have access to the dollar simply because USDC is giving that to them. And so I would say our mission is really what drives the company. And over the course of the last several years, we've grown up to some extent in terms of the kinds of people that have come into the institution and the new procedures that we've had to adhere to. But it doesn't change what we do every day. It doesn't change the willingness to want to win and the impact that we think this can have. So it's been an incredible ride.
Yeah, I've watched the ride. I lived some of that ride, and it's incredible. So this is a Bitcoin conference. Bitcoin is the original L1. I want to say, we started talking with some of your senior engineers maybe 2 years ago as we were trying to understand how to build what we were building, and we learned about ARC, right? And ARC has an incredible team leading it now, some very able Circle veterans. What drew you to build your own L1? What are the lessons you've learned through the process? And when you have a company all hands, what is everyone most excited about ARC unleashing for the company itself?
Sure. I'll first say that our distribution strategy for USDC has always been interoperability. We've used partnerships with other blockchains over the course of the last 5 years to drive growth for USDC. And the premise behind USDC is that we believe in an open infrastructure where money movement has no barriers, has no walls. Technology is not a barrier, it's an enhancer. And so we believe USDC will live natively on many different blockchains. And so today USDC is native on 31 blockchains, and we've worked with those blockchain partners to drive growth. Going back to institutional adoption though, first hurdle was getting regulation. The next hurdle is institutions have to trust the infrastructure that they're leveraging to move money and to store money. And some of the infrastructure that's happening today, that's being built today, largely has been built on DeFi use cases. And when you think about what makes a blockchain secure, the validators on those blockchains make them secure. And some of the validators on some of these blockchains are opaque. You don't know who the validators are. One of the other gaps that I think exists for institutions to get involved is transactions fees and gas fees. So in order for you to move money on Ethereum, you have to hold native ETH tokens or other. And so now a treasurer has to say, I've got to keep afloat of this token for this blockchain. It's volatile, so I don't know how much I need to hold. It could move up and down. And so when you look at what is required for institutional adoption, we think predictable gas fees in a secure asset like USDC. We think deterministic finality where money is moving in sub-fractions of a second. We think interoperability. So one of the products that we have is called CCTP, Cross-Chain Transfer Protocol. What that means is if I'm holding USDC on Solana, I can very easily move USDC to another blockchain like Ethereum. And in fact, 70% of all chain money movement is happening on CCTP. And so if you're an asset issuer, whether you're RWA or if you're issuing your own stablecoin, et cetera, you want to be able to have interoperability with all the blockchains. That's not currently very easy to do. So when you add all of these things up, we think there's an opportunity to provide an institutional grade blockchain that has the native token as USDC, has deterministic finality, has the ability for you to have interop, and that's why we're building ARC. And so the kind of response we have gotten so far has been really overwhelming, has been incredible. The biggest institutions in the world are coming in to be validators. In fact, Visa is the first validator, they publicly announced this, the first validator on ARC. And so these are the kinds of institutions that we're partnering with because we think that's what it will take for financial institutions to really adopt it.
Any idea on mainnet? I know you guys just announced your bug bounty program. So if you have developers in here, or white hat hackers, or black hat hackers want to make some money, Circle announced their bug bounty program on HackerOne yesterday, and I think it's already gotten some you've already given out almost $100,000 already. It's really a big investment for the company. That's a big deal. All right, so we have ARC. Any idea on mainnet timing?
Later this year.
Later this year. Okay, got it. Jeremy has hinted at a token. How are you all thinking about that whole process?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting to navigate. We're obviously a public company. We went public last year, and we have a fiduciary responsibility to our stakeholders and shareholders, which we take very seriously. As we're building ARC, we think there are opportunities to provide incentives and governance in the form of a token. And so for a company that had never built an L1 before, going through that process to understand what does it mean to issue a token, and how do you balance issuing a token with obviously your core objective of building economic prosperity through the other products that you have as a public company, that has been something that has been incredible to be a part of. We're still navigating that, I would say. We're still navigating what it means to launch a token for ARC.
Yeah, and I think the other L1s that are being developed right now, whether it's yourselves, Tempo's, Stripe is building something, they're all having these same conversations of how do you build the most optimal governance structure. And for the really serious institutions like a Circle or a Stripe, you will never hear anyone talk about price, or even whether they care about there being a price. It's really, what is the most optimal technical governance structure of this thing? Which I think is absolutely how far we've come as an industry.
Yeah, and that's why the validator set for any L1 blockchain are so important. Who are the institutions that are actually checking these transactions and signing off on them? Are they institutions that are trustworthy to begin with? That's the kind of building that we're doing, and again, the governance that goes into it.
Okay, so before we go to questions, I think we're wrapping up in about 10 minutes now. I went back to the beginning where Jeremy, who's very good at inspiring people. He's generally very incredible at it. Inspired a whole group of people at MIT to focus on Bitcoin. If you had to give that same pitch of why you think stablecoins are such a critical part of internet infrastructure over the next 20, 30 years, what would your pitch be? So, we have incredible talent around us in the room, and they want to spend the next 10 years focusing on one big problem. What is that problem in the stablecoin space that you think is the most important?
I go back to being mission-driven, and the ability to move money and having financial access around the world is a problem that is far from being solved. And I see this firsthand every day, not only through the work I do, but even through my own heritage and where I come from. I'm Iranian, and I'm in a world right now where that country is going through major pain. It's going through major political agony, and the currency of that country is incredibly volatile. And so how do you give access to people? How do you give access to financial tools for people in a country that need it the most? One of the first things that we did at Circle in 2020 in the height of COVID is for Venezuela. We were able to partner with several companies to deliver aid for doctors on the ground in Venezuela that needed it to help patients, because Venezuela was going through a lot of economic turmoil and political turmoil. And so this idea of financial access is a problem that is far from being solved. Stablecoins, blockchain infrastructure can completely remove that. And what does the world look like in 5, 10 years? Well, we're not having this discussion anymore. That's what this world looks like in 5, 10 years. When you're sending communication via email or text or WhatsApp, you're not talking about the protocol. You're not talking about HTTP. You just send communication. And so we're far from that reality. And I would make the argument that if you are a student or if you're just now trying to figure out where you want to spend your time, this is something that you can spend your time on that'll literally change the world. And you know, I'm fortunate to be able to do that.
Great. You know, we have some time for questions if folks are interested in asking questions.
And my question is about KYC, KYB. As you mentioned, USDC is just USD, all the same flows, right? There is a fundamental difference in that USD accounts are permissioned. So the institution on the other side of it gave it to somebody. Somebody did KYB on that person. How is Circle thinking about KYC, KYB in a world where JP Morgan is eventually going to allow you to send money via stablecoin across the world, but that money might not land at an institution. It might land at just a random individual.
Sure. Thank you for the question. This is a two-part answer, I would say, and you should obviously chime in on this as well, given your background. So the first thing to note is that Circle, as the issuer of USDC, we only work with institutions. So consumers don't come to Circle to get USDC. We work with the largest crypto capital markets players like exchanges, neobanks, fintechs, et cetera, and they're the ones that are effectively distributing USDC. We're about 1,100 people total at Circle. About 300 of those people are in compliance, legal, and policy. So our control function makes up about 30% of our company. And you know, one of our board members was former chief compliance officer of Goldman Sachs for 25 years. And so the kind of infrastructure we've put in place to KYC our customers first, and then understand their KYC program is constantly being iterated on. So we have bank-grade compliance and KYC protocol already. And so that's the first piece, having a KYC program that allows you to understand who your counterparty is and what their ongoing KYC capabilities are. And then obviously there's more and more technologies that are being built that allow you to monitor what's happening on chain. And so, you know, data analytics firms, et cetera, that can allow you to monitor what's happening on chain. And in the event money gets moved to a sanctioned country or a sanctioned wallet, there are things you can do.
Yeah, I guess because you prompted me here. On the KYC side, I think one is you want to start with first principles, right? KYC is a result of the Bank Secrecy Act, which came out in 1971, right? And so that was a big conversation in Congress of should the US government have a privilege into your private data, right? And the burden that they set was about $10,000 in 1971 was the level of investment that you needed to be moving for the government to get into your personal life. That number, so effectively that was a brand new top-of-the-line Cadillac in 1971. So a brand new top-of-the-line Cadillac right now is about $125,000. So imagine if you could, the only way the government could look at your transactions was anything over $125,000, right? That's one thing I always think about is, do we need a fundamental reset of our KYC program to really think about trade-offs of cost and effectiveness? Second is, on the stablecoin side, I think one thing that companies like Circle have done an exemplary job with, we were kind of on the front line of it when we launched USDC, was how much faster you were able to provide actionable intelligence to the government when it was necessary. And as someone who's worked in banks as a lawyer, banks, if something really bad happens with a bank's money, the first call is to their lawyers, and then maybe several weeks later, something might get released to the agency. In stablecoins, you know very quickly. And so I think it's a better form function if something very severe happens. Now, there's always, and then if you're a stablecoin company, you have to balance privacy versus that. And I think Circle is at the front line of that as well, is doing that very careful balance of privacy versus, you know, national need.
Okay, my question is kind of related. I appreciate your explanation, and I think USDC is great. One thing that worries me a bit about it is the blacklists, you know, because it's you know, frankly, it's antithetical to the censorship resistance of things like Bitcoin and so forth. So I was wondering if you could talk some about blacklists. What is the process by which they're used? You know, how often are they used? Who are they used against? You mentioned Iran and Venezuela. Could a person on the ground there be subject to it? Could governments in Venezuela and Iran ask for a blacklist to be used? Just please explain a little more about that.
Sure. With respect to blacklisting and freezing, you know, in many ways, this is a philosophical question. And are you a component of complete decentralization, where the onus of managing wealth and managing your private information is on the individual? Or should there be some level of ability for institutions to come in and help? Circle's position on this, in terms of blacklisting or freezing of assets, has always been very simple, which is we are a regulated company. USDC is a regulated financial institution. And so the only time we will ever step in to blacklist something or freeze any assets is at the behest of the government. And so if there's a court order or if there's a government entity that actually requires us to do it, that is when we will come in and step in and do it. Otherwise, we don't want to be the arbiter of when to blacklist, when to freeze, and when not to do that. Because again, that goes against the primary ethos of what this technology was built for in the first place. And so that's the process that we have. That's how we think about blacklisting. And certainly governments around the world are getting much smarter about this in terms of being able to identify sanctioned wallets, sanctioned countries, et cetera. And we think that'll only continue to get better. And so if blacklisting needs to happen, it can happen quickly.
And I can give my 2 cents as a non-Circle employee and my own editorial take on it. I helped build that system. I made the call on that system with the support of the executive team. One is Circle would not be an American company if we didn't have a blacklist. Full stop. Like it would not be the United States. It would not be a company in America if there was not a blacklist. A whitelist was also a non-starter because you really can't have an open internet with a whitelist. So it's very similar to like what Google has. Like Google has its own versions of that, which is you need to respond in time, but you also can't have an open internet if you just permit a permission thing. I think that's really critical. And I think there's one other thing, which is if you start having arbitrary judgment decisions about when and how you decide to execute the blacklist, or any kind of blacklist, I'm not speaking for Circle, what you do is you get into people getting personal phone calls saying, give me my money because I'm an important person and I lost my wallet. Well, it's like, I don't care if you're a billionaire and you lost your wallet, we're not gonna freeze this thing because that's just your mistake. And so having a very consistent system is it removes the human judgment out of it. And I think consistency is a critical thing. That's my end of one. We did the last 2, James and then you over there. Dr. Lovejoy, go ahead.
Yeah, so you know, Circle is obviously trying to get a master account and the Fed has announced skinny payments accounts. I'm curious, you know, the Fed payment rails look very different to the crypto ecosystem. You know, what would you like to see from a technology roadmap perspective, assuming that Circle does get access to a payments account in order to sort of better facilitate stablecoin adoption?
We think the biggest unlock that would have is more trust in the system. If USDC is something that the Fed supports, you know, from a technology perspective, we're going to continue to build infrastructure that provides instant finality, the ability to be able to move money around the world with high transaction volume. The Fed aspect, you know, obviously we filed to be a trust charter, to be a trust charter bank. All of these things continue to contribute to our goal of being the most trusted company in digital asset space. And so that's really where we think the adoption will happen. The technology by itself will not get some of these large institutions that are moving billions of dollars, trillions of dollars onto blockchain without that trust and without that regulation.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I was thinking about can also be a political question because of the new payment system. Like you have alternative that can bypass sections or maybe bypass the traditional institutions. So what is the kind of like advantage for Circle stablecoin comparing with the crypto and also cryptocurrency, I mean Bitcoin, and also the central bank digital currency in terms of like getting access to the market, or maybe kind of like getting accepted by the foreign country, because they also face a challenge of like if US dollar has been used more often, they probably have a lose of kind of like a currency sovereignty.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand your question. I think if the question is the political ramifications of leveraging cryptocurrencies and the impact that it can have on sovereign countries, that is absolutely a political discussion that I think many countries are having around the world. I liken it actually to what was happening in the early 1990s when the internet was formed. And information was flowing around the world. Countries had to make a decision. Do we want to support this or do we want to suppress it? And there were a lot of laws built around this idea of trying to suppress internet access for countries. Well, it's still happening in the world in some places. But what we have found is innovation drives adoption and countries have to respond. And so what we're seeing here is today, the trade currency of the world is the US dollar. It continues to be the US dollar. We believe that will continue. And so USDC being the largest regulated US dollar stablecoin, we believe will be used in more US trade or global trade circumstances. What that means actually is you can imagine a world where there are other fiat-backed stablecoins launched by these governments, and we're seeing that today. Almost every major G7 country or every G20 country right now either has launched their own stablecoin through the private sector or they're in the process of doing it. And so you can imagine a world where now countries have their own fiat-backed stablecoins privately issued, that's what we believe, but global trade is happening on-chain. And so that's how countries will continue to remain competitive and not let the US dollar infiltrate too much.
All right, one last question for me before we go. We're at a little over 300 billion right now in total stablecoin volume. When do we hit 1 trillion?
Man, I like my lawyers.
Total,
they won't let me. They won't let me answer that question.
Apologies.
You know, I guess what I would say to that is I've been at Circle for 6 years. When I joined, there were 50 people in the company. Today there's 1,200. When I joined, there was not much revenue. Today there's more. And I'm very motivated to continue building because I think, as Jeremy said, we're in the very, very early stages of this. And eventually, we believe the expectation is that money moves on-chain. And what does it mean when money moves on-chain? The top bound of that is endless. It's M2 money supply, right? How long does it take to get there? It's been a very bumpy ride to get to this point. I can't predict that for you, but we think that there is an endless ceiling on this in terms of on-chain money movement simply because of the benefits it affords everybody.
Fantastic. Well, everyone, thank you, Kash. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We are very lucky to have this next speaker. I have been here for about 10 years, and I have watched Tadge teach so many of our students that have come through MIT so much about Bitcoin, and he is a thought leader, a community leader in Boston, and he no longer does his research here at MIT, but he offers his time up, and we are really fortunate to have him. Tadge Dryja.
Thanks. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks. Let me see if this does it. Cool. Okay, so hi, everyone. I have a lot of slides to go through pretty quick. I started a little late, so maybe I have till like 5 something. So yes, I'm going to talk about Utrixo, which I have talked about, I think, here, but it's different now. And it's called Fast IBD with Proofless Utrixo. On the little site, it says free. I don't know how that happened, but it's also free. All this stuff is free, but the main goal is fast. So yeah, I'm Tadge Dryja, work on Bitcoin, come ask me stuff, although we're getting towards the end, so you've got like one extra lecture to go back in the hall. Okay, so introduction of Utrixo. If you haven't heard of it, I'll do a very quick recap, a rehash of it. It's a 2019 paper I wrote while at MIT. The idea is let's get rid of the UTXO set. Let's stop storing all these things. Right now, if you're running Bitcoin Core, you are storing everyone's Bitcoins, and that's about 11 gigs. So the idea was wallets store the proofs of UTXOs that they control and provide proofs when signing transactions. So if you have more UTXOs, you have more proofs to track. It seems like a great idea. I've already talked about this here. And then actually when I was working on the slides, because Google Drive deleted the slides I wrote on the train here, people are like, Utrixo, you still working on that? Aren't you done? You know, you've been doing that for years. And it's like, yeah, no, we changed it all. And that was actually a bit painful because this was like late last year. We had this big meeting, a lot of smart people, and there was controversy because it's like, you sort of realize like, 2 years of coding no, we just got to delete it all. That's all useless now because we have a much better way to do it. And so you sort of take a bunch of steps back, but you're like, no, we got to change this because this is a much better way. Yeah, so quick rehash, then I'll talk about Proofless UTXO. Okay, so this is review, if you've heard this already here, but it'll be only 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, so UTXOs are where Bitcoins live. And they're tiny, they're only 70, 60 bytes each, but there's around 150 million of them. I think 160 something million of them now. And that can go up and down. Sometimes there's lots more, sometimes as people consolidate, you get fewer of them. But it is a big bottleneck in running a Bitcoin node. So if you go into your Bitcoin node, and this was a week or two, this is fairly recent. I think these numbers haven't changed much. You go into your Bitcoin node and you say DU, I think that's disk usage -H. I don't know why the H, but tells you you've got 774 gigs of blocks and 11 gigs of chain state. What that means, the blocks is blockchain blocks, right? So the ledger, whatever, all the transactions that have ever happened in Bitcoin, everything that's happened since January 3rd, 2009. Oh, so yeah, get into the undo data. So it's not actually 700, it's more like 600. But anyway, but that undo data becomes very critical for things that we're going to work on in Utrixo, but it's not sort of a little bit out of scope. But I will mention that when we get to that. And then 11 gigs of chain state, which is the UTXO set of all the Bitcoins that currently exist. And so it would seem, and also blocks just keeps getting bigger, right? Chain state can get bigger and can get smaller. But in theory could get bigger get bigger very fast, right? If you could in theory have blocks with very few inputs and just expand the output set, and you could get 100 gigs of chain state in I don't know, year or two, right? Something like that. You could, we don't, right? Because what we see is a fairly slow increase in the number of UTXOs. But also, and so you think from a computer systems point of view, like, oh, I don't want this chain state to get too big. But at the same time, you want it to get big because that means more people have Bitcoins, right? If you don't have a UTXO, well, you don't really have any Bitcoins. And then there's a lot of asterisks to that, like Lightning Network. Well, you can kind of share a UTXO with someone in a channel, or you have these L2s and ARC, all these things. But the easiest, simplest way is you have a UTXO. Okay, so yeah, right now everyone keeps track of everything. What if you only kept track of your own UTXOs? And so right now when you spend your money, you provide a signature proving it's yours and that you endorse where it's going. But in this case, you would also provide a proof that your coin exists because everyone else doesn't know that it exists. Right now, they do, right? They say, you send your transaction, you say, I'm spending this coin, I'm sending it over here. And they look at it and they say, does this coin exist? They look it up on their hard drive or their SSD. And they say, yeah, that exists. Okay, let me delete it. But let's get rid of that. Okay, so you put the whole UTXO set in a Merkle tree. It's a little bit of a different Merkle tree. You've got these different operations to add, verify, delete, and then the prover can prove. So I'll go real quick because I've said, like these, I just copied these slides from, I think, the 2022 MIT Bitcoin Expo. So you got like this tree with 4 leaves, and you say, okay, I've just got one root, right? And as I add, since I only have that one root, do I have a little laser? Lasers. If I only have one root, I can't hash up, right? So I have to add this other root. So now I have 2 roots. And then if I have another thing to add, I can hash these 2 together and make a root here. So if I have 6 total objects, I can go back to 2 roots. If I have 7, I have to keep this one on its own, because I don't have anything at its height I can combine it with. But now that I have 8, I can combine, and now I can combine again, and now I'm back to 1 root. And so if you're into computer nerdy stuff, which many of you are, what's nice is the total number of hashes you have to store is the number of 1 bits in the binary representation of the number of leaves you are storing. And not only that, but the leaves and the roots and the ones sort of match up in that if you're storing 7 things, you've got 1, 1, 1 in binary, and the first most significant bit represents 4 things, and the next significant bit represents 2 things, and the last one represents 1. So it's this really kind of cool thing where you just show it in binary and it all sort of works out. But in practice, there's 160 million UTXOs. If you store them all in this kind of a tree, you're going to have 20-ish hashes on average, right? It's log n over 2 in expectation. Okay, cool. Deletion is a bit more difficult. This is totally different from how the paper describes it. We changed it, which is also good because the old way wouldn't work with proofless. If you want to delete something, say you're deleting object 2, but the idea is I'm going to prove this to you. You only know what 12 is. But I'm telling you, I need to tell you that 2 exists and to delete it. So the proof that 2 exists is 3 and 8. Very conveniently, that is exactly what's needed to delete it, right? To delete it, you just move 3 up to 9. And you say, okay, 2's gone, 3 moves up to 9. I know what 8 is, because you told me in order to prove 3's existence. I now hash 3 and 8 together to get a new 12, and I overwrite the root I had 12 with this new 12, and I'm done. So that's how I can delete things. And so you can no longer prove that 2 exists, because any proof showing 2 will no longer be valid. Cool. Okay. So the big downside of this, so this is a cool system, because what it does is it lets you have a fully validating node that's in like a kilobyte of space. The downside was during IBD, initial block download, where, and this is past tense, right, until late last year. The downside was, okay, now you've got all these extra proofs, right? It's not just enough to download a block. You have to download all these proofs to say, hey, I'm deleting this, and see all these, make sure it exists. So worst case, that was like 2 or 3x the total network traffic. So you're getting into like 2 terabytes of download for IBD. Not great, like not impossible, doable, right? But not great is sort of one of the biggest downsides. So there's all these ways we could reduce that overhead. And so we worked on that a lot. There's all these caching strategies and really cool things. Yeah, it's all gone now. We don't do that at all. There's a way to completely eliminate the proofs during download. So yeah, we worked at reducing it. We had these cool algorithms, clairvoyant look-ahead algorithms and TTL hints and all these things, and even cool heuristics. So like this is a couple years old, but this is the lifespan of UTXOs in Bitcoin, a sort of histogram of it. So it doesn't have 0. If it did have 0, it'd be way higher. The modal lifespan of UTXO is 0. It is created and destroyed in the same block. After that, you can see UTXOs that live 1 block, very popular, then 2, then 3. There's a little bump at 6, because people like to wait 6 blocks and then spend their coins. There's another bump at 100, which makes sense, because miners have to wait 100 blocks. Bump at 433. But the main thing here is, if you have very little extra memory to store recently created UTXOs, you can save a lot on proofs, because most UTXOs are very short-lived, and the ones that are very long-lived, are infrequent. Satoshi's coins wouldn't show up on this graph because they haven't been spent, right? So this is only things that do get spent. When we have a finite lifespan for the UTXO, we can put it in this graph. Anyway, lots of really cool research, lots of cool stuff. It's all gone now. So we threw it all out, and now IBD is proofless using SwiftSync technology, SwiftSync aggregators, which were touched on earlier at like 10:30 this morning, but I will explain it a bit differently, and yeah. So if you think about it, and SwiftSync wasn't in one sense, it's a big jump, but it was I can sort of think of it as an extension, or like the conclusion of all these different things we were working on. IBD is weird, right? It's this sort of unique, like, why don't I just tell you the answer, right? Why are all these all these nodes are like downloading Bitcoin Core and like, okay, let me run it, run IBD. And it's like we all get to the same answer because we're all in consensus, and you have to do, you know, a day of CPU work with all your 8 cores and download 700 gigs. And like, why don't I just tell you the answer? It's weird, right? Especially in Utrixo, the answer is a couple hundred bytes. It'll fit on a QR code. You can just copy and paste it. And like, why don't I just tell you? And why do you want to do all this work? Well, I can't just tell you, right? Because that's like trusted. And so there are attacks I could do. If I could convince you of an incorrect UTXO set, I'll just add my own UTXO that gives me 1 million Bitcoin, and then I can later convince you that I'm spending it, and you might sell me your car or something, right? That is, how do I get it confirmed? I don't know. But yeah, you don't want trust. But are there ways where you're not really trusting me, but I can still help you out? So that was some of the idea of caching and hints, where it's like, well, I know this UTXO will be spent the next block. So I'll tell you, don't delete it. Don't flush it to disk. Just keep it in RAM, because a few milliseconds later, you're gonna be removing it. So this is the extreme, you know, this is the end state of that. It's not just getting deleted soon. We just tell you every UTXO that does not survive IBD. Yeah, so I call these NGMI. That's a Web3 crypto term, I believe, the fellow kids are using. So yeah, so the idea is I just tell you every UTXO that does not survive IBD, and you don't add those to the accumulator. You just, yeah. So then there's no deletions, and deletions are the only thing that needs proofs, so there are no proofs. Right, so yeah, this does require this like little extra set of like what gets deleted and what doesn't. So it's not exactly 100% proofless, but it's pretty small. Okay, so, and then there's I have a little diagram for aggregators, which same thing as you're saying, but yeah. An aggregator's real simple. It's like you hash something, and then you just treat it like a number and you add it. And like it's literally just big int added. It's like, is this secure? Does this work? But it seems to. So yeah, and there's like it's sort of within the node. There's no real consensus between the nodes. So you can put a salt in their hash if you want. You can use carry or overflow or whatever. It just seems to work no matter what. I don't know of any good attacks. The other thing you need to check at the very end is equality. So you're literally just checking, are these 2 bit strings the same, which is very fast. So what do you do with the aggregators? So every time you don't add something to the accumulator, because it's not going to make it, you add it to the aggregate. You add it to this one aggregator over here. And every time you spend an input, you add it to a different aggregator. Okay, so nice little diagram. You get a transaction. Okay, it's got a couple outputs, got an input. You say, oh, this output 5, that survives IBD. That is still a UTXO as far as I know, right? We're talking about a transaction that happened years ago, and I'm recounting it to you. I'm saying, okay, output 4 doesn't make it. Output 5 still thing. Okay, so we hash the survivor output and add it to the aggregator. Now the aggregator is this. We also look at the inputs and say, okay, every input that's not a Coinbase, we add to this aggregator. So we got that one, we got that one, we got another transaction. This does go, you know, this does not survive, and these 2. And of course, this is not a great example because there's a different number. The cardinality of the 2 sets should also be the same. So if you want, you can keep track of just how many inputs, how many not going to make it outputs. But these should add up to the same, right? It sort of makes sense that like, yeah, everything that's an input is an output that didn't make it through IBD, right? And so you check, are these equal? If they're equal, great. If they're not, good question. What do you do? I think right now in the software we crash because also in the current implementation we hard code that sort of hint file, or the hash of it, into the binary. And so it's like, well, if this didn't work, that means we lied to you, but the lie is in the code. So like, what does that even mean? So I think the only way to think of it is it should probably be a command line arg or something you can put in your option file. It's like, here's this hash of this like hint file. You are trusting it during the IBD process, right? You'll find out at the end if I lied to you. So you're not, you know, do this IBD before you start using Bitcoin, right? And it'll take a couple hours. So there's some element of temporary trust. And if I lied, then yeah, you'll find out. And then, but unfortunately, if you find out that it didn't work, but you don't know where it went wrong. And it would be really interesting, like, could you make it so it's more, you could narrow it down to what went wrong. But yeah, it's like, and to some extent, you're like, why do you even crash? Like, what do you even do about this? You're trusting the software, right? It's like, right, but you could in theory write this software. right? I can document and you can understand it, and I can say, look, you can write this software yourself, right? You understand how this works. But you can't write this like hash of the set of outputs that don't make it through the IBD process yourself, right? That is the thing I'm actually sort of telling you. Trust me on this one for a few hours. So you want to separate those, and we want to make that into like a separate thing you put in. Anyway, yeah, so you check that these two sets are the same. If they're the same, you don't actually care about them. Okay, and then real quick, nice, I have 10 minutes. Okay, so I can slow down a little. What about the forest UTXOs? How do you build the same forest as having this like process where you're adding and deleting and things like that without ever doing the deletions? Fortunately, it's actually pretty easy. It works pretty well. What you do is, let's see this example. We've got 3 outputs that are flagged as these survive the IBD process, right? And so just as a general, it's about 10%, I think, maybe a little less. There's, what, 1.5 billion total outputs. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's about 10% of the outputs you'll see during IBD survive IBD. So the great majority of outputs don't make it, which makes sense. You've got 700 gigs of transactions and only 11 gigs of like final output state. So most of it is churn that doesn't make it through. Yeah, so most of the time it's going into the aggregator, but importantly, a decent small percentage go here, and that's still millions, right? So let's say with just 3, you get these 3 UTXOs, and you're indicated these survive. You need to put this into an accumulator so that once you're done with IBD, you can now receive the proofs, right? So this proofless part, it's not proofless forever. It's proofless during IBD because you've got these hints, because I can sort of tell you the answer ahead of time. But once you're synced up to today, nobody knows what happens next, and so you still have the proofs. Okay, so you got 3. You know the spacing of these, right? Because when you're doing that process I showed before, you see, okay, this one goes into the aggregator, this one doesn't make it, this one doesn't make it. And so you have this just numbering of like, okay, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. You have a, index of total transaction outputs. And so okay, there's some gaps here. And those gaps are important to building this. So you're saying, okay, I need to make that tree the same way I would do it before with the additions and deletions, but all I have is the additions. We just promote, right? So in this case, nothing has a sibling that can be hashed with, right? So this just goes up, this just goes up, this just goes up. And now we go to the next row, and this one just goes up because it's got nothing, right? We put in these sort of placeholders. We don't actually, but it's a sort of a logical way to think of it. We don't actually do this because we just number them, and so we know that like, oh, I don't have to do anything. But okay, this one goes up as well. This one needs to hash. So we do 1 hash here, and then promote to there. And now we can do another hash here, right? Because even though they're like in normal addition, you say, well, I only have 3 things. I can't aggregate them into 1 root because I need to add later. In this case, that's not an issue. We already know that this one was deleted, so like this always goes up. So then we can go up to there. So you can do this like on a per block basis, do it out of order potentially. But what's nice about it is basically you're not only eliminating the need for all the proofs, you're also drastically reducing the number of hashes you'd calculate during the IBD process. Because before you'd calculate roots, receive these proofs, delete them. And that's also, you can keep this small state of about 1 kilobyte. Because the idea is like, okay, imagine a node that doesn't have any disk space, right? It's only got a couple kilobytes. And so you keep forgetting the things they sent you and receiving these proofs. In this case, you can still do that. You can still maintain a very small set of hashes that never goes above 1 kilobyte, and you don't need to add things. This is if you're in order. So right now it's in order, but you could do it out of order, and that would be a cool project. And since it's open source, you are welcome to come join and implement that. But so far it's in order. But yeah, it's much faster. In theory, right now the code is still pretty raw. Yeah, and so sort of in semi-conclusion, it's really cool to find these things, and it sort of feels like Bitcoin is like meant to work this way. Because you keep discovering these like, oh, this is great. This like solves the problems. I really like the idea of a Bitcoin node that knows very little and just looks at the blocks and validates everything and tells you, yep, here's the thing. So I think a cool goal would be to like get it running on a Wi-Fi router or something, because a Wi-Fi router has, you know, you plug it into your cable modem, your fiber, whatever. It's got great internet connection. You don't care about using extra bandwidth, and it's got very limited memory and disk storage. But that's okay, because you can, you know, sync it, and then it'll keep up, and then you can just query it to say like, hey, does this, you know, is this the right block? Yeah, so you only need to prove coins on deletion. The inclusion proof is the only data needed. Okay, so yeah, and then the other goal is sort of, I don't know if this is going to happen, but I want to reduce the technical hurdles to larger block sizes, more data. You know, like it's sort of, maybe there's economic reasons, but especially people are talking about, I guess it's a little different with the quantum stuff. It's like, should you have a increased witness discount so you can deal with all these larger signatures, or do you want a larger UTXO set? To some extent, I want a larger UTXO set, right? I want millions, billions of people to be able to directly use Bitcoin. And if you're stuck with an 11 gigabyte UTXO set, that's like very limiting. So you want it to get big, and this is a nice technology where it's like, yes, it can get big, even if computers are crummy, it's still safe to run. And it's also kind of funny, because like now, RAM and SSDs are getting more expensive and not less. And so it's like, because one of the ideas for years, and like Satoshi kept saying this, he's like, oh, by the time people are using this, no one's going to care about a couple gigabytes, right? And I think that was partly also because, like, you know, in the 2008, things were still increasing quite rapidly. And then in the 2010s, like a bit less so, and now it's maybe it's plateauing. And now it's like, wait, I have a computer I built like a year or two ago. I could sell it for like 3x what I bought it for. Like, that's not how it's supposed to work. I'm supposed to be throwing it out because it's totally obsolete. So it's sort of like, you know, if you're worried about worst case scenarios, like quantum stuff, okay, we need, you know, different signature schemes in case that goes wrong. And here as well, it's like, well, what if computers get like really scarce and expensive, and we can't just assume we have better SSDs and more RAM and stuff. And it's like, no, we still want to be able to run Bitcoin and have lots of people using it, but we need to really minimize the hardware it uses. One thing that this does use more network traffic. Even in the case of the proofless, it's still an extra couple hundred megs or whatever. It's a small increase. But once it's synced up, it's twice as much network traffic in the lowest case. So there's that. But fortunately, it does seem like internet traffic has not been getting more expensive. In fact, internet, like data rates and stuff, that does seem to be still improving at a decent rate and getting cheaper. But some of the other stuff might not. So anyway, yeah. And so I am still working on this. There's a bunch of people, a lot of people in Brazil, Vintium, working on it. So shout out to them. And Calvin in Korea, and we sort of have started. It's weird. It's getting bigger, and so it's like we had a Utrixo meetup last year, and now we're doing calls a lot more. So it's getting a bit more organized. It's not as big as like Lightning Network or like discrete log contracts. I think a big part is like there's no way to make money off of this. It's just an open source sort of thing. But yeah, there's BTCD-based nodes right now that are running. There's also Floresta, which is a sort of phone-based, Rust-based client that people are using that connects to it. So you can try it out. It's still pretty in development because we had we're still doing the really big change from a few months ago. It's like, wait, we need to completely redo how we do IBD. So we're making all those big changes, which should make it a lot faster. Yeah, last slide. So yeah, if you want to go look at it, github.com/Utrixo. Come bug me. We do have a Jitsi call every Tuesday at 10. We might have to change that because now there's people in Africa, and you know it's all sort of over the world. But we do this Jitsi call. There's also a Discord server, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I do use it. So there's lots of people working on it, and it's this cool thing. So I think I have like 2 minutes for questions, maybe. No, don't have to. Okay. Well, I will have time for questions. Just go out in the hall and bug me and say hi. Thanks.
You guys have been a great crowd. Thank you for your attention span today. This is our final talk of the day. It is going to be a panel, and it's going to be about crypto infrastructure. It's called Crypto Infrastructure Scaling the Stack, and we are fortunate to have Muriel Medard right here from MIT, and Austin Federa, and our moderator, Achut Katler.
Hi everyone, our panel today is Crypto Infrastructure Scaling the Stack. We have two people who are building the layers that sit beneath the blockchains that we already know of. First, we are very fortunate to have Muriel Medad, who is the CEO and co-founder of Optimum, based right here on campus at MIT. She is also an MIT professor in EECS and holds 5 MIT degrees, over 80 patents, and just received the 2026 IEEE Hamming Medal, one of the highest honors in the field. She's been researching network coding for over the last 2 decades. Next, we have Austin Federer, co-founder and president of Double Zero, a dedicated fiber optic network for blockchain validators. He spent 4 years at Solana Foundation as the head of strategy and became the most recognized voice in the Solana ecosystem before leaving to build this new infrastructure from the ground up. So let's get right into it. My first question to both of you is, tell us what you're building and why it matters. Muriel, you can start.
Yeah, by the way, it's great to be back in this room. I have taught 6006. Did anybody take Intro to Algorithms? I remember teaching it in this room with another crypto founder, Silvio Micali, some years ago. So what we're building is we're building the internet for blockchain. So a universal data acceleration network, which is effectively starting with Ethereum, but truly for all chains. So chain agnostic and in a way that makes chains reliable, fast, and economically much more attractive for the validators and for the users.
Great. Austin?
Sure. So Double Zero is, you can think of pretty much the lowest level of the stack of networking. And so what this means is it's an OSI layer 1, 2, and 3. If you remember ComSci 101, which I hope this audience does, we're operating way below the level of anything that really touches the blockchain space historically. If you look at the history of financial technology, it has, and honestly most successful technology companies, they start off on very generic infrastructure and they move to much more purpose-built infrastructure. So the classic example of this is when you look at what Wall Street firms have been doing for decades as computerized trading became a thing, it was changing the communications methods by which orders were sent in. The invention of the telephone as a thing for what we would then call high-frequency trading was a massive change. You used to have people sending paper slips around, and suddenly you had someone calling someone and saying what they should write on that piece of paper slip. And this has evolved into the world of high-frequency trading today, which moves orders of magnitude faster than the internet moves. And if you look at sort of the extensions here with crypto, we have been using generic infrastructure for most of the history of crypto. Like the first piece of specialization you saw was probably Bitcoin ASICs for mining. But now we have dedicated ZK proving chips. We have very specific instruction sets on like Intel and AMD CPUs that are needed to optimize a Solana validator and many other types of networks. And what we basically see is like the success of crypto has gotten to the point where we need to start taking the network layer seriously, the same way you do in any type of high performance system. And to date, we haven't. It's still all running over the public internet, and even the most highest optimizations that have been done today are on data distribution platforms and turbine and state distribution, but they're all not geographically aware, and they're all running over the public internet. And so it's a real blocker for any type of serious institutional engagement on anything other than sort of long-term trading or holding.
Great answers. Muriel, you left an endowed chair at MIT to start a company. You have said that you have realized this with terror and not joy. So what convinced you it had to be you?
Yes, so that's that. I took a very extended leave, and I just felt that I had to do this. If I really wanted this technology to take off, I needed to get involved, jump in both feet first. I've been working on decentralized coding for pretty much my entire career here at MIT. Started before there was blockchain such as we know it, and if at the time you had told me that decentralization was going to come in 5 years, or if you told me it was going to come in 30 years, I would have believed either. Interestingly, I started my career, and I've continued my career always doing optical networking also. So very much a fan of optical networking, but also realizing the limitations. As an expert in the area going, this is great, but this doesn't take full advantage of the network. And in order to take full advantage of the network, you have to involve everybody. You have to make use of all the bandwidth, all the capability, all the connections, all of the available nodes. And to do that in a centralized fashion, whether you're in decentralization for philosophical reasons or not, doesn't matter. If you're trying to do that in a centralized fashion, it will fail. It will fail because you need so much information that it won't be able to basically subsist just from the point of view of it will crash under its own weight. So this is really what I said, okay, I've got to do this. This is the time now, and I think we probably recognize around the same time that, the network is really becoming an issue. And that's why I decided to jump in and do this. So, and I'm so happy I did. I'm so happy, yeah.
Yeah, we're glad you did that. So
Thanks.
Similarly, Austin, you went from being Solana's public face to building physical fiber infrastructure. What did you see inside Solana that made you think the real opportunity is one layer deeper?
Yeah, we were doing a lot of great work around accelerating the validator client. At the time, Solana was sort of limited to about 65,000 transactions per second in a lot of the testing environments. And it was able to push towards, and past 1 million transactions per second in these same testing environments. Now, obviously, testing in prod is very different. But one of the main limiting factors in getting it to actually be able to go to 1 million transactions per second was dedicated networking. And it was the idea that when you're operating on the public internet, you're dealing with lots of variable latency and lots of variable jitter. And you can program away all of these problems. You just queue packets, and then if stuff arrives in the wrong order, you throw a bunch of queues together, and eventually you can reconstruct data in the correct order. The problem with that is it's quite slow. One of the main things we learned in profiling is the amount of time it takes for a Solana transaction to execute, just like a fairly simple transaction to execute. 98% of that time is actually waiting for data. And I don't mean waiting for data in terms of it to come over the network. I mean literally the CPU going and grabbing the account data from the NVMe on the machine and bringing it back into the CPU was 98% of the transaction time. So one of the main insights there was compute is free on blockchains. It is free in most systems. Data is not. Data is extremely expensive because NVMe is extremely slow, RAM is extremely slow, even L2 cache is quite slow compared to how you actually process data on the CPU itself. So we had to start thinking about data flow architecture and making sure that as much as possible you're serializing data as it comes in, and so it's never landing in a queue, it's never landing in a cache. That's obviously not possible, right? These are just the theoretical models that you try and get to when you're building these things. But the amount of variance that you see in the public internet became a real performance bottleneck on these types of systems. And so that was one of the things that we saw on Solana was the software in crypto had finally caught up to a point where the existing hardware was a problem. And that's like a real achievement that like for years, it has been the software people's fault we're not going faster. And now it's kind of a little bit the hardware people's fault we're not going faster in blockchains, which is awesome. So in some ways, like the goal of 00 is to like make it the software people's problem again. which is, just to mean that we're fully utilizing what the software is capable of by providing a connectivity layer that's actually able to get there. Now, at the end of the day, what 00 actually is, the output product is, of course, a physical fiber network managed by blockchain systems. But the thing we actually build is the orchestration system that allows multiple independent contributors of fiber networks to link those fiber networks up, but to have them appear as one homogeneous system when you're interacting with them. And this is, to our knowledge, the only network in the world that works this way. Every other private fiber network is run by one central set of admin keys, even though it's got multiple SDN controllers, or it's peering of multiple independent systems that don't really talk to each other except through like IP protocols.
Great. So my next question is connected to your answer for this. So can you walk us through what actually happens to a transaction between the moment it is sent and the moment a validator sees it?
Yeah, I mean, at what level do you want to look at that? Because so really, like the easiest mental model for this is there's two Ethernet cables plugged into the back of your validator. One goes to the public internet, one goes to the 00 network. That's like the most basic model for this. And so if the end device is reachable over the 00 network, that path is the fastest path 99% of the time. And if it's not, it goes to the public internet. But computers and kernel networking and XDP and all these things are very good at knowing what is reachable where. This is just like a fundamental property of computer networks, is they're good at knowing what routes exist. And so we're just populating routes that the computer and the host can take advantage of. And then it's always in the control of the user. And this is kind of a really big difference in the way we've architected 00 from like the way Cloudflare is architected. If Cloudflare goes down and all your systems are dependent on Cloudflare, Cloudflare is the one that you have to interact with to remove your system from their system. With 00, if a validator wants to leave, they just disconnect and fail back over to use the public internet or some other type of system. And so that's kind of one of the main principles we've built for this, is that the users are always in control of whether they're using the system, and they have the full ability to join or leave on their own accord. And we think that's really important because there will be times where 00 has problems, right? As much as I'd love to say, there's no such thing as bug-free code. And at some point, parts of the 00 network may go down, either due to a software issue or just your classic ship anchor problem, which happens actually all the time. Every week, we have pieces of fiber that go out of service, either from maintenance or from damage, or sometimes it's terrorism, sometimes it is government actions. The internet is much less resilient than people think it is I think a main thing that I wish the Bitcoin community would pay a little bit more attention to this, because Egypt has turned off the internet before. There's no internet, there's no Bitcoin mining in Iran for a number of reasons, but one of them is you just can't get access to an internet connection at the moment. And so when we think about the resiliency of these systems, very similar how the previous speaker was talking about, we assumed that SSDs and RAM would be cheaper today than they were. Well, turns out they're actually a lot more expensive now than they were 2 years ago. Connectivity, we have this quirk of the internet being largely built by Western democracies, which is that it is open and fairly permissionless, and there's actually very little censorship or control over it. That has changed dramatically over the last 10 years.
Again, a great answer. Thank you. So Muriel, you have compared a mempool to a pile of laundry on the floor. Can you explain what's actually wrong with the current blockchains that share data right now?
Yeah, so the aspect that is really slowing things down right now, even in cases where, say, the public internet is very good, and of course, fiber is alive and well in public internet, maybe not to the level that you're providing with 00, but certainly, to a pretty good level in many locations, is that there's a lot of sluggishness and a lot of waste in the software that's being used to disseminate, to propagate the blocks. And this is something we saw right away. We would, take some of the state-of-the-art systems, run them, and then we would take our approach, which we've called MOM P2P, Optimum, and obviously I'm a mom. what we saw is just a completely, just radically different multi-x, 6x and above speed up. And it's basically going back to making the best use of whatever hardware is there. Maybe you have great hardware, maybe you don't, but you should be making the best use of it. So the software I would, slightly challenge. The software is really not there. And it's again about permissionlessly using all of the different resources that you have. And this gets back to the technology that, I've co-invented right here at MIT, randomly network coding. You were mentioning that I'm getting the Hamming medal. It's for that, basically, and, really proud to be in the company of such amazing people like our very own Dave Clark here, who got it for TCP/IP, and people like Diffie and Hellman and so on. So this is really about going back this decentralized at the core. And decentralized at the core approach, not necessarily, again, because of philosophy, but actually because it works. And the fact that you can do the optimum thing in a decentralized fashion is amazing. And the fact that you can build the software and watch it run. We have been actually since last May, so almost a year in testnet with on Ethereum, most of the major validators. We've been working with them and watching these results come in. And you can see it, right? You can really see the difference. By the way, it's such a rush. For those of you out there, I'm sure you must agree, for those of you out there thinking of, starting a company, it is such a rush to see those results, yeah.
I agree. In a sense, you both are pointing towards the networking layer as a bottleneck.
Yeah.
So how did an entire industry miss this for a decade? So, Muriel.
So I think to some extent, people didn't have that many options, right? To be fair, I do think that there is also a bias, as you were saying, towards thinking of the computer from the point of view of the compute. But if you really think of what a computer is actually not just about computing, but it's about accessing data, reading, writing data, getting data inputs and sending outputs, right? How often do you find that you're limited in the work you do because you're running out of compute power, versus how often do you find that you're limited in what you're doing on your computer because your Wi-Fi is too slow, right? I mean, when's the last time you went, oh, darn, I'm like completely utilizing, every, however many flops I have on my computer? Probably, unless you have very particular usage patterns, probably not that often, not that recently, right? So I think that, and the aspect of queue starvation that you mentioned, I mean, it's something that we see all the time, right? That basically you're not spinning your wheels going, oh darn, I have all this data and I just can't get to it. My computer's too slow. It's more like I'm sitting around twiddling my thumbs because I'm not getting the data that I need when I need it. So I think that people maybe didn't have enough choices. So there was a little bit of compute bias, let's call it that way. It just almost comes from, computer science, computer, right? But if we called it memory science, and we said, well, it's really about the memory and the data, but not so much of the compute, maybe that bias wouldn't be there. But I think people just realized it and didn't have that many choices.
And Austin, your take on this?
Yeah, unfortunately, information systems was already taken by an unrelated discipline. But it's exactly what you're talking about. It's that like there's a focus on compute for a lot of good reasons. But even when you look at like supercomputer cluster projects, usually it's the storage and it's the networking that are actually the limiting factors in how fast we can have these models run. Like even something like CERN, CERN can crash a lot of particles very quickly into one another. It's the sensing, it's not even the sensing technology, it's the ability to get data off the sensing technology fast enough that they can reconstruct those atomic explosions or collisions that is like a major limiting factor in research. And so, there was something I was reading that they throw away like 99.99% of the data off of those because there's just no storage method known to man, nor any transmission method that can actually capture that data in real time. And so, when you go back to the original question here, which is like, why is crypto and blockchain always using these type of more generic resources? I mean, in some ways, it's the aspiration of Bitcoin is very different than the aspiration of blockchain. And like, that's not like the aspiration of Bitcoin is not to provide a universal compute layer. It's not to provide the same types of things that's trying to happen in pretty much every other blockchain that exists today. And so if what you want is 100% censorship resistance, World War III proof systems, which is what a lot of the ideological underpinning of Bitcoin is, you're not gonna look for specificity. In some ways, like the fact that we use ASIC miners is a failure of the Bitcoin network, because what you want is validation of blocks and hash power to be able to be as accessible around the world as possible. And there's no other alternative to it. Proof of work requires, the security comes from the thermal energy needed. Like Bitcoin is not secured by math, it's secured by electricity. It's just expressed through math. And so one of the things that like we run into with a lot of these new systems is there's a lot of sort of hangover from that. And it's not necessarily bad. There's so many good principles that like Bitcoin is embedded into the rest of the industry, but when you're building systems that are designed to do different things, you have to think through the architecture differently. In the early days, crypto just wasn't valuable enough for anyone to build dedicated specific infrastructure for it. It's very similar to the early days of like Facebook or Google, where they're using just other people's data centers and off-the-shelf stuff. But then what did Facebook start doing after that? They built their own servers, then they built their own server racks, then they built their own data centers, then they built their own undersea fiber cables. And it's all just about as the value transferred over these networks gets higher and higher, as the GDP of blockchain gets higher and higher, the efficiency gains become more economically worth it. Because suddenly now, if there's $1 trillion transferring every second on blockchain from competitive trading, you can fund a lot more high performance infrastructure than if there's $1,000 a second being transferred.
Great. So let's talk about your product, Austin. So 00 has been live on main beta since October. 70 plus fiber links, 25 plus cities, and 20% of staked Solana connected launch. So what does the product actually look like today, and who's using it?
Yeah, so in some ways, you can think of the mission of 00 is to like democratize access to high performance connectivity. And we do this by doing something very similar to what the cloud companies did, where you could always call up a person and get 40 servers in a data center. It would just require a phone call, a fax, a wire transfer, in 3 or 4 weeks, and you'd have the servers in the data center ready to go. The power of the cloud was a business model transformation more than a technology transformation. And it was the ability to get 40 servers in 40 seconds by just putting in a credit card. And that was incredibly disruptive for technology innovation and startups. You could have an idea, and 2 weeks later, you could be prototyping something on 40 servers if you had, a credit card with a medium amount of credit limit. You couldn't do that beforehand. This was like transformational for early stage companies in Silicon Valley and elsewhere. And so our mission and goal is to really do the same thing for connectivity, that you can go to the 00 network, you can configure your parameters of what type of custom network environment you need, you can access this global high-speed fiber network, and under the hood, it's running on very tried and true, trusted industry standard technology of BGP routes, GRE tunnels, multicast, the type of stuff that's been used in production by big tech companies and Wall Street for decades at this point. But the cool thing about this is because the routing layer and the switching layer and the hardware layer is integrated into the 00 network. We have custom software running on these routers. Over time, we can adopt and add new technologies into it, right? If there's massive gains on the low level that Optimum's able to bring in, that stuff can be integrated into the network. If some of the the Scion stuff that's happening out of ETH-Zug ends up catching on and becoming something that people want. Like those type of networking technologies can be integrated into it because we're talking about a sort of, I hate to say verticalized stack of OSI layer 1, 2, and 3, but you don't really get that from any other types of services. It's usually broken out in different layers managed by different groups.
Thank you for your answer. Muriel, Optimum started testing with 7 of Ethereum's top validators last year. So where does the product stand today and what's next?
Yeah, so we're very excited. We're going onto Ethereum mainnet in a few weeks. We're currently testing on Ethereum mainnet with the validators that you mentioned. I think it's probably, they represent probably around 30% of the staked value right now. As I mentioned before, it's really been a fantastic experience. There's such a great group of people, I'm sure you agree, just to work with, just positive, techno-curious, very, very much the kinds of partners you want. So, stay tuned for the full mainnet, and then of course on Ethereum, and then of course we're going to be going to being able to, as you said, onboard more validators, not in a one at a time, but in a more permissionless, more sort of scalable way. We're also looking at block builders, and that's been a pull from them. For block builders, it found it very interesting. You were talking about Wall Street. Actually, our CTO, co-founder, who was my postdoc here at MIT, Kishore Kanwar, Nancy Lynch, who's also a professor here, extremely well known, of course, one of the people who did some of the foundational work, behind blockchain. She and I recruited him from Wall Street, actually. He was, at Goldman Sachs designing these high-frequency trading systems. And we said, would you like to take a ridiculous pay cut and come work with us as a postdoc? And yeah, the answer was yeah. It took me a while for me to figure out what the heck he was thinking. I thought, there's no way he's going to come. And, we've been working together for years. It wasn't until later that he said, hey, Wall Street will always be there, but working with the two of you, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, we're basically looking also at speeding up anybody that can make use of that speed. Our approach is different. We don't have hardware. We don't rent hardware. We enable people to share the resources they have wherever they have, and do that in an optimum fashion in a completely decentralized way. So, maybe you got some, shards of a block, maybe, thanks to 00, and then, you give me some coded shards, and maybe I'm in a place where I don't have access to fiber, right? I mean, you're not going to, you talk about democratization, and I think we're very aligned, but you're not going to get it everywhere. And you give me some shards, and now you're helping me. Whatever was the best that you were able to get, you can now share with your neighborhood. Think of the entire edge. It's like the skin. The skin is actually your largest organ, right? And it's just all around you. It's thin everywhere. It keeps everything together. So it's within the core, but it's also all around the skin, all the capillaries in this network. And you're making them really be the lifeblood of transactions.
Okay, thank you. So as you mentioned, your advisor, Nancy Lynch, who co-created the algorithm that eventually became Tendermint. Is there a pattern where MIT distributed systems theory becomes crypto infrastructure 10 years later? So what's in the labs right now and that this audience should be looking at?
Yeah, what should we be looking at? What's going to be hot in the future? Obviously, only time will tell, so I'm going to give a biased opinion. I think a lot of the post-quantum stuff is going to be very interesting coming out. Post-quantum is, maybe many people here know, but, almost against intuition, not quantum at all. It's actually about coding, about making equations and protecting in ways that are different from traditional cryptography. So, traditional cryptography that was developed right here by, one of my colleagues, Ron Rivest, for instance, with RSA, was actually shown to be, quantum not safe by another colleague here at MIT, Peter Shor. And, that's really sort of what set all this post-quantum research and, emphasis in crypto in particular. We saw that for people who follow with some of the work that Dan Bonnet actually, he and I had some projects together with DARPA put out. But I think that post-quantum to me is going to be one of the really interesting areas to watch.
Yeah, we'll definitely look into that. So how does someone actually start using your products? What does the day one look like for a validator or a chain that wants to integrate it? Muriel?
Yeah, so for us, validators basically from day one are just given access to a gateway. Took them a couple hours. I remember you were at our hackathon, right? So you saw how easy it is to set up. You got to I think you won one of the tracks.
Yeah, I won the stress testing track.
Hey, stress test track winner here. And of course, by the way, it's because a lot of what we're about is reliability. So they basically just point and go. We're not changing anything around the protocol. We're chain agnostic. We're chain respectful. And that's what we do. And I want to echo also something that Austin said about the fact that you also don't ever want to be the cause of an issue. Right. So we're never the cause of an issue. It's kind of like a Hippocratic approach to networking. First, do no harm. Right. Nothing could go worse than just staying with the state of the art. So we only improve. We never cause any sort of new possibility of failure. We only improve the reliability and the speed.
Oh, thank you. Austin?
Yeah, so the 00 network, like at its core, there's nodes in different cities around the world. And these are not x86 machines. These are embedded networking appliances that are Arista is the particular company we use for these. And the cool part about this is all of the authentication systems into that are managed by blockchain. So if you are trying to connect in and subscribe to a data feed on it, you interact with a smart contract. You have a little CLI tool running on your computer, which creates a virtual network interface. And then what that does is you basically handshake with the protocol, you pay your fee, and then the connection is allowed into that system. And as long as that account stays funded for its usage, it'll continue being connected in. And what's cool about this is we can pull all sorts of different data for access. So for Solana, we just read Solana gossip, and if you're a staked validator, you're able to connect. But anyone can sort of build whatever type of access permission systems they would want on top of that. And the nice part about this is it's all on the ledger. And so like blockchain, one of the main functions of it is it's just the most perfect system of accounting humans have ever created. And so all that is verifiable. All of the telemetry about the 00 network is also public. You can go to data.malbeclabs.com and you can see everything from ISIS data to utilization data to routing tables, stuff you can't get from any other network in the world, which is really cool. But fundamentally, you're just installing this CLI helper that creates this virtual network connection into it. That's there even if you're directly cabled into the switch, if you're transmitting over a local area network or a data center's network to get to it. So it's like 3 or 4 minute setup process.
Oh, thank you. So Austin, you're building the dedicated fiber lanes, improving the existing internet. What makes you believe the problem can't be solved by the software alone?
I mean, if you're willing to put everything in the same location, it's different, right? At the end of the day, obviously, there's a ton of software in the 00 network. It's running on embedded systems. And so the difficulty is the entire business model of the public internet at the moment. The beauty of the public internet is for $40 a month, you can reach anywhere in the world with a high degree of reliability. It is like an incredible achievement of capitalism that we have ubiquitous global communications for like 3 sandwiches worth of money a month. It's unbelievable. The difficulty there is all of the incentives and instructions have been set up for the ISPs to have the lowest cost data options, and that's all they're able to provide at this point. So if you do, a trace route or a ping from New York to San Francisco, you're not going to New York to San Francisco. You're bouncing all around the United States, usually a number of times before you actually get to your location. And if you're talking about crossing continents and especially oceans, this problem gets even larger. And so at some level, you need the buy-in of all of these various actors to improve the routing of data, or you need to just ignore that entirely. And there's different approaches to how you can achieve that. What we have seen is there's a lot of projects that have tried to build stuff on top of the public internet, and usually what happens is the public internet ends up being the weakest link in that system. And the public internet's perfect for something like BitTorrent. BitTorrent is like a true success because you get data out of order and it doesn't really matter. You grab it from who's ever got it near you. And the beauty of BitTorrent is for non-timely needs of data, it's an incredibly bandwidth efficient way to distribute things around. We are more focused on uses that require data to be delivered consistently and timely. And so if what you need is to get data at some point, we're not necessarily the best solution for that. But if you are a trader, if you are working with time-sensitive data, systems that need a high degree of response, this gets you that same type of performance that you would get operating your own private fiber network, but instead it's a resource-sharing network. And so that means it can reach many more locations than you would be able to if you built it yourself, and it can do it at a much lower cost than an individual company going out and building their own network.
That explains it. So Muriel, you have said math is free, scalable, and environmentally friendly. So how does your math actually makes the blockchain faster?
Yeah, so the way the math makes the blockchain faster, and you got to see it yourself, is that you're removing any wasteful, repetitious data. And you can also make use of any connectivity you have, right? So remember, suppose that you had a fantastic connection because you were in a privileged place and I don't. And you give me some equations, and maybe I get some equations from Austin, I get some equations from other folks. All of these equations are actually helping me recover the data in the fastest way possible. And there is actually no faster way. So the reason we're called optimum is because it's provably optimum. Now, obviously it will go as well as whatever hardware you have. Although I have to say that in some of our public internet, we do see that we're getting very close to the speed of light. Again, it depends on the location, but it's very mixed, as you point out. But that's basically what happens. It's from making these equations. And actually, those kinds of equations, going back to post-quantum, are very close to the kinds of equations you make for post-quantum. So it's also post-quantum ready. And that's for another day.
Oh, thank you. So let's end this convo on a high note. And in a single sentence, what's the most important thing for everyone here to remember? So Austin.
It's a hard one. I just think we need to spend more time thinking about the networking layer in all types of compute systems.
Yeah, I agree. And Muriel?
I think that if you know that something is really going to make a difference, just go for it. Don't just say, okay, it's not an application here right now. If you know that fundamentally this is going to change the way people do things, just do it. The application will come or not. But at the very least, while you're doing it, you will feel that you're doing something super important. So, if you have an idea that's really grabbing you and you go, do I want to spend 20 years of my career doing something when at the time that you started there was no application? My answer is yeah, do it.
Oh, thank you both of you. That was really great answers. And thank you for taking time of coming here. And that's
Thank you.
We just want to thank all the speakers and the attendees for coming today, and especially our sponsors, which for gold we have HRF, silver, Cake Wallet and Cog Coin, bronze, Alpen, Nunchuck, Bitcoin++, HydraX, Anchorage Digital, Fidelity, Char, MIT Digital Currency Initiative, and Lightning Labs. And for community, we have System 76, MIT IHQ, Allium, Bitcoin Magazine, and Optimum. Thank you. And in terms of logistics for tomorrow, the registration and breakfast starts from 8:30, and the talk starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. See you, everyone.